We are live. Bitcoin Plus mempool edition, day 2. We survived day 1. Marks, I have to give you a great deal of thanks for taking over my spot at the end of the day yesterday.
No problem. Yeah, it was, you threw me right in the deep end of the mempool. You're like, here's the microphone. By the way, Jameson Lopp is going to be your first interview. And it's like, all right, let's go.
Yeah. Logan made sure he got a ticket.
Yeah, he closed us out properly. I was like flailing. I'm like, what do I do now? So he grabbed the mic. He didn't even say anything. He just grabbed it from me.
So we're here at day 2, Bitcoin Plus. People are starting to stream into the building. A great action-packed day of content here. I believe they're going to be streaming the mainstream maiden stage via Bitcoin Magazine.
Yeah,
I heard,
it's
which is
live
pretty
over
big
there
for
right
them.
now.
Very important. We just crossed $100,000 again.
Woo! We're at
back.
101 now.
Back at 6 figures.
Logan should have that up on the screen. Yeah, live price action.
Yeah, I think people.
That's what the people care about.
I think people tuned into the last hour of the live stream yesterday and said, "You know what? I need to buy Bitcoin. That guy Marks is running such a great show."
For sure, yeah.
Yeah. No, but it is. I was reflecting on it, so I had to leave this desk yesterday to go back over to Bitcoin Park Austin to moderate the final panel of the Texas Energy and Mining Summit, and wrote a newsletter this morning reflecting on the week that was here, or that is here in Austin, Texas. We had the Texas Energy and Mining Summit, incredible event held by Bitcoin Park. Rod and crew got a really high signal group of people together in the energy and mining sector to talk about what's happening at the intersection of those two industries. Obviously, we have this highly technical conference, Bitcoin Plus, talking about mempool. A lot of, how should I describe it, animated discussion about op return, what's happening with that. But I think it's actually pretty civil. It's been really cool to see people get together in person and have these discussions face to face. I think it's much more productive that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I read your tweet. You kind of summarized that in a tweet last night, and I thought it was very appropriate. And something that's cool about like this conference here is, yes, we're seeing all the op return stuff, and I think because we're kind of on the microphone and we're interviewing people, but when you poke your head into the actual sessions, they're just still pushing forward on everything else, right? It's not just about this op return debate. There's plenty of work to be done, and there's plenty of exciting things happening within the Bitcoin space.
Yeah. And at the same time, we have strategies, conference for corporations
going on
happening
right
in
now, too.
Orlando. It's just funny, the juxtaposition of these three events. You have the energy and mining, which I want to be denigrating here, but like somewhat viewed as like the Neanderthals in the space, just like, get me a computer, I plug it in, I make Bitcoin, and the energy guys are like, you can turn my excess energy into money. Okay, let's meet up. Like, they're having discussions, highly technical here, and then highly corporate, financialized down in Orlando with strategy. And I think it's just incredible to see that Bitcoin has gotten to such a level where you can have 3 separate conferences like this happening simultaneously. And it would be remiss of me not to mention the Lightning Conference happening in Italy right now, I believe.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, there's one happening in Tuscany, I believe.
Nice. Yeah, well, I learned something from the mining summit. I went for the first day, and I learned that you don't call the ASIC machine, you don't call it an ASIC. It's very triggering to some mining companies. It's actually like a miner, it's a machine.
It's a machine. The ASICs are the
is
chips.
the chip, yes, and it
are
can
the
have like
chips.
hundreds of ASIC chips inside of it. So I'm still probably going to just call it an ASIC, but you know.
The popular nomenclature has taken hold. I think people
It
are just
really
going to call
has.
them ASICs.
Yes.
Even
Yeah,
though there's
exactly.
dozens of ASICs on an individual mining board, a hashing board. But
Yeah, so those 3 big conferences happen. You have mining happening, you have this programming one, developer conference, and then you have the financial one. Those kind of represent like some of the 3 big key components of Bitcoin space in general, right? The ecosystem. Is there anybody not represented in there? I guess you said Lightning, maybe layer 2 stuff, but that's kind of
happening
like
in Italy.
And it's happening in Italy, so it's kind of like everything happening all at once. I think that's really, really fascinating.
it is.
Yeah.
And obviously, number go up, draws attention. The psychological level of 100,000 has been passed again.
Yep. Speaking of past, we have 2 U.S. states now. You've got New Hampshire and Arizona.
Arizona. I heard Arizona bill was like a little wishy-washy.
Was it okay?
It's not like we're going to go buy Bitcoin. It's like if we seize Bitcoin, we'll hold it similar to the executive order.
Similar to, it's not the strategic reserve, but it's the, what's the other one they have? The United States.
Stockpile?
The stockpile. So it's more of a stockpile thing. Like,
yeah, that's what
we'll
it sounds
take it in
like.
and hold on to it.
I believe I saw one other. It might have been Oregon passed something today as well in regards to Bitcoin legislation. You got the price up?
So I'm just going to stand here and point.
Logan is producing on the go here.
We need that Bitcoin roller coaster guy.
Yeah. So we've got a pretty packed schedule today.
Yeah, read through what we've got going on. Because last night, if you didn't catch it, last night was the debate. The debate was really good. And I feel like yesterday on the stream, we kind of chatted more about one side of that debate. But today it sounds like you got some people who are going to talk the other side of the debate.
No, we had both sides of the debate. Super Testnet was very adamant against.
Oh, was he? Okay, I missed
removing the limit and making sure the spam doesn't get in. But we're starting it off with Bitcoin Mechanic and Chris Guida to talk about what's happening with Op Return and their perspective on it. And we've got Hunter Beast and Isabel coming on. We'll probably talk about how we can make Bitcoin quantum resistant. I'm seeing Gloria Zhao walk by. We need to get her on at some point today. Gloria, whenever you're ready to come on at some point today, just come get us. Greg,
with or without?
With or without? Yeah. Okay, no pressure.
You could have that on the microphone. You could just like talk, stream it.
Then we've got Jeff from Spiral and Nifty joining us. Probably talk about Lightning, I imagine.
Probably. And then Nifty is doing a debate tonight with Lot. Talk about ossification of Bitcoin.
I think Nifty may be pro-ossification. Last time she was on TFTC, we talked about ossification.
Okay.
Are we getting there? I don't know. Then we'll have Jeremy Rubin and Matt Corallo on together.
Okay.
Two long-time developers. Matt made it clear last night he hasn't contributed to Core in quite a bit, but they both contributed to Bitcoin for many years now, so I'm sure we'll talk about OpCTV and what Matt's working on at Spiral in LDK. Then we'll have Ikram from Citria.
Ooh.
A company that has gotten a lot of attention in the last couple of weeks due to this Op Return discussion.
Inadvertently. I don't think they were trying to get all this attention.
Yeah,
but
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, and then we'll have Scott 9000 from the BitX open source mining project.
Sweet.
Project I'm very passionate about. Project that I use. I have a few BitXs now.
Yeah.
It's a great product.
You read to them every night when you tuck them in?
I do. I look at them. I try to manifest 17 seconds of concentrated energy towards the ASIC chip on the BitX, which is exposed, to try to manifest a solo block mine.
Yeah. We had, I think his name is Hunter from Solo Satoshi on yesterday after you left to chat about what they're doing with BitAxes. So I think it's great having another person on, chat more about it.
Yeah. And then, last but not least, this is typically what happens with me at these conferences. Peter and I have ended Baltic Honey Badger on a panel together. I think 3 or 4 times now at this point, and we're going to end the day with Peter Todd on the stream. And it's not a hard schedule. Some people had to drop out yesterday. Some people didn't show, but high likelihood there will be other individuals on the stream as well.
Yeah, probably. Anybody who comes by wants to hop on. If we've got an open spot, come join us.
Yeah.
Funny observation that I remember from Nashville. So when Trump came to Nashville, obviously it was a really big deal, right? And I don't have a political party affiliation, but it's like, hey, this guy's in town. I'm going to go watch him speak at the conference. And you bring up Matt Corallo, and I thought it was really funny. Matt gave an excellent talk.
Right
but it was super technical, right? And we all got in the door for Trump, and then they hung on to us for an hour, basically, before Trump came on. And Matt Corallo gets up there, and we have like every kind of financial guy that wants to come hear Trump speak that couldn't care less about Bitcoin code and technicalities. And he's speaking to this audience that like maybe 3% of the people understood what he was saying. I just found that really funny.
Yeah, and I think that's another underlying sort of theme of the discussion of the last 2 weeks is how much should an individual Bitcoin user be expected to understand about the protocol level, you think?
Yeah. I hate saying this because going through COVID, we have this problem, but like you have to find the credible people that you trust are making informed decisions, right? But then you always have to check your sources and make sure that they are continue to be credible, because I don't think it's feasible for every single Bitcoin user to understand everything at this low level. Like op return, for example. Like I don't think it's feasible that every single person should know what that means or what it is. But have enough ability to look at data being put out there from different credible people, so you can make an informed decision.
Yeah, it is tough, right? Like I have no idea how TCP/IP, HTTPS works.
Right.
But I use it every day. I trust it. It works for me. I get the job done. But I think really interesting conversation, particularly at this point of Bitcoin's life, very early on, 16 years in. Seems like a lifetime for many of us who have been around.
Yeah, but it really is early when you say that.
But I think it's also important to note that if you want to learn about all the low level details of how Bitcoin works at the protocol level, there's plenty of information out there in meetups. I think for me personally, if anybody out there is watching and interested to get involved to learn more, highly recommend finding the closest BitDevs meetup to you and trying to go to that once a month. You're not going to know everything when you first show up. It's all going to sound completely foreign to you during the first couple of meetups, but slowly but surely over time, via a process of informational osmosis, you will begin to know enough to be dangerous. That's how I think I'm able to be on this live desk today. I started going to BitDevs in New York in 2015. Had no idea what people were talking about. This is right when the conversation for SegWit was popping up, and just kept going for years, and over time know enough to be dangerous to ask particular questions about what's happening at the protocol level.
Yeah, and when you hear a term enough times, it starts to sink in a little bit, and then you can focus on the next term that you have to learn. Yeah, definitely. And definitely go find a BitDevs near you. I think that's great advice. Another thing is, yesterday on the stream we had Bob Milkorath. I don't know how to say his last name.
McElrath.
What?
McElrath.
Okay. So Bob and I chatted, and we started talking about his Bitcoin braids pool.
He started New York BitDevs.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, shoot. All right.
He was one of the original OGs. I think they did like white paper meetups to start. And
okay.
Then, Jay and a group of others took it over, but I think Bob was part of the original New York BitDevs crew.
Okay. Well, the first half we talked about braids pool, but then the second half turned into an AI discussion, and he's doing something really interesting where he is taking all of this Bitcoin content and creating a RAG, vector database. So rather than retraining an entire AI, spending all that cost to create a new model, he's just going to have like a supplement in a RAG that you can attach to a model. And he wants to be able to use that in Bitcoin development. So when you go in to write code and stuff, it'll know all about the Bitcoin libraries. But I think not just for Bitcoin development, that's really useful for anybody, like a pleb that wants to understand, all right, what's going on with this op return stuff? You would be able to plug into his RAG and be like, explain the knock-on effects of changing the op return to this or that or any other thing. And I think that really helps enable a lot of us to make our own informed decisions.
Yeah. Haven't been to enough AI meetups yet, obviously. What is a RAG?
Okay, a RAG. Yes. There are lots of different RAGs in the world. A RAG is like an AI database that stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. I'll have to look it up. But it's like a local database where you can put files. So you can upload a bunch of files into it, and then it transforms it into a format that an AI can understand easily. It is a vector database. I guess we probably have somewhat of a technical audience here. It's a vector database, and so it'll put like the word cat and then a picture of a cat. And it knows that those are similar, so it puts them next to each other inside the database. So that way, when it's going to look up something and it lands on, car, C-A-R, it'll be like, oh, this is actually like next to C-A-T, and these things, and then it got a picture of a cat. So it starts to group things together based on their relationships and similarities. I might be like butchering this explanation, but that's my general understanding. And so you can basically plug a RAG into a model. So you can take something from open source like Llama from Meta, or you can plug it into any other model that you want to, and you can augment it with your own data without spending thousands of dollars training a new thing.
Mm-hmm. So a RAG dedicated to Bitcoin information could be an incredible educational source for people just looking to learn very quickly.
Yeah, you stick all of the mailing list in there. You stick all of the different libraries out there, open source code that are out there, Lightning, Arc, like any layer 2 you can stick in there too, and you can have this giant Bitcoin brain. You know, we talk a lot about how no single developer understands Bitcoin in its entirety. This can help you get there, right? It can understand it and then help you out.
Will the AIs be coding Bitcoin Core in the future? That's a big question I have.
Yeah. I'd say in the next few years, they're going to be helping people code Bitcoin Core, but it could.
Yeah.
It could. And maybe the debates in the future will be like 8 Bitcoin AI bots up there arguing with each other, and we're all just sitting back watching.
Yeah. Fascinating time to be alive. Bitcoin back over 100K.
Yes.
A lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
What else do we have in the news here? Logan's letting me know he updated the title. Okay, the day 2. This is good. This is good.
You're currently watching me try to fight with Apple, getting our Maple AI app submitted to the App Store.
So let's talk about this. You described this on Rabbit Hole Recap last week, but Apple lost a case. Epic Games won a big case.
Yep.
About in-app payments. Apple, for the longest time, has been taking a 30% cut on economic activity within apps on their App Store. And a judge recently said you have to let app developers enable their customers to pay outside of the app.
Right.
So that you don't take that, or just to offer alternative payment methods like Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I thought it was solved. Why are they not?
Yeah. So, the judge made that ruling in 2021, and then 4 years later finally said, you guys still haven't complied. Start complying right now, effective immediately. So they updated their guidelines, and they added some things. By the way, they only made it for the United States. So if you want to run your app in other countries around the world, you still have to go through Apple's in-app purchase payment rails. So it still is a shitty situation in that regard. But in the United States, you can use a different payment, so you could use Stripe or Bitcoin, something like that. However, they still have another thing in there that says you also must use Apple's in-app purchase payment rails. So you still have to use theirs, even if you plan on burying it in the app and not actually like showing it to users. They still want you to implement it. So that's what we're going back and forth right now, trying to hammer that out. And I'm trying to convince them that us implementing an extra payment rail is extra work, extra complexity. It introduces the possibility for vulnerabilities and bugs, right? Because the more complex you make your system, the more chance for bugs you have. So I'm trying to convince them that we don't need to include that.
Yeah, I just want to note that we have a Renaissance man on the stream. He's doing a live stream while building out a company at the same time. It's incredible.
Yeah.
To see. One thing I do want to mention, I wrote about this in the newsletter this morning. If you're not subscribed to the newsletter, go to tftc.io. Subscribe in the top right-hand section. Sending out the Bitcoin brief every morning. Yesterday, Super Testnet and I were joined by Dusty Damon, who's been at the forefront of splicing. And he was giving us an update on where splicing is, who's working on it, and essentially where adoption is of splicing, which I think is very important for channel rebalancing on the Lightning Network. But he also... Do you want to join us, sir, for a little bit or no? Sure. Yeah. All right, we got Justin Moon walking by. You got 10 minutes. They're right here. We've got to bribe.
You can come sit next to Marty here.
We've got to bribe the elite developers with nicotine. Apparently.
What are we talking about?
I was talking about splicing, but like Dusty Damon had an interesting idea for a protocol for coin join coordination, where you would essentially listen to the Lightning Gossip Network, look for individuals that are looking to rebalance channels, and then basically put inputs into transactions with them to obfuscate common input heuristics.
So a coin join Lightning rebalancer thing? I mean, I think stuff like that's bound to happen because it'll be cheaper. You know?
That's exactly the point.
I think the end game of coin joins is that not as a privacy tool. Like, people won't choose them for privacy, they'll choose them for cost. like, Unchained Bitcoin is probably just going to be massive coin joins. Like, imagine if you were running like, whatever the U.S. Treasury is going to be, or the Federal Reserve, whatever however you do balance of trade between countries on like a national level in like 50 years. Like if that level of stuff is ever happening on Bitcoin, it's you're going to have to you're going to want to batch stuff a lot because it's going to get expensive, right? And that's going to be, and then you'll basically you'll be forced into the privacy. I'm sure many of these entities probably won't even want the privacy, but like they'll just accept it because it'll be cheaper.
They'll have an obligation to shareholders, a fiduciary duty, if you will.
Yeah.
To
an obligation to taxpayers. Imagine that. This is something I've only dreamed of.
I don't think I can imagine it actually.
Wow.
In real life.
Yeah.
You're running a new meetup here in Austin.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm an AI guy now.
You were
back up front.
You were AI skeptic for quite a bit. What changed your mind?
I think I'm still an AI skeptic a little bit. I'm kind of a Luddite. Like I don't want AGI to happen, to be honest. And I definitely don't want it to be intermediating. Like Mark Zuckerberg's idea of, like, you see that thing. He's like, everyone only has 4 friends now. They used to have 13. Yeah. So we're gonna get that number to 0, and we're gonna give you a bunch of imaginary friends.
Do you think Mark Zuckerberg may have contributed to the fact that people only have 3 friends?
Yeah, no. I mean, it's and he's gonna contribute to getting that number to 0, right? Like, I think these sorts of things are not, but that's, and I don't need to pick on him, but like that's kind of, I don't know. I think many of the impacts of technology aren't so great. And but yeah, like I got interested in AI because it became useful to me. So I went to Gigi's sovereign engineering thing just because I was kind of wanting to do some coding again, but I hadn't really found an excuse for it. So I was like, okay, if I'm locked on a little island that only serves cod, and I have to, do something with my time, I'll start to do some programming. So it's funny, the first week, I went with Paul Miller, and the first week, he showed off Cursor, the editor, this like vibe coding editor that's very popular now. The idea of vibe coding is you explain in English what you want it to do, and then you watch it do it. And you don't actually have to type out the code yourself. And so he showed us that, and it was very basic, and everyone was like, wow, that's amazing. And then like every week we got better, and by the end of it, like Pablo was making like a decentralized repository of snippets for Nostr code to be able to look up how to build an app in the most advanced way. So it's like, that was sort of the theme of the sovereign engineering, where it's just, just like 15, 20 people get together, and it's like kind of an idea factory. They don't really talk about it much, but I think they're going to start to talk about it more. It's a really cool experience. If anybody's interested in stuff like that, you should check it out. But so it became really useful. So I hadn't really wanted to do any programming, and then I didn't have to. I could write code without programming. It was great, right? I could make software without programming. Without coding, but by kind of project managing it. And so that became very fun, and it got me back into programming. I was probably a few times more productive than I used to be. So that's what got me interested in it, just because it showed its value to me in my personal life, more so than like any of the ChatGPT or image generation actually did. And I could see the rate of improvement. It's improving very quickly, which is exciting. So yeah, it was actually, the reason we started doing this meetup in Austin is because Anthony, Mark's co-founder at OpenSecret, he's always talking about, like, joking around about starting an AI meetup, mostly to piss off Ben Carman. Like, he's kind of trolling Ben. Like,
the final Luddite.
Yeah, he said it a few times, and I'm like, okay, put your money where your mouth is. We're doing one tomorrow, or you need to shut up, basically. And then we did it tomorrow. It was about a month ago.
It was a good turnout.
We did it tomorrow. Like 20 people showed up. We did a BitDev style discussion format, and it was fun. And then after that, I was like, dang, that was fun. Let's do one next week. And so we did it in a second week. We did like one where it was like kind of a show and tell for people's vibe coding setup. So I showed Cursor, Tony showed his setup, you showed your setup, right? So it's like, how does a non-technical person who has a lot of like product ideas get into it? And you showed some really cool stuff, and then Sahil showed it from the designer's perspective, and that was fun. Last week we did something where we made a coding agent. Like, so from scratch, we made a program you could run, you could say, hey, write a FizzBuzz program. FizzBuzz is a famous interview question where it's like you count up from 0 to 100 and you print the word fizz if the number is divisible by 3, 5, or print buzz if it's divisible by 5, and you print FizzBuzz if it's divisible by both. So the tricky thing coding it is only really that you have to know how to do divisibility, and then you have to check one and it's very simple, but we were able to say like, hey, write FizzBuzz, and it actually wrote it on a file, and we could run it. It was really cool, you know, like, so, I mean, that's one of the amazing things is like something like that, even 2 years ago, 3 years ago, sounded like absolute magic. And now you can do it in a meetup. Like, in the course of a meetup, we were just following a tutorial we found. And then last night we did one where we built an MCP server. So like, you know, in the prep, like one thing that I'd been interested in is when you're developing software, the worst part is QA, testing if it works. So I made a little MCP server that could run a browser, click around a browser, and when I implement a feature, I'm like, okay, test it. It would open a browser and start clicking around and like test that it works. It's just crazy. I've made that in like 30 minutes using other people's tools and stuff. But yeah, so AI is kind of interesting. It really is going to, I mean, like that kind of why I got into the meetups, and you know, I taught a Bitcoin programming class for like a year a long time ago. I mean, it's funny, every time I come to these conferences, somebody will walk up to me, do you remember me? And I'm like, yeah, kinda. I'm like, yeah, I took your class in 2018. I'm like, oh, that's right, you know? Yeah, that happened at the little pool party last night. That happened in here. But that was just to try to make programmers more productive, right? Like help people produce better software. And that's kind of the same interest in AI, is you can see how it could supercharge that a little bit, make it more productive.
Yeah. And Marks, I know we've talked about this quite a bit, but I think to get both your opinions on founders building companies utilizing these tools, are they going to be left behind if they don't start implementing them?
If they don't start implementing, like the founders need to start using them? Yeah, I mean, it's either that or hire more people. So raise more money to hire people, or you use the tools to get yourself as far as you can before you hire someone. So like you talk about QA, right? We don't have a QA person. It'd be great to, but we can get by for now. Eventually, as we get bigger and we grow, we'll want someone focused on QA who actually like understands the discipline of QA more, but we'll give them AI, and they will have their own team of AI people. And so we'll just have one like really solid QA person doing all of that. And I think you'll find that in lots of regards. Like you'll have a marketing person that has their AI marketing team. But I think you still want to have like a senior seasoned person at the top for now.
I think of it like, you know, Saifedean has this point he's made where like, you know, you don't really have a choice to adopt Bitcoin. Like if we're right? You don't really have a choice. If you say, no, I'm not going to adopt Bitcoin, all you're doing is impoverishing yourself relative to the people who hold harder money than you, right? So it's not actually a choice. It's like gunpowder, right? He's like, you didn't really have a choice to not, you know, if you were military, if you decided not to adopt gunpowder, you were just, you know, gonna get steamrolled. And I don't know if that's exactly true with AI. I'm still kind of a little bit of a skeptic, but it's starting to feel that way. Where, yeah, I mean. And you're seeing it change. Like I was messing around with like an interesting open source project recently, and I had a problem, and the maintainer just said hop on a call with me, and I as we were talking, he's the guy's super sophisticated, and I was talking, I had like a dumb question, and he's like, and I'm like, yeah, I just vibe coded this. He's like, yeah, this is why I'm against AI. I'm like, dude, I don't even know the programming language this is written in. Is Go. I don't know how to write a Hello World Go program, and I'm like pushing your framework to the limits here. Even though I don't know the language, like this is unreal, you know.
So you just proved him wrong.
No, I mean like your perspective is just wrong. It's like this is something I wouldn't even have considered even entertaining the idea. But the thing I wanted to do, the only thing that could really do it well was in Golang. I don't know Golang, but I can kind of interpret the thing the agent gives me. So yeah, I ended up with like this really cool project, and so I just don't think that guy quite understood. He's like, yeah, it produces bugs, but it's like. I wouldn't have even had a program in the first place last year. So it's, yeah, you can see people's attitudes changing towards it really quickly. And it is like, if you're like a seasoned programmer, it's really hard to change how you do it, right? Like with coding, the big thing you have to do is just give it all the context, give it all the relevant files, and it's just like it took me like a month to adapt to this new paradigm, right? And it is, I think like more senior people have more resistance to it. But yeah, I mean, like, there are some very foundational projects in Bitcoin that are being vibe coded right now. Like, you know,
What?
I don't want to say because somebody just mentioned it in passing, so I'm not going to say which one. But it's like some of the big ones are like the lead people are vibe coding them now.
Like
you know?
at the protocol level or like products?
I'm not going to. I'm not going to say which
All
one
right.
I heard, but it was laugh. It made me laugh.
The philosophical
someone's-
question is though, like, doesn't matter, right?
Yeah,
if they're still like looking at the output,
I mean,
and if
there's-
we can check the output and check out
Yeah,
its
it's
functioning.
better and worse, right? Because like usually there's sort of two stages in software development. One, when you produce the code, and then two, when you review it, right? So you write some code, and then you put it up for review, and then other people review it. And now it's you know, and so those sort of exercise different parts of your brain. So you might kind of catch bugs in different ways there. And now it's like it's like two stages of review. You ask it to generate stuff, and the programmer reviews it. And then the next stage is you put it up for a PR, and then other people will review that. So I mean, maybe.
But we have two AIs right now that do our code review also. So
Yeah.
we've infused that
Yeah.
into this process, and then we still do the final review at the end of
Yeah.
that.
I mean, so I think it's way better. I mean,
Sailor was on stage yesterday saying
yeah, that was kind of alarming.
What did he say? I missed that.
they used AI to come up with the financial engineering for their Strike and Strife
Yeah.
Really?
preferred
Yeah.
stock offerings.
Okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me at all. Like, makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then also, I mean, thank you for starting the meetup, and thank you for doing it every week now at this
Yeah.
point, because that's another thing. Like the pace of change in
Yeah.
AI with these tools is so rapid.
Yeah.
But like we did the demo, and you were very gracious with how you described my setup and my demo. It worked.
No, it was
It was a prototype.
I mean, this is one of the things that's exciting about it is that there's, you know, traditionally the people who have ideas and the people who kind of, one of the hardest parts of software is like there will be people who have like a good idea and they don't know how to, like, who understand a domain or have like business expertise, for example, right? Like understand something that could be economically, you know, that could produce economic value in the world, right? Like a surplus of economic value, right? Like the people who have those ideas are extremely valuable, right? That's where all the good stuff in our economy, you know, an entrepreneur who has like a detailed understanding of the world and has this insight of like, this is cheaper to produce than the benefit some people will get out of it. That's the whole, where wealth comes from, right? But like, oftentimes people like that have a very hard time explaining this, what their idea is, in a way that a developer can implement, because they're just very different worldviews. Like at the first startup I did, we had a great CEO who had this kind of insight, but he really struggled to explain, to transfer the idea over to the developers. And so a thing that is really powerful about these vibe coding things is instead of kind of explaining it to a designer and then getting mock-ups and then like low fidelity mock-ups and then get high fidelity mock-ups that you still can't click on, they still aren't interactive, and then get like a programmer to, you know, it's like 4 or 5 steps to actually get something working. So the idea guy can vibe code a working prototype that wouldn't work for real, but like is like, this is what I want the experience to be, right? And it doesn't really work in the sense like a senior engineer would say it works, but the senior engineer can see that it's like, okay, I can make that real, you know. It has. I mean, this is maybe one of the best. It has a lot of potential to just really improve the handover from an idea to an implementation.
Yeah.
And that's exciting.
So I took what I learned from that meetup where we were showing our vibe coding stack, and Sahil, his recommendation for Super Whisper, that actually really accelerated my interaction with O3 and other models, with Maple.
Yeah, I mean, I had a similar one with Anthony showed this thing called repo prompt. And so it's this cool thing where you, it's a desktop app where you can like click a button to import a folder of like code, right? And so oftentimes, like this example I was telling you earlier, this thing that was in this Golang, a language I don't know, it was a brand new project, so none of the LLMs had it in their training set. Like they didn't know how this project works. They would guess and be wrong. And so they weren't able to do what I said. But then I used this repo prompt thing, which would allow me to download the code base, and I would just go and click through the folders and files I thought were relevant to the question I was asking. So like, I'm like, I want to use this part of the code to accomplish this. And then, and this would basically take all the files that I said were relevant, it would concatenate them together, and then stick my prompt at the end of what I wanted the LLM to do with it. And now it would be able to do what I wanted because it saw the relevant context. It saw the functions that were relevant, and it could kind of put them together. And so that was something that Tony showed that I'd kind of hacked together my own ways of doing this, but like that was kind of an unlock for me. So that's kind of yeah, like these sorts of, getting people together. And that was the same thing that we saw in this sovereign engineering, right? Like at the beginning, there was one guy, Paul, who had a little bit of experience with Cursor. And by the end, like we were really pushing the envelope globally of what anyone had done with these, like with what Pablo was doing, uploading little snippets to Nostr, like trying to turn Nostr into like a decentralized repository of example code snippets. So like by the end, he could say like, at the beginning, it's like if you asked one of these LLMs, like build a Nostr client that does X, it would have no idea. It would screw it up. It would use, if it was able to do something, it would use the wrong versions, and it just wouldn't work. And by the end, you could say this, and it would use his NDK library and use it correctly, use the newest version, and it would do things exactly like he was doing them in OLAS, which is like his sort of reference implementation of NDK. And yeah, so it's really exciting when you get people. It's really productive when you get people together in a room and have them show off what they're doing, because generally programmers don't do that.
No, I mean, I took that very rough prototype, took some advice from you, Tony, and Sahil, and then went and reiterated sort of the spec in O3, and then dumped that spec into Replit, and through a couple hours of iterating in Replit, had a working extension that I've since passed over to a dev who actually knows how things work, and he's like, I'm going to button it up. And
but now it's much more, it's like, I mean, you know that meme where it's like how to draw a horse, or like how to draw an owl, right? And the first is like the outline of the horse in like one with a line, and then it's like, okay, so draw the outline of the horse, and then step 2 is draw the rest of the horse, right? And like that's the problem in software engineering. It's like draw the rest of the horse, you get this like impossible thing for the developers. Like, well, I have no fucking idea what this guy wants. I'm just going to make a bunch of guesses. But if you hand over like a working Chrome extension that kind of works, but now you just have to extend it. Now it's like a coloring book where it's like, okay, I'm just going to color inside the lines. But like it's the draw the rest of the horse becomes a lot easier.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Yesterday I chatted with Bob Nickelroth, and he's doing a project, and I know you've been working on RAGs and like looking into how to build RAGs and that kind of stuff. He wants to build a RAG of Bitcoin knowledge. So he wants to take the whole mailing list, all of the repos out there, anything you can find, and dump them in. Rather than retrain and model from scratch, he wants to just plug a RAG into it and then give that to a person working on any Bitcoin project. Just curious to get your thoughts with what you know about RAGs. Like, how effective do you think that'll be? Would that be a useful tool to have?
Yeah. So what a RAG does is it takes a chunk of text, usually it's text, and then it sort of like think of like a 3-dimensional space, right, with the x, y, and z coordinates, like in high school math, right? It sort of it will, for any given sentence, it will break it down into a point in space and say like the semantic meaning of this sentence is this point in space, right? And so it can do that for more than 3 dimensions, right? It can do it with like 1,000 dimensions, right? And somehow it's able to basically extract the meaning of a sentence and represent it as a list of numbers, like usually between 0 and 1, I think, right? And it's really good. So so the first RAG thing I did, I had like a thing. I actually totally vibe coded this. I didn't write any of the code myself. And so it would take a folder of any kind of file and run it through. It's called a tokenizer that would create this list of numbers for any given file or part of a file. And then, so one of the things I did was I put in, I downloaded a set of 10,000 pictures of animals, right? And I ran it through this thing. And so it's also be able to use images, not just text. And so at the end, I was able to run it through this RAG system, and then I searched for the word superhero, and it was able to give me the 2 pictures of cats dressed up in one was a Superman costume and another was a Batman costume, which is just crazy. Yeah. Like, and I did this. I didn't even write any code. I vibe coded it purely, and so like that's kind of the idea. Is like you could go through all the things from the mailing list, all the PDFs, all the BIPs, all the code, and you'd have to figure out. Maybe you take one paragraph at a time or one page at a time, or you could do some combination of these, and you represent each one of those chunks of information as some point in space. And then when a guy is like, hey, how do I, implement some mining pool with these ideas, or like what's relevant with this idea? It takes that question you ask, puts it in space, and finds all the things that are close to it and sends it back to you. And then all that can be put into a prompt to an LLM that now it has a bunch of context and it can sort of summarize it for you. So I think there's a lot of possibility there. It's definitely cheaper than training a whole model. Like it seems like in the first generation of people, like I remember Svetsky was trying to do something like this, where he was trying to train a model. And it's just, it's kind of expensive, and then by the time you're done, now there's like new frontier models that are better than the one you based yours on, and it just doesn't really, you're always playing a game of catch up, whereas the RAG seems like a little bit more of it's more of a grug brain approach. Like it's easier to have a good outcome, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's a really good idea, and especially if you're just trying to kind of understand, like you're at a conference and someone mentions an idea and you haven't heard of it, like you could get really good explanation of that idea from this sort of thing versus like Google or even ChatGPT. So I think that's a pretty good idea.
Yeah. And maybe there's a dual approach where you do have training happening also, so the foundation model gets that knowledge, but then you're always updating it with the latest stuff in a RAG.
Yeah, no, I think I don't understand how training works yet. So that's one of the things I wanna see. Like, I mean,
so I've done a decent amount of training in my time. So you tag all this data, you annotate it, right? So you would come in and say, all right, this Bitcoin project is this, and maybe this is the importance that it has, and you come with some kind of format where you like categorize and do all that. And then you run the GPUs, you do the training, and you get these different epochs along the way. And you say, okay, this epoch was good. Let's test that out. And you run all your tests against it, and you're like, no, this needs to keep going. Yeah. So you let it keep baking, and it just loops and loops and keeps doing. It's like it's guessing basically, right? Yeah. It's doing predictions, and you're saying, yes, your predictions are correct. Keep going down this path on the training.
I mean, a cool thing is if you just had like this open data set, right? If like if someone was starting to put together all the relevant stuff in some sort of an open way that I could download it and try my own experiment, I think that would be valuable too, right? Especially if you had some kind of annotations of the meaning of stuff. It's like, one guy tries a training run and it might not work, but all the data is there and they might have added more, and then the next guy can try it. Like, I think one of the things I would like to see is like some. Yeah, what could GPUs do for the kind of freedom tech ecosystem, right? Like, none of us know how to really use GPUs. A few of us in previous jobs, like yourself, had access to this, but generally nobody knows what a GPU can do for you, right? And so, like, I think it'd be cool if we had like a freedom cluster, right? Where it's just like some way, if you had some kind of idea where it's like, I want to try a little training run here, right? And at the beginning, it probably wouldn't have much output. It wouldn't probably be super useful, but at least us as a kind of community could like learn how we could leverage this new technology, because we're all like, none of us really know how it works and know how to use it. But if we had some sort of a facility like that you could say like, hey, I have this idea, here's the training set, here's my little Python code, couple hundred, like 200 lines, can I rent it for a day and just run an experiment, right? Like, that's something I would like to see happen, and I think, I think maybe really interesting things could come of that.
Yeah, and could we try like the hash pool approach where you have eCash tokens attached to GPU compute, right? And so now we can actually, like, I just buy some GPU compute, or I can get paid for sharing my GPU.
Yeah, one little interesting experiment I did in Madeira was just like, so like one thing, I mean, in a perfect world, I would go and spend $200,000 on GPUs and put them in my closet and then have a private LLM, but I don't have $200,000 to slightly up my privacy so ChatGPT doesn't see my stupid questions, right? So it's just like totally, maybe if it was like $500, I'd do it. I'd definitely do it for 500, maybe 1,000, but what if you could, maybe buy a Mac Mini, a really nice one for like 10 grand, and you can run some of the better DeepSeek or Ollama models yourself. Well, I'm only utilizing it probably 1% of the time. Like, what if I could sell my compute to other people as we go? So that's what I sort of started making one.
This is what Chris from Open Agents is building, right?
I don't know exactly.
I don't know if he's doing that side of it. I'm not sure he's doing like distributed compute
I think
resources.
maybe the early iteration of it.
Yeah.
It might have been. Now he's focused on like vibe coding tools that give
Yeah.
you like a full coding stack.
But so I mean, the idea was like, what if I could, what if different people who are running like Ollama or something locally could basically like register to a central order book of how to, you list your compute and like your price per token or whatever the metric is, and just allow people to buy, a request comes in here, I want to do this. And then it sort of assigns, okay, use those three, and you could kind of run a model, or like there's different ways you could do it, right? You could actually rent out your GPU literally, which is a little scary because you're like running out someone else's code on your thing, or you could just like say, here, I have a Ollama API running here, you can send queries to it, right? And I think it's like something like that could be really interesting. I stopped doing it because it's this would be pretty scary for like vibe coding in particular, because you really have to trust the model, right? Like that's running, because it's going to be sending commands to run on your computer. So you kind of don't want, at least for vibe coding, it'd be kind of scary to outsource that to just random people. Like,
Yeah, unless we all had secure GPUs, right?
Yeah.
What if we all had secure Enclave GPUs? If we could afford an H100 with a secure thing, now I can run encrypted AI on my local thing, and I'm not liable for what they're doing.
It'd be interesting if somebody's building a company around that idea.
Right? But we're a centralized force. What you're describing is at home.
Yeah.
We could each have some kind of secure GPU at home. That would be really cool.
Well, I mean, I think this gets to the broader question of like centralized monolithic AI versus open source models. Like, what do you to believe the state of that competition is right now?
Centralized models? Yeah, I mean, so I think, so open source is definitely important. I think we need to have a proliferation of just multiple models out there that people can choose from. So like, let's just not have one that dominates everybody. Let's have a bunch to choose from, whether they're closed or not. Like even Llama saying that they're open source, we don't know the data that they're actually putting in there, so that's not open. We just know some of the stuff they're doing.
On
right?
that topic,
So
it's like open source is really not the right word, right? Like if you try to make an analogy between,
I think it's a competitive landscape.
well, like so if you think of like models, the AI stuff, and you compare it to like the Bitcoin world, right? Like open source for a model would be like, here is the code we ran to train it. Here was the data we trained it on. These are the computers we used, right? Like, and that is all available so that you could totally replicate the training experiment as a third party. And I think like when DeepSeek got the closest to that with I think R1, where they described a lot of it. They didn't show all their data. They didn't share their data. But then like another lab who has their own data, I think Mistral tried this, they could try to replicate the training run. That's the closest we've got to like open source. Open model weights, that's where like the output of training is these model weights that go into the model. That's to me, that's more like software that you can run on premises, right? So for example, like you can't run GitHub software on your own servers as a company, right? If you're a company that's concerned about privacy, you don't want Microsoft to see your source code, right? You can't actually use GitHub. You can't run GitHub in your company's data centers, but you can run GitLab, right? So like GitLab is also open source actually, like the code is there. But imagine if GitLab only released their binaries, meaning like the actual program that you could run, right? Like that's kind of, if all that was available was the GitLab like program that you could run, but not the source code. So you could run it on your company's servers, and you'd have the privacy benefit, but you don't actually know what's happening in the code. That's kind of like what open model weights is, right? It's like you can run it yourself, but you actually don't know where it came from. You don't see the code in the GitLab analogy in like for like DeepSeek. You don't know how they trained it. So I mean it would be really cool if you had like open, if everything in training was open, but then it gets to the point, it's like, well, why would anybody fund? I mean that's kind of the big question in AI is like why, what is the what moat will these people who are getting like $50 billion checks to do training runs, like what is their, I don't think anybody really knows what their moat is going to be. If I had to guess, it's going to be like 90s, it's going to be probably close to like the 90s technology boom where like actually very few moats were there in that first generation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also exciting. It is like the fact we've been implementing AI processes.
But a little bit more about open models, though. So, like, we'll call them open and closed, right? Like, I mean, what like these open ones can do is unbelievable. Like, if you just step back, like they're unbelievably good, you know. And they would have been like cutting edge for the closed ones like a year ago, right? Like a year and a half ago, maybe. So it's like it's still unbelievable what they can do. It's just the closed ones are a little ahead. So that's the problem. It's like from an end user point of view, it's like oftentimes they'll say like, you know, they'll end up using the closed ones because they are better, but you know, so there's just a little bit of a lead, right? And so if things sort of tail off at some point, then like maybe that lead would get a little less. But if it continues to just go exponential, like the closed ones will remain a little ahead, and then for individuals it's a little harder to choose them.
Well, and your analogy to on-prem, I think, is very appropriate.
Yeah.
So when we went to Llama, went to Meta's headquarters last week to chat with them, something that they pitched is that even these open source models, you can run them locally, and the cost is a lot cheaper than using ChatGPT, because ChatGPT is always updating their model, and so like they retire the model that you fall in love with.
Yeah.
You build your whole business process around this model, and then they're just like gone, or here's a new version of the same number, and it behaves differently. So they're showing that maybe these open source models are like slightly behind in their power, but you can build a whole process around it and really drop your costs down. So you can ditch ChatGPT, cut 90% of your costs out, and run something local.
Well, and for a lot of like actual business processes, you don't probably need the best one, right? Like let's say you have you're running a conference and you want to open up applications for your conference, and you just need to kind of check if the attendees are kind of like, should you open a seat for them, right? Like you probably don't need the O3 thinking model or Claude 3.7 thinking, like the most expensive ones. Like a year and a half ago was probably good enough model for that. And so you can, like for these, like you can apply LLMs for like one little business process, and you don't need the cutting edge for that. Like maybe you do if you're doing like a deep research prompt to try to figure out what you should build your next product on, but like a lot of actual business processes I don't think need that much intelligence.
And you want them to be set in stone too. You want it reproducible. So once you get the model working, you want it to stay the same, and then bring in a new model and test it first before you introduce it.
Yeah, and you don't want to get rug pulled. Like that's the like a lot of the stuff OpenAI does. It's like if you build a process around it, like actually the first thing I learned RAG1 was this guy like Simon Willison, I think his name is. He's like a really interesting blogger, and so he built like this RAG system that was all using ChatGPT APIs, and then 6 months later they deprecated the whole thing, and he had to redo it, right? So you do get rugged by OpenAI a lot if you try to build like a business process around it, because they would just want to be on the frontier, right? So it's just not really worth it for them to run the legacy stuff.
Yep.
AI is so hot right now. This is a Bitcoin conference, though.
This is. We've gotten way off our schedule already.
Yeah, well,
we missed our first interview.
Mechanic DM'd me. He said he's running a little late. He's on his way over now, so we'll get him on. So thank you for helping us kill time here.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
What are your thoughts on the current state of Bitcoin?
I trust the plan.
Give us your hot take on Opportune debate.
I trust the what debate?
The Opportune debate.
The Opportune debate.
What is this? I've been
I've
been at the lake house recently. Tell me more. I've been fishing.
I'm going to fish for an honest answer for me. What is happening?
He got me on record yesterday, and I've got a bunch of haters now. So go ahead, get on record. Let's hear it.
No, I mean I think opinions are overrated. You know, so I just don't have an opinion on this.
Okay.
It doesn't. You don't need to have an opinion on everything.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of smart people on both sides, and I think they can sort it out. I don't have. I believe in specialization, and I'm not gonna. I'm choosing not to engage in this one.
Okay. All right.
I think I have some perspective on the process of it, though. Like I was mentioning this to you, is like one thing I think the whole thing. Like if you imagine this debate happened only over long form writing of 500 words or more, where things had to be mailed as like they used to do with like a man of letters back in the day, I think the debate would have gone a lot better, right? But in an echo chamber of Twitter, it gets, like anytime you get people together, like that's what's good about this conference. If you get people together and have them debate, it's probably going to be much more productive than
We're
what the
getting
hell is
stickers
going
tossed
on.
at us right
Ninja
now.
stars
Are these
coming our way.
stickers or are these
peeing
some
in
sort
a-
of NFC device? Some shitty NFC device? Did
Peeing in
Based
my-
on his hat, can we trust
NVK
him or
have a
not?
new shitty product out here?
Hey. Yeah. But the process. What about the process?
Yeah. I mean, I think that would have been more long form writing is probably better to have these debates versus talking past each other on Twitter. Like, I don't think Twitter's a good. It just embroils things further, and and I also think that it seems like a Bitcoin Core could maybe improve at PR, right? It's like if you had a PR professional.
Public relations, not pull requests.
Yeah. A pull request, pull request specialist.
We need a PR.
Yeah. Like if you had like a communications professional look at this, they would probably have some small suggestions for how Bitcoin Core could. Because I mean, they're
AI
in just
do
like they have like probably one of the hardest groups of people to please. All these like conspiracy theorists. It's like it's kind of a losing position for Bitcoin Core to be in the sense that like they just have a very hard group of people to please and very kind of easy to upset, and that's one of the good. That's it needs to stay that way. If it's not like that, it's game over, right? So I think that's something that maybe just trying to improve the kind of communications, but it's hard, like Bitcoin Core is not even an organization in any sense, legacy sense, right? It's like a couple individuals who are kind of chipping in, right? So maybe
People talk
there's-
about them as if they have weekly meetings and they all have like an office they go to
I
together.
mean, they
and
might.
there's like a
I
CEO
don't
that's
know.
like,
Maybe
and a
they do.
CEO that says, "Here's what you're doing." And
There could be
I
an
don't think it's that
IRC room
organized.
there's
trying to
a-
jam.
I'm sure there is IRC. Yeah, but
jam JPEGs down our throat. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
back in the day,
This is what Marty does. Hey, I'm just asking.
I'm just asking
I'm just
questions,
asking
sir.
questions.
Hey, that's my job,
Hey, I'm
sir.
just asking questions here. I'm just asking questions.
well, hey, you were talking about writing letters to solve these things. They also did duels with guns back then,
Yeah,
right? Like
yeah.
you insulted me. Let's go out and back and have a duel.
Yeah.
Do you want to bring those back too?
No.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, we're above
We're 101.
101,000.
Man.
This conversation
Wow.
right here pumped the price.
The nifty
We
bump.
went over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The beyond Bitcoin Core, though, what are your thoughts on nation state adoption? What's happening in Orlando with Strategies Conference? Does the attention that Bitcoin's getting from people who previously disliked Bitcoin or never paid attention to it?
I mean, I find it all very disorienting. Like, I didn't think any of this stuff would be happening until Bitcoin's price was like $1 million. So it's like it gets so much attention now that I'm surprised that more people aren't buying it. Like, I mean, it's weird. You have like I think a couple years ago we all thought that once you got institutional adoption, you'd get like a 10x price action immediately. But it's funny. It doesn't seem like the institutions actually move the needle so far on the actual supply and demand of the 21 million.
Is there paper Bitcoin out there? I guess that's
It
the
could be.
question.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know. There's no way to really know. Like that's why. Yeah, it's. I think it's a lot more valuable if you can get normal people to. I mean, we've kind of said like you can get a lot of institutional interest. I mean, and at the same time, it's not that much institutional interest. There's like a couple companies, right? Like Block doesn't even own a lot of it. They're not even really buying it a lot. Like even the big companies that really believe aren't purely putting their treasury in it, right? So maybe I don't know. Like, do you think we have institutional adoption of Bitcoin?
I mean, Block is doing the DCA approach. So
Yeah.
they said this percentage of our profits are going to go into Bitcoin
Okay.
every quarter.
Yeah.
I mean, I think objectively, institutions, some have adopted Bitcoin, but
Yeah.
Have
I
we
mean, but
hit
it's like,
critical mass?
is it the
No.
institutions themselves? Like a lot of the stuff that we've had over the last 2 years is like MicroStrategy and like ETFs. I mean, they're not really these institutions buying it for their own right, or for their own sake, like as a treasury asset or as like a, cross-border payment thing. It's more like they're building investment products that individuals will buy, but the individuals are still kind of asleep. I mean, like what percent of the Bitcoin is in the ETFs now? Like what, 2-3% or something? Like it's definitely had some effect. Like
Yeah.
it's pretty big. I think there's more. I thought sometime there, like I saw that the ETFs surpassed MicroStrategy, and MicroStrategy is like 2% now, isn't it? Mm-hmm. So it's like, you know, they have a couple percent, but it's not. Yeah, I just don't think. Yeah, I think we're still probably waiting for individuals to get interested again, and individuals a lot more finicky, right? They ignore it until they buy more than they should.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, I think just as important, if not more important, it's individuals who are Bitcoiners who run businesses.
Yeah.
Developing that routine of sweeping cash flows into Bitcoin, and building their own personal balance sheets.
I mean, I think that's been a cool thing about the like. We're talking about price at the Bitcoin Developer Conference. We're talking about AI, and we're talking about the Bitcoin price. But like, I think it would be cool if we. I mean, to some extent, it seems like we've gotten into an era more where it like the price kind of creeps up, but it doesn't really pump anymore. Like it hasn't pumped really like it used to for a long time. And like even up to 70K or whenever it first went there, it only had a few days where it was like, wow, that's like a big candle. But I think that would be kind of cool. It would be good if it was less speculative, mania, and more just like people finding value in it in a small way, integrating it into their business, and using it more practically. And it's just like a slow adoption trickle. I think that's a much more healthy place to be in.
Yeah, sounds like a super cycle. I think you just described a super cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not. I don't know.
The end of cycles.
It's not. Yeah, I mean, it's
not hyper Bitcoinization.
Yeah, it's not hyper Bitcoinization. It's just like slow
march to.
Yeah, it's like a slow. It's just a slow march of actual utility. Not speculation, right?
Well, yeah, and something you talk about with the ETFs, something that I don't think we have insight to is all of the organizations that are buying through the ETFs, right? So they've made this instrument available. So you have these 401k managers and these health plan managers and these insurance people who they all have to manage the purse, and maybe they're just doing that through the ETFs, and we get less insight into that. So institutions could be going that route rather than buying directly and putting it on their balance sheet. And I think we're still seeing the early stages of that.
Could be. We shall see. But bringing this back to Bitcoin development, what are some projects you're excited about right now, or products that don't exist that you think should exist?
Boy, Marks, I believe he asked that question to you.
I don't
know.
Okay,
I didn't. Was that? No. I don't know. I don't really. I'm kind of just. I guess how I approach Bitcoin is I get really into something for a little while, for a couple years, and then I sort of, observe for a while. So I'm, I was with Betty for a couple of years, and when we started this eCash thing was just like an idea, a research project, and now it's out there in the world. And there's like a mining presentation maybe happening right now about how to, pay out mining rewards in eCash, and like it's something that's, it's definitely there's a whole ecosystem around it, right? And so I'm still excited about that because eCash is like, it's out there in the ecosystem, but like you think of the amount of Bitcoin that's in eCash mints or the amount of payments that are being settled, it's still a rounding error, right? So I would say I'm still excited about that one, just, getting more usage. But other than that, I haven't really been paying attention, to be honest. Like I'm just kind of, I'm kind of on a hiatus, and I'll find something in the future, I think.
Just chilling at the lake?
Yeah, just chilling at the lake house.
Nobody who is on our schedule has shown up on time, so
no, they're not.
Yeah,
we need to hung out at the pool last night too long, maybe. There was a big pool party last night.
I had to go to a t-ball practice, so I had to dip out right after the debate. The hash pools concept is really fascinating to me because we have this massive problem in the Bitcoin mining pool layer of the stack right now, where these FPPS pools are essentially, they've attained an economy of scale that creates this sort of black hole of centralization pressure due to the payout schemes. And I think something like eHash being distributed to miners pointing to a hash pool could alleviate that, because you're really solving the variance issue of getting liquidity for your payouts. If you can send shares to a hash pool, get eHash tokens that you can then sell for Bitcoin to somebody who wants to speculate on that pool's luck over a certain period of time. It's a really unique solution to that problem.
Yeah.
I mean, the other eCash thing I think that's really cool is seeing it with Zeus. Like, I think Zeus's implementation of it's really neat, right? Where it's like, and I think Evan was a big skeptic of eCash for a while. He would kind of give me a hard time in the past, but I think he had like a really neat implementation where he's got this great self-custodial wallet, but it's hard to get people in the front door. And so he kind of took a bit of a cue from Mutiny, which kind of pioneered this, where it's like use eCash up to, I think they use for in Zeus up to like 100,000 sats or something, right? And then he had like a cool thing where like your eCash balance is kind of like
A loading bar.
yeah, it's like a loading bar, right? And it gets red as you get close to 100K, and it's like, okay, it's getting hot, like you might get rugged. It's time to move it over to a Lightning channel.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really neat way to approach it. So I'm excited to see how that one evolves.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then the angle of eCash too that I think is great is, okay, we haven't touched on this, but it's the privacy part of eCash that I think is really important. So Bitcoin has some privacy stuff, but also not, and eCash really adds a way to make yourself more private. And like projects like Harbor, where they could manually or automatically manage mints for you and like move your coins in and out of mints. I think those are things to be looking at and maybe using and helping to push forward so that we can bring better privacy to everybody as we scale Bitcoin.
I think it's very important. And I think another thing about eCash too is it gets a lot of, particularly cashew mints and even Fedi mints to a certain degree. Like there is a custody trade-off. You're in short, or basically trusting that the mint won't rug you or print more tokens than they say they hold. And I think that's very important to recognize, but I think what many people overlook is the permissionless nature of these mints. Yep. Anybody can spin them up, and therefore the ability for a competitive landscape of mints offering certain services arises, and they are economically incentivized not to act nefariously.
Yeah.
And then they use Lightning or other L2s as like a glue between all of them too, right? So it's not that it's eCash or Lightning; they all work together. I think that's important too.
Yeah, no, and that's another aspect I think of where Bitcoin stands today that's very underappreciated. I think we're reaching a maturation phase of these networks becoming truly interoperable, where you're seeing it implemented, whether it's eCash with Lightning gateways or Arc. I'm not sure if you guys caught what Arc was doing. Arc has the problem with liveliness that is necessary if you don't claim your Bitcoin in the ASP after a certain period of time, you may lose it. And so they solved that with eCash and Nostr.
Oh, cool! I didn't see that.
We'll send eCash tokens to your DMs on Nostr using your NPub, and even if you miss the round, you can claim those.
Oh, that's amazing.
Afterwards.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So that's
I mean that's one of the really cool. I mean, like that Olas client. It's like an Instagram clone on Nostr. I mean, I think that what they have it now is they use this thing where they store cashew tokens on relays, and you're able to basically have a wallet the minute you start. You know, because you have an NPub or an NSEC, right, which is a private key, so you're able to drive a eCash private key from that, and so like as soon as you load the wallet up, you're able to have a
Bitcoin wallet.
As soon as you load the client, you're able to have like a working Bitcoin wallet, and it will store the notes on relays. So like you can go into another client you already have, and those things are still there. So you also have a shared wallet between apps, which is something that is pretty hard to do in general, right? Like, I mean, it's kind of annoying how you can't really take your balance with you between apps. And this like storing eCash tokens on relays, which has some problems. Like you wouldn't want to do this with your life savings, but it's pretty neat how you can have this like seamless interoperable experience out of the box.
Well, the last time I talked to Nifty on TFTC, she was a bit skeptical of storing eCash tokens.
Yeah, I mean, there's some problems with it,
relays.
but like you can
hold the mic to your face, please.
It's like there's this is the jankiest ass, my heaviest mic I've ever experienced in my life.
Spinny thing
It's
on the
a
bottom too. I keep
two-hand
fidgeting
mic.
with.
Like,
you guys want to join soon?
but yeah, so it's a good thing. It's a good onboarding experience, and onboarding experiences are generally not very good in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's a trade-off.
Yeah, it's a good trade-off. It's different.
And it's just building that user experience of understanding, hey, this is somewhat of a hot wallet with custody trade-offs.
Yep.
Use it as a daily spending wallet. If it gets over a certain point, sweep it to a more self-custodial.
Yeah, if you become a Bitcoiner, do something, you can upgrade. But I mean, that's kind of one of the interesting things of Nostr is that you can, you see people join and they introduce themselves and people send them money. And it is kind of a magical first experience, right, where you can show up, say hi, and payments are flowing your way. They're very small, but it's still like, wow, that's kind of neat, right? That doesn't happen anywhere else.
Yeah, it's awesome. Justin, thank you for
Thanks for coming on.
Impromptu. We did 45 minutes there. You crushed it.
Really?
Any words of wisdom to anybody listening to the live stream before you leave?
Yeah, if anybody has an H100 that they would like to mail to the lake house, just get in touch with me. Just send that to the lake house.
At Justin
I'll put
Moon.
it to good. Yeah, I'll put it to good use.
What's your primal?
I think it's Justin Moon.
Primal. Okay,
Yeah, I'm
Primal
Justin.
Batman.
You can find me on Primal Justin Moon, and I'll give you the address of the lake house. It's a P.O. box in Austin, but I swear it's on. There's a lake here.
I promise I'll drive it to the lake.
Yeah. I know someday. My word is my bond.
Well,
All right, do we have
Actually-
people coming on next?
yeah, Rob's going to come on next, but more importantly, when's the next AI meetup here in Austin?
Next week sometime.
Every
It's
Wednesday,
Wednesday, I think.
Have you and Anthony decided on a topic?
It's going to be a Socratic seminar, so just go over the stuff that's happened in the last month. And then the week after that's the agent-to-agent protocol, which is something Google introduced that I don't understand at all. It's a way to have agents kind of collaborate. So we'll dive into that and build some little prototype with it.
All right. Sweet.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Marty.
Thank you. Go to Bitcoin Park Austin meetup page if you want to attend any of those meetups if you're in Austin while they're going on.
My arm's sore.
You need to go to CrossFit.
Called
more,
lifting
so.
weights, man. All right. I'll do my little shill right now, too, since we're shilling stuff. So I started doing Freedom Tech Weekend. You and I were chatting about it briefly. But every Friday at 15:30 UTC, people can hop on YouTube or right here on X. I also got Nostr streaming working. So my job last week was to get streaming to Zap.stream. So I've got that going now.
Hell yeah.
But it's one tool. I play with it for a half hour, show you a Freedom Tech tool that you can play with this weekend when you have extra time.
Awesome.
So trying to help people decouple their lives from these closed systems where their data is trapped.
Let's go.
Yeah.
And I'll get my shill in, tftc.io. Go sign up for the daily newsletter. We also just launched a hat. Logan, get it up, tftcmerch.io. Let
Why are you
people
not
see the
giving a hat to all your guests?
The
come with a
hats,
box
they
full.
just got delivered. They are on sale now, though.
Sweet.
This is the beauty of these conferences. There's so many smart people here. I'd say, for me, non-technical, like I said earlier, know enough to be dangerous, but can't produce a line of code without asking an LLM. The caliber of talent and intellect in this conference right now is humbling.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I honestly think you could close your eyes and just point at the next person that walks by and have them sit down and have a really fruitful conversation for a half hour.
Yeah. That was very fruitful. I hope anybody listening to the live stream enjoyed that AI talk. I know this is a Bitcoin conference, but I do truly believe that anybody building in Bitcoin needs to be playing with these tools, learning how they work, and implementing them into their workflow, because it really accelerates what you're trying to do.
Don't sleep on AI. You heard it here. Justin said it's the new gunpowder. Right?
Yeah.
So
He's
don't
getting
let your friends get guns while you're still playing with knives.
He's getting quote tweeted. We're getting quote tweeted on the stream about that comment.
Nice. Do you have like people working behind the scenes clipping this stuff and posting it?
We do. Logan, you're not clipping on the go, are you? Logan's
Someone
not
is.
clipping. Somebody's clipping.
Okay.
Somebody's clipping. We got a whole team. We're like a full-run
an
business here at
official
TFTC
operation.
now.
Yeah. I keep getting alerts from my alarm that the next guest is supposed to be on, and
Yeah.
we still haven't had any.
Nobody showed up.
No one showed up.
We've got InstaGibbs, Antoine Passant, and Rob Hamilton have a conversation right
Okay.
now.
We'll just go put a mic in the middle of them.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Have
Let's
them
just-
talk on the stream.
Should we do some? I don't think at a Bitcoin conference. I think that's frowned upon.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. In fact, you just said who's having a conversation. That's probably not okay.
Oh yeah, that's
you
my
just
fault.
doxed them.
That's my bad.
Yeah.
Actually, I was using wrong names purposely to
Oh,
throw
there you
people
go.
off.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is It's a cool event. Live streams, live desk,
Yeah.
marathons.
Mm-hmm.
I never do shows like this. This is a new format for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. You know, you have these people who do these live streams like Tone Vase, right? Well, they'll hop on during some big Bitcoin event and they'll do it online, and he's just bringing guests on and off. He'll do it for like 12 hours where he's just on the camera talking. It's exhausting.
It is. It is a skill. It's a muscle that you have to develop. What do we got on the schedule right now? Right now we should have, it is 12 p.m. Central on the dot. So it looks like we're coming up to lunch here soon, so there should be people.
Yeah,
rolling.
next up is supposed to be Jeff and Nifty.
Oh, I saw Jeff walk by earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But really at this point we can pick anybody that we want to. Bring them
Yeah.
on. So, lunch is being served downstairs? Okay. Okay. Well, we can check the price while we're at it. That's the only thing that's moving. Still at 101.
Still at 101.
Yeah. Holding strong.
Will we hit all-time highs before the end of the conference tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. The price is right there. I don't see it on the live stream. Oh, it's really small. Okay, there it is. Yeah, yeah.
Don't make fun of Logan like that. He's
Yeah,
right in
yeah,
front of
it's
us.
right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, and we can check the M star. M star's at 420. Let's go. MicroStrategy 420.
You call it M-Star.
That's the
I've never heard that.
MSTR, right?
MSTR.
Yeah, that's how I said it in my mind. Is M star.
M-Star?
Yeah, it sounds like a '90s tech company. M star. You know, come into the future.
I mean, MicroStrategy
MicroStrategy
is
And
a very
then-
90s tech company.
Oh, for sure,
If
for sure.
we're being honest.
Yep, and then CEP, which will turn into 21. They're at $37.70, up 18% today. So this is not investment advice.
This
at
is a
all,
Bitcoin
right?
conference. We don't talk about
We don't talk about it.
We don't
but we're
talk about
filling
securities,
time.
okay?
Yeah, that's right. We're filling time right now. And then Fold is at Fold is also at 420, but $4.20. So those are some of the ones I'm watching right now.
Nice.
But it's not investment advice.
Not
Do your
investment
own
advice.
thing.
This is just an observation.
Just an
Just letting the state of the
observation.
markets. We had Jerome Powell, if we want to talk markets. It
Is
came
that
out
happening
Wednesday.
this afternoon?
I think he may
was that
have
yesterday?
another. He had the FOMC meeting yesterday, made some remarks. I believe he's saying we don't want to lower rates,
Okay.
angering Donald Trump a bit more. But yeah, I think, again, leaning on this topic, though, of this conference, Thames Strategy Conference, sort of, I don't want to say competing forces, but this push and pull of Bitcoin as the sovereign neutral reserve asset that is outside the purview of the states, and hyper-regulated entities coming in and buying Bitcoin. And that's something that Super Testnet voiced yesterday, is that he hopes that we can get back to the cypherpunk ethos of Bitcoin of separating money and state, which I think it clearly is still separated, but
Yeah.
bringing the cypherpunk back to
Yeah.
Bitcoin. Rob is
Getting ready.
getting prepared.
Just come barge in here whenever you're ready. Sure.
Are you guys
guys
down
wanna
to join
hop
now?
on?
Yeah.
Okay, come on in. We'll put the microphones down. I'll get out of the way.
Just warning you guys, we have 3 million live viewers right now.
I guess I have time for this.
Yeah. There's going to be white smoke coming out of the building. We're going to figure out what's happening with op return.
Should the mic be?
You can hold it up here like this. How you two
Sound good.
gentlemen doing?
Doing good? Doing well, yeah.
It's been a chaotic week for you particularly, I imagine.
Yeah.
So, what is let's hear the story from your perspective on all this op return conversation that's been going on.
So I went to the MIT Bitcoin Expo 1 month ago. I met one of the founders of Citria, who blew my head, basically, blew my mind, because I started asking him questions about, to gain knowledge about how application developers were using the tooling at their disposal at the protocol level. And I started telling me, oh yeah, well, we We use very large transactions, multiple hundreds of kilobytes. Like, but that's not standard. How do you even broadcast them? I was like, oh no, but we just use Slipstream. I was like, oh shit. And then it just kept on going. And it's like, oh yeah, but we also have this transaction and we have 1,000 dust outputs. I was like, what? And do you even spend them? Oh yeah, no, they're just zero set outputs. I use the connector. And I was like, what? and then, oh, we also have this second stage transaction where we were limited by the up return limits. Therefore, we just use unspendable taproot outputs to store data. I'm like, what? So just the first two ones are pretty important, and the most important ones, because like somebody actively building on private bridges to miners is bad. It's pretty bad. Somebody actively storing thousands of dust outputs in the GXO set is pretty bad. And then you have the second stage transaction using unspendable taproot outputs instead of up returns, which is bad, but also not that bad. But it was also the easiest to fix. So I just emailed the mailing list back in the train to New York. Hey, we should just raise the up return limits because it's not binding anyways. People are using the witness data instead, which is cheaper. It's not constraining anybody, but it incentivizes these guys to do more harmful stuff. So we should just remove it.
Yeah, I think. Mr. Gibbs, do you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, and to be clear, I think they did spend a decent amount, maybe due to your conversation, because I met him later on, but many of the transactions are actually standard. The ones that have like ticking clock on them, pretty much, those end up being standard because they want to rely on the public network, because that'll get you the fastest confirmation. But then there's these things like these huge fraud proofs using Groth16, these zero knowledge proofs, or these thousands of connector outputs, which they use for security of their system. Like, there's only so much papering over you can do. You can basically make it rare to happen, where this transaction should never be played, but if it does happen, that has all these negative externalities.
And if I understand correctly, Citria is trying to bring to market a Ethereum like virtual machine and a zero knowledge proof roll up. Or
so the core of it, yeah, there's two parts, right? There's the bridge. So how does money go in and out of the system? So versus a traditional kind of federated sidechain system like Liquid, where it's N of M signers, you essentially have a 1 of M assumption. So as long as one of the operators are honest, money goes in, money comes out, everyone's made whole. Then once you're in the system itself, that's where like the sidechain is, right? And where the roll-up is, more specifically. And Citria is working on the EVM compatible, but you could, in principle, have multiple roll-ups inside, including like privacy-based ones or other systems, depending on what you want.
Which is, to give rough numbers, basically a 10x scaling solutions for making Bitcoin payments.
Right. Like one example would be using Jonas Nick and whoever else worked on this shielded CSV system, where you have like Zcash level privacy, and each transaction has to be, there's like a chunk of data that has to be published on the main chain for security called data availability, and this would be 64 witness units, right? It'd be only in witness data, and it's 64 bytes per. And with that you get, so, you know, that's a pretty good scaling. That's smaller than even normal transactions, which is pretty cool.
So yeah, this is the Citria use case is to scale Bitcoin to make more payment with your money, to be clear. And not that I'm particularly interested in what they do. I was just blown away by the lack of connection we had between how they use the protocol and the tooling that we offer. And I wanted to bridge the gap between how they do it, and it would also to reply to some things online. I don't want to accommodate them. I just want to ask them nicely to do less harm in how they store data.
But at the end of the day, you really can't enforce that, right? Like,
Right. So the best we can do is, like in this case, this very specific case, it's we can do things like give comparable goods where the price is the same, and then with a pretty please on top. There's other. Ideally, we'd make it even cheaper, right? Make the right thing even cheaper. But those are some fundamental scaling issues we've had since the dawn of Bitcoin, I think.
yeah, this was a question that popped up into my mind that I wasn't able to ask during the first debate last night. It was like, how do you guys approach? Because let's imagine op return limit gets, eliminated, and then a product like Citria and others like it, they don't find product market fit. Like, do you think there's an argument to be made that maybe they should find PMF first and then you do this, or?
I don't really care about Citria in particular. The specific use case where they would be using op return is in a second stage transaction that should never happen on chain, and in practice will never happen on chain because there is such a it's a challenge transaction where the person challenging is putting a bid, a significant bid, and the amount that the person that is being challenged put there as a bound is so high that they're never going to try to cheat. But it just sends a signal to protocol developers that, hey, application developers are working around your protocol and we better fix it before all the next protocols come around and start designing on top of it and on top of this workarounds, this harmful workarounds, and then probably they won't be playing as nice as Citria is. Like the Citria guy I talked to, he's here today.
Probably he's going to be on later.
Probably a bunch of other application developers are not going to care that much at all about the harm they inflict on us, and they're just going to be using unspendable outputs. And once they build it, we won't be able to convince them to build it back on top of a larger up return. So it's more for the next ones in preparation.
And I'd argue that if we're seeing material damage in the network it depends on what we're talking about, but for this one specifically, if we're seeing material damage, it's already too late. It should have been done before. The question really is, to me, when I think about this, is do we want to maybe the number's wrong, right? It shouldn't be 80, it should be 144, but that's it's a very opinionated app-based response versus saying, what is this rule really for? Has it outlived its usefulness? And are we doing material harm making app decisions at this protocol layer?
Yeah.
One way you can see it is that an intervention was made in limiting the number of op returns, which create distorted incentive for people to use more harmful ways of storing the data. And I'm arguing that we should remove the intervention that created distorted incentives instead of trying to do more intervention on top of each other to fix the previous intervention.
Yeah, and are there any lessons, is this enabled because of the combination of SegWit and Taproot to begin with? No.
No. Like data publication was always possible, especially in a standard sense, since at least P2SH. Obviously, the arc of history of Relay and Bitcoin protocol has obviously been towards more relaxed and expressive, right? So, you can just look at, I have to read the Taproot BIPs every single time to refresh my memory, but you can just see how the resource limitations are relaxed more and more, such that app developers really don't have to worry about it. You don't have these situations where, oops, I did one too many, I did a non-adversarial multi-sig, now I can't spend my coins, right? This has actually happened in the past, and we're trying to avoid that going forward.
Yeah. Has this week at this conference been productive for conversations outside of the internet on this topic?
Not as much as I wished.
No.
I feel like I understand more of the arguments than I did before, because in person ends up being a little more informative and you can have more back and forth, really getting to the core of the issue. I do think that at this point I can confidently say that these are two separate visions there's N separate visions, right? But my vision versus someone else in the Knots camp, our visions are just different and irreconcilable, I think, in some core sense. The way a project has to be managed is very different how they're proposing. They're proposing like dynamic filters. I've heard basically kind of web of trust, low to config kind of thing. And now maybe this is just the one person talking I was talking to, but this is like an opportunity, I think, to encourage people to really put, what's the Knott's vision for filtering? Because you can't just say, this is a bad thing, let's stop it. That may be true, and I might even agree with you on that. But like how you stop something is the more important engineering discussion, and I just don't think it's possible.
Yeah, I think
In a decentralized way, at least.
no, and I've been saying this for the last week. Like, it makes sense to me considering what's happening with these projects going out of band to mining pools and that messing up the P2P layer in terms of bandwidth and CPU usage, which
And I don't think degens care about the decentralization of the network.
No, which is, like, fascinating
They'll
to me,
do whatever
like-
they want.
do they not recognize that if they want to accomplish their goals and bring a product to market as an app developer, like, it sort of depends on Bitcoin being sufficiently robust and decentralized at the protocol layer?
Short-term vision versus long-term vision.
Yeah.
It's just very short-termist, but unfortunately, there is such demand behind it that,
Is there really, though? Is it?
well, most of the block space demand in the past years were
Okay.
for inscriptions.
No,
So
demand
even-
for block space, agreed, but is there demand for the end products that they're bringing to market? Like, I think,
Speculation is
Yeah.
the innovation.
yeah, it's very innovative.
People love to gamble. I mean, I kind of got into the space because I realized that it enables casinos, and like that's market fit right there. I'm not a gambler, and I don't work on that stuff, but I don't know. Like the idea that you can't stop it is what got me in
Yeah.
the space.
Yeah.
I can't get around that.
No, and that was, I think, yet last night when Peter Todd brought up open timestamps and the fact that they're hashing data using op return, like, that is subjective use of block space.
It's a non-monetary use
Yeah.
case.
And it's one, like, seeing what Simple Proof's doing with open timestamps is really encouraging. And
Lightning is publishing data through the witness for HCL Supreme Ages.
Yeah.
So even Lightning is using that type publication.
Yeah, like it's resolving, other people resolving their HTLCs, which enables you to resolve them. It's not a payment, right? But if you're making these moral judgments, what's a payment, what's not, what should be filtered, what's not, it becomes very unclear to me where this line ends too.
Yeah, if we want to filter some things, like if we want to marginally increase the cost of some people to make some transactions, there's a lot of people that I dislike way more than degens buying fucking inscriptions, right? There's like financing of terrorism or whatever. If we are going to filter, might as well filter those first. But I don't think it's a road we want to take.
And then, in terms of how many people have been on this desk and conversations outside of this the last couple of days, I think it's a communication issue, particularly from Bitcoin Core, like a public relations issue. What would you say to that?
Yeah, that's very true because Bitcoin Core is not somebody with an agency and uniform thinking. There's plenty of people that just have their own vision and come and contribute. And I guess my email to the mailing list on the train back to New York from MIT is kind of an example of this. Obviously, there is some culture which could lead to maybe some groupthink, but not even that much. So it's very hard to communicate effectively when you lack organization. But we can bring some more organizational structure to the Bitcoin Core project, but it also comes with trade-offs. More organizations, less decentralization, kind of, which I, in the past, argued in favor of, because to make the project more efficient, but yeah, there's trade-offs. As a matter of fact, right now we are very, very disorganized, therefore we have poor communication, but we also are very unable to pull any kind of conspiracy or whatever.
Yeah. No, I mean, this has been an ongoing discussion about the open source contributors to Core specifically for years. A lot of burnout. It's like hard to get things through, and it is this Herculean task for the individuals working on it. to
Sisyphean,
get
maybe.
What was that?
Sisyphean,
Sisyphean, yes. Good correction there.
Yeah.
Always pushing the rock up the hill, the world up the hill. And It's unique to Bitcoin too as an open source project, in a sense where you have many people who are highly engaged in what's happening because their monetary value is attached to it as well.
It's unique in the sense that at the end of the day, we are coordinating around the consensus roles, and we need to all have the same consensus roles. So, yes, it's unique in this way, unlike other open source projects where you could just run whatever software you want. You might dislike that people take a different path because then your preferred init system, whatever, is going to be underdeveloped compared to the new init system. But in Bitcoin, we need to all agree, and it's kind of an amazing thing that all of us, all Bitcoin users, already are coordinated on a fixed set of roles. If we wanted to come together today and actually draft a set of roles to all agree together, would just never happen. So yeah, it's unique to Bitcoin in this case. But what we're discussing is not even the consensus roles in the first place.
Do you guys have any worries about this creating some knock-on negative externalities, this op return discussion specifically?
I mean, there are definitely ways of handling it that could exacerbate the issue, but I'm pretty optimistic that calmer heads will prevail. There's no rush for any of these things. I haven't heard any apocalyptic kind of discussion from core contributors that it's like the end of the project if one thing happens or another. It's more like there's better and worse, and you kind of have to deal with that as we go, all while keeping in view that communication needs to be better.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Something I've been trying to pursue in the past weeks is to communicate better, but it's hard.
Outside of this, hopefully this is just a temporary kerfuffle in the world of Bitcoin. What are you guys interested in right now working on specifically?
Making Bitcoin stronger. I've been involved in the security advisories for Bitcoin, so putting together a disclosure policy, having proper disclosures of bugs, proper accrediting to security researchers, hopefully in an attempt to formalize the process better and potentially incentivize people to research more security bugs in Bitcoin, and once defines them, to route them through us, because we have a defined process. You're going to get credit eventually, but please don't go another route, because we need some embargo periods to fix it silently, get people upgraded, because yeah, it goes without saying that security bugs in Bitcoin can be pretty harmful.
Yeah. That's another thing. Talking about like on-ramping to being able to contribute to Bitcoin Core, another conversation I've had many times throughout the years. And Bob McElrath yesterday was explaining he wants to build a RAG system to make it easier to search data pertinent to the Bitcoin project, put information about the mailing list, pull requests, Lightning, Bitcoin, different parts of the repository, sort of help onboard people who want to learn about Bitcoin, how it works faster.
It's called bitcoinuptech.org.
Yeah, go subscribe to Bitcoin
So
Uptech.
Bitcoin Search, that's what I use.
Oh yeah, Bitcoin
Which
Search
indexes that as well.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And it's hilarious. It's almost poetic that this conference is happening the same week that MicroStrategy is having their like Bitcoin for corporations, and you have people plunging hundreds of millions, billions of dollars into this asset, and I would be pretty confident saying they're probably completely ignorant to the conversations that are happening here, which are extremely important. What about you, Gibbs? What do you?
Well, the past couple years, or 2-3 years, I'd been working on mempool policy stuff because I'd worked on LN Symmetry as a project under Blockstream with Rusty Russell, and I became very dissatisfied with the API of the mempool, so to speak, as an app developer. And so that gave me a side quest along with a number of excellent people, which I'm sure you talked to or are going to talk to. So there's Peter Woola, Suhas, Gloria, others. I mean, there's plenty others, but that would be like the core group, I'd say. And we got through a lot of these kind of basic package relay things that are backwards compatible with today's network protocol. It's unsticking kind of a lot of L2 protocols, which is like Lightning today. They're going to adopt a lot of this, as well as set things for the future, up for the future. And then currently, I'm helping just on the review side of things for Cluster Mempool.
Peter gave a presentation on that, but I was here. Can you
Yeah.
explain high-level cluster mempools?
So the current mempool probably doesn't work the way you think it does. I think a lot of people think cluster mempool is already merged in the sense of they think that once you get a transaction over this peer-to-peer network, they just know they know how good it is for a miner or bad it is for a node from an economics perspective. This is basically not true. There's a set of heuristics that were built over time to deal with things like mempools getting too big, because a long time ago, 10 years ago, if your mempool just keeps growing, right? And so your node would literally crash. And this happened to mine a few times back in the day. So there's limiting in place, but then it says, okay, if there's limiting, how do we choose, what's best to mine? And a bunch of heuristics were put in place that are incorrect. They were heuristics, right? They mostly work, but actually don't work correctly. And so cluster mempool is an attempt to make sure that the mempool is ordered at all times. We know what a miner would want, we know what a miner wouldn't want, and allow that to be exposed to the node operation to better, more efficiently gossip what will actually be mined, and also provide a path for wallet developers to actually effectuate transactions that make sense, right? In a kind of a meaningful way. I can go more into that if you want. But
Would this help with like block template development in the sense that you
So-
may be able to get the highest potential fees out of each block?
So yes, the mempool is ordered such that at the top of the mempool, you have the thing, you can basically have an ordering where you know that the first thing you'd mine is the last thing you'd evict if it was mempool was getting too big, and vice versa, right? So you don't have weird conditions where you're handing things to a miner that they actually don't want because their mempool is oversized. This could literally happen today, and that goes away.
So this would be massive for basically peer-to-peer efficiency.
Yeah, peer-to-peer efficiency and for building on top. So we've been talking just today, a few of us, about generalizing package relay further, which was a tough, maybe impossible task to do well. Because if you don't know how good a transaction is, you definitely don't know how good a transaction package is for the miner. And we did this in a very limited setting in 28.0 and 28.9. It's this one parent, one child, but it's very constrained, right? How can we do it for general chains of transactions? And the answer is the cluster mempool. And so once we do when we want to do more general package relay, we have to do deep analysis of is somebody trying to censor a real package that's somewhere hidden in this bigger package? How much energy are we going to spend trying to validate that this package is a good package? There's all these design decisions which basically weren't answerable prior to cluster mempool and now are. So that's why it's my number one project to get pushed through.
Yeah. This has effects not only the P2P layer for miners, but second layers too if you're trying to...
Yeah, a bunch of pins actually go away. There's a bunch of rules for replacements, for entry into the mempool. These will just go away. If you make a better fee rate package, you will get in. And that is kind of there's one asterisk to that, and which I'm sure people will work on, but 99% of the pins you actually see in real life end up going away. And then also just app developers on top can do things like, given this package, what's my effective fee rate? What would the miner actually want this? Today you can't do that, and you should be able to pretty easily tomorrow.
It's very important. Well, gentlemen, thank you for joining me. Thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thanks for having us.
This has been awesome.
It's useful.
Yeah.
For communication.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. We should do...
Pope's American.
Pope's American. We got a Pope announcement.
Cardinal Dominique.
Finally, the plan is... It's not Trump?
We got
I was like, finally, it's happening.
the Book of Matthew. See you guys later.
Yeah,
Thank
see
you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. We should do longer TFTC episodes too, not just the live stream.
Definitely. I'd like to advertise my work on the consensus cleanup, which is much more important than fucking out return. I would be interested.
We're gonna talk consensus cleanup later with Antoine at some point. No, come on in. We're no breaks. No breaks. We got a new pope. Bitcoin's over 100,000. You can't stop. The new pope. Logan, what are your thoughts on the pope? Any thoughts? He's there. The first American pope in history, Cardinal Robert Prevost will go by Pope Leo the 14th.
Leo.
Is the Pope the Antichrist?
Yes, Luke.
Rob, good to see you, sir.
Good to see you as always.
What is your perspective on the week that has been in Austin, Texas?
I love this like double stacked conference vibe because I was over at Bitcoin Park, Austin campus, for the Texas Energy and Mining Summit. Now over here at Bitcoin Plus Plus, you have this really cool cross section. And what I really love to appreciate always in Bitcoin is that the culture has a lot of breadth and depth in that you go to the mining summit and you just have guys that are working on rigs. They're behind the meter, just running natural gas lines and flaring things and dealing with like the hard gritty nature of just all of the machinery. And then you come over here and you talk to like the software side, right? You have like this dueling, like not dueling in the sense that they're in conflict, but you just have like the people that could be very invested in Bitcoin could just be very, very different
Two
people.
very different lanes.
Yeah. And then you have this new emerging third class now of the suit coiners, right? So
They're
now you have
down
all
in
the-
Orlando.
Yeah, right. So you have all of these different people that all come to Bitcoin and they all see it as different things and we all kind of unite and rally around it. It's very cool just seeing like the diaspora of all of the culture and how Bitcoin touches people in different ways.
Bitcoin touches people.
It does consensually because it's permission. It's all consensual.
Yeah. What did you think of the debates last night? Did you stay for the second one? I had to bounce. after the first.
I stayed. I think it was good. I think it's interesting with the Oxford style debate of it's the structure has pros and cons in my opinion. I think in the pro side, people get chance to fully expound upon thoughts. And I think a lot of the stuff in the context and the nuance of it all, you need more than just the pithy 280 characters on Twitter to really get a point. On the downside, if someone makes a point, and let's say like Mechanic makes a point, Shinobi wants to respond, Shinobi has to wait 15 minutes to make a response, right? And because of that, you have to. It's almost like a duty to whoever's consuming the debate has to be really attentive and following the discussion correctly. Correct. You can't glaze through it like it's any other kind of content because you have to kind of have this holistic
context of what people
of
are
this
responding
debate. Exactly. I enjoyed it though. I think it was a good conversation. I am doubtful that people meaningfully change their position in any real way. I think it's the conversations that were good just to get different perspectives because I asked a question during the first one, the panel, and I was asking about the second, third order effects of this if this PR were to get merged and there were to be changes to Bitcoin. Like, what is the countermanding response, right? And hearing Luke in his own words say previously that like miners that are included in this stuff are attacking the network, we were talking about filtering 2 years ago. The inscriptions haven't been filtered, and Luke responded that they have been filtered. And I think that goes into like Luke's interpretation and his perspective. That's more edifying to get how people are thinking, to be able to map mental models and to have a better understanding of the other side. I think ultimately I don't think opinions were changed or swayed, but I think talking is good. We are all here talking about this stuff because we care about Bitcoin. And even though we see things differently, being able to exchange ideas and talk about it is kind of that Socratic method is what helps everyone.
Mm-hmm. I've been asking everybody, I don't want to belabor the point, but your general thoughts on the up return limit.
Yeah, my very high level thought is closer having consensus mirror relay policy within reason. The op return stuff. It's really unfortunate in that I think a lot of the cultural outrage is a Streisand effect that brings more attention to it.
I agree there.
There's definitely a lot of just doing it out of spite to troll people. And
We've seen that with the op return bot this week.
Yeah, right. And it's something that I understand why people are passionate. And I listen to and hear these discussions. And, I sit here and talk in person. I mean, I was talking to Mechanic for 15 minutes before he even knew who I was. Because I didn't have my name tag was flipped backwards by accident because it's two-sided. And then he was like, you're Rob. I was like, yeah, like we can all have these conversations. Like Twitter, first off, is not a real place. Right now. My Twitter's on screen? That's your tag. Oh. Yeah. So like having the conversations with him, Twitter's not a real place, first off. I think people, things get heated online when you're behind a screen. I think being able to have conversations in person helps. Ultimately, my opinion, I think, comes from a general sense of, from the health of the network, having transparent mempools, not having dark mempools, being informed on the fee rate market helps with Lightning as a layer 2, let alone any other layer 2. I think one part that gets missed, though, is this idea of, like, for monetary transactions. And I think technically, strictly speaking, a roll-up can be used as a monetary tool. It's a different set of security and trust trade-offs, and I think often roll-ups get bundled in because people issue tokens around them, and it has other abstracted computational, like, programming use cases that are more associated with Ethereum. But the idea of a roll-up, I can send someone money instantly and, like, peg them into, like, a roll-up without an UTX. So you can do that. I mean, you can also do that stuff with ARC, and you can do that stuff with, like, Fedimints and stuff. But I think, like, it is a monetary use case. So I view it in the sense of, it's hard to really start policing until there's a full codified thing that we have consensus on, not mempool policy. It's going to constantly just be whack-a-mole people. Citrix doesn't need any change to any of this stuff to have it work. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think there just needs to be more discussion around this stuff and kind of, like, what happens next.
Yeah, that was the interesting part of the first debate last night. I think is, like, a monetary use case of Bitcoin subjective. Is it different between each individual? And it was funny having Peter Todd up there, who runs Open Timestamps, which arguably isn't no monetary use case at all, but I see value in that project specifically. See what projects like Simple Proof are doing with it. I think that is extremely valuable for the world. And I don't know, I've been grappling with this for 2 weeks now, but I think there is objective consensus rules that enable certain things, and there's subjective sort of views on what people are doing within the rule set.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's why I think ultimately the natural second, third order step of this is having a consensus conversation. I don't think we can rely on miners being altruistic in the sense of thinking some sort of greater good that exists beyond their own, you know, either they're publicly, especially if they're publicly traded, they have fiduciary duties to make money. And the abstract argument of we need to make sure that for the long-term endurance of Bitcoin, we have this, like, non-consensus lens in how we view these things is, I mean, I think it's wrong. I could be glib and call it like it's a new version of ESG. Like, you have to source ethical transactions in your blocks. And I think that if you want to actually, in the brinksmanship of Bitcoin consensus, move things like in 2017 and like the block size wars, that was a consensus threat, right? We were going to force things and invalidate and fork off the network. And until you're at that level of brinksmanship, you're not able to convincingly dissuade miners from changing their behavior. And then the extension of that to be transparent, I think it's somewhat of a perpetual whack-a-mole game, because there is so much data that exists, that needs to exist in Bitcoin, whether it's the transaction ID, whether it's the signatures, the public keys, the nlock time, the end sequence number. These things have to be part of every Bitcoin transaction. They will find new ways to just put data in elsewhere. And so I think you have to really, really think about what does it look like. And I don't want to go back to a world of script templates. Originally, Bitcoin had a whitelist where only certain formatted transaction types could be allowed in the network. And I think short of going back to that, and even then you'd still have stuff, you really start kind of breaking down, like, the permissionless nature of the network. If I make a new mini script template, I don't have to go to the core repo and say, please allow my new kind of transaction to be included, right? Like, that's not a good way, even from a financial use case. Things like removing the SegWit discount, I think impairs a lot of people just that want to use Bitcoin as money. I use witness data for signatures.
And the scenario that you're laying out too, it seems like it introduces a potential to become much more political that way.
Explicitly so. Yeah, it would definitely be political if you went back to a whitelist, because you have to then go lobby a board of people to do that. And then you have, like, a high council of people who say, can your Bitcoin transaction be included or not? The whitelist, though, wouldn't be consensus. It would probably be policy, but and then you just go back to, I can just, you know, go to the Slipstream API and get my transaction included. Yeah, there's not a clean answer, because both sides have very strict different value sets. The pro-op return, increasing the limit size or looking at more of Bitcoin as a technical distributed system and understanding how decentralized systems should work and kind of for the health of the technical elements of the network. And the other side has a non-code based heuristic. And ultimately, Bitcoin as code, you have to encode the rules that you want to do in code for them to be enforced. And that's where it gets subjective. And that's what makes it difficult.
Yeah. Fun times.
Yeah, we're all here because we're all fighting because we all care about Bitcoin.
That's actually a little exciting. Like there hasn't been like a open sort of contentious debate around Bitcoin protocol in a while. I think.
Yeah, I think I view this as an extension of the inscription ordinal conversation. So this has really been the main driving point. It just kind of went dull for a year. It's good to see people care and they want to debate and talk about this stuff. I think I think we need to get these kind of smaller stake things out of the way as Bitcoin continues to grow because if Bitcoin continues to succeed, there'll be more sophisticated attacks that are much more impactful to the health of the network that we need to make sure that us people who care about Bitcoin are on a united front, right? It'd be really unfortunate if we start fractioning off into a place where that makes it easier to divide and conquer down the line.
Well, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
We pulled you in.
Yeah.
We've got Nifty Jeff coming on next.
The MVP.
Oh, let's talk about Berlin.
Berlin.
Awesome.
Very nice.
Let's go.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Rob. Rob Hamilton, everybody from Anchor Watch. If you need to ensure your Bitcoin held in cold storage, hit up Rob at Anchor Watch. Lisa, what's going on?
What's up? This is
Jeff?
Nice to meet you.
Have we met before?
Likely.
I think we have, yeah.
In passing, at least.
Yeah. Good to Lisa, I'm sorry I missed you yesterday. I had to jump back to
Oh, that's okay.
Bitcoin Park Austin, but this has been an incredible event. Is it true what the people are saying? Did you manufacture all this op return discussion?
I gotta be honest, it's like, I feel like it's like, people accuse Trump of being good at 4G chess, and it's one of those, like, I wish I was that good at 4D chess. Like, yeah, I wish I could manufacture controversies ahead of every event. That would be great. Maybe, like, I don't know. I think it's interesting because, like, I've been planning this conference for over a year now, right? We talked about it end of last year after last Bitcoin Plus here in Austin. We start planning what we're going to do the next year. I mean, obviously I have a bunch of conferences going on, but yeah, I don't know. No, it is a great, but I think the thing is, it's like, I didn't realize most people didn't realize that this was happening. All these interesting conversations were happening at the mempool, right? So that's why I did the conference, is because I was like, this is really interesting, controversial stuff. Like, there's a lot to talk about here. And it feels like everyone found that out right before the event started, which is like, yeah, that's great for me.
Thank you for putting this on. I mean, just sitting here the last 2 days and the caliber of people that are at this conference and having these very important discussions is extremely impressive, somewhat humbling and intimidating for me, having to sit here and talk with all these low-level protocol developers.
Oh yeah, but thanks for coming out to chat with them, because I feel like it. One of the things I like to have it happen at these events is people get to learn from all these people that are doing cool stuff and make it feel maybe less far away, right? Like less hard to understand because you get to hear them talk about it in person. Yeah.
So let's talk about Berlin. Jeff, what's going on in Berlin these days?
Still a lot, I would say. I mean, it's been. I think it was one of the cities or places that picked up Bitcoin on a larger scale, like one of the first in the world. Mm-hmm. And I would say it's still going pretty strong. I mean, we had 2 Bitcoin Plus conferences in Berlin in the last year and the year before.
Yeah, so the story with me and Jeff is I wanted to do a European conference 2 years ago, right? 3 years ago
Yeah,
now?
I think we talked about it in Miami.
It was
23
the
probably.
last Miami conference, I think.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I was telling Jeff about how I was planning on expanding the Bitcoin Plus universe because we had done Austin and Mexico City, and I was looking to move to Europe. And
then she said, I'm planning to go to Paris. I was like, what's in Paris?
Like, it seemed like a fun time. I don't know. So I tell him this, and then I think 2 minutes later, maybe it was even an hour or two, you're like, let's go talk at lunch. So in Miami, I got pulled over in the speakers area. Jeff pulls me over and he's like, okay, I want to pitch you on doing it in Berlin, and this is why. And so we did the first ever Bitcoin Plus in Berlin 2.5 years ago now, right?
Yeah, and it was on Nix.
It was Nix.
And
which
it
is-
worked. And
it
if
was
you
the
can,
most
if you can
niche.
run a conference on Nix, you can run a conference on everything or anything.
A niche of Nix, which is
Yeah, it's like a very niche conference in terms of like Bitcoiners. It's like a very small group of people, but we did it. We got like 150 people there. It's probably one of the bigger Nix conferences. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
It was mostly Bitcoiners. We did
It was like a good like event in the run-up of like we had many good events over the years. Probably most namely the Lightning Conference in 2019,
which is huge.
which was great, and so I feel like BTC++ is a good continuation of that tradition.
We're doing our best. Yeah. We're
Correct-
actually gonna. Yeah, go
I was
ahead.
going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but last year's Bitcoin Plus Plus in Berlin had the iconic images of developers sitting on elevated surfaces giving presentations.
Right, yeah. Layered developers.
Because we were doing eCash was last year, right? So we did the first ever Bitcoin Plus Plus eCash conference with Kelly and a bunch of Fedi people. So we had Cashew and Kelly there. Yeah.
That was also something that felt right at the right time, at the right place, because like the whole privacy aspect and like privacy improvements on eCash. There's a strong community, I would say, in Germany and in Europe that's prone to privacy, and you have a bunch of developers that are rooted in that area, general area. Let's say Europe. I don't want to dox anybody.
Yeah.
So it was a good place, and also last year it felt like a good time where everything was kind of ripe enough to have a whole conference on it. So I guess that was also first, right?
Well,
it was the first major eCash conference.
Period.
And
Yeah.
the timing seems perfect. I mean, the proliferation of Cashew and Fedimint
Has
like,
only
over
gone
the
up
last
since
year
then.
has been insane. Like we were talking about
Yeah.
hash pools with VMPRC and Average Gary yesterday. They're implementing Cashew to fix the mining pool layer of Bitcoin. It's one of the areas I'm most excited in Bitcoin right now is eCash.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Same.
and rightfully so.
Yeah. So what's the topic this year?
I think we're calling it Lightning Plus Plus,
Okay.
but it's still
Yeah.
Bitcoin Plus Plus, right?
Yeah.
So it's Lightning again.
Yeah.
Again, as we did like in the Lightning conference 6 years ago.
Jesus.
So it's
Jesus.
time to bring back a Lightning themed conference, and
In
of course
Berlin, yeah.
everything that's accumulated over the years. eCash is, especially Cashew, is closely related to Lightning, so that's also a topic that's gonna be touched. It's and yeah, do we have like? Are there any like? Did you book anything yet, or do you
We're
know?
going to be back at the same venue. Certain speakers there. I know the whole LDK team is going to do their offsite there, so we'll have them coming.
Oh, great, yeah.
Working on getting Blockstream developers to come. I think one of them had a sailing trip they had to check if it didn't overlap, that kind of thing. So I'm still working on getting talent booked. As you can imagine, I've got a lot of that stuff happening with like between this conference and the other stuff. But yeah, it should be good. Kelly will be there again talking about eCash stuff. So, I mean, I think it's going to be focused on Lightning, but I'm really hoping we can also get maybe some ARC developers there, eCash stuff, and have it be focused on how Lightning is also enabling all these other layer 2s to, build cool ecosystems. Because, like, eCash and eCash and ARC, which are other protocols, not Lightning, different kind of models of how to send money around and liquidity, that kind of thing. But most of them use Lightning as their common layer of how people transact with them. So you have an ARC wallet, but you'll pay a Lightning invoice. Or when you want someone to send you money, I haven't really used it yet, but I think you can give them a Lightning invoice and it'll land in your wallet as eCash. So I think there's this really nice synergy going on where Lightning is kind of becoming this nice connective layer between all the different people, and how you hold your Bitcoin kind of at the end can be slightly different. So I like to think like eCash and like this ARC stuff is really kind of solving the last mile problem that Lightning has. I think this conference would be a good place to kind of maybe showcase how Lightning is able to make other kinds of layer 2s possible to some extent, and still in a super decentralized way, which is cool.
It's something I said a couple times over the last 2 days, that it feels like it's very underappreciated, the maturation of the interoperability of all these networks and what can actually be built. And I would not be surprised. I mean, just going back to Cashew specifically, like the pace of development on that protocol over the last year has been mind-blowing, partly enabled by the ability to have these Lightning gateways to make the mints interoperable.
Yeah, and I'm happy that they're finally starting to do real-world implementations of the multi-nut payments.
I wrote about that earlier this week.
And that relies on Lightning, right? Like
Yeah.
that uses an aspect of the Lightning protocol to work.
So let's explain multi-nut payments to people.
Yeah, so the idea is with eCash, you're really giving your sats to a mint, and they give you eCash as like almost tokens that represent the Bitcoin, but that is held by a mint, right? So someone else. So you don't really want all your sats to be at one mint. You kind of want to separate it out, right? One, so no mint has all your sats. If they disappear, they go away. So it's kind of like this like distributed, you can distribute your sats against many different eCash wallets, right? So many different eCash mints. So you could have a wallet with a bunch of sats in it, but let's say you want to pay a single Lightning invoice. Lightning is set up so that you can ask each of those mints to pay a portion of the invoice for you and have it, when it reaches the end, it'll only go through if every single mint sends the sats that they're supposed to, so it adds up to the total. And that uses something that we added to Lightning years ago at this point called multi-path payments, which lets you take a Lightning payment and split it such that whenever it gets to the destination, it comes from like a bunch of different places. It's really cool to see the eCash or Cashew in particular reusing that thing that we added to Lightning and making it so that they can spread out your sats across many different places. I think it's great for privacy, right? Because all the funds aren't coming from any one person. And eCash is kind of this hidden layer that helps coordinate all these different people paying to a single source, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and this multi-nut payment design is a forcing function for a competitive landscape of mints where they're more incentivized to act in the best interest of their users instead of being a malicious actor.
Yeah, and I think one of the cool things about having that level of like interoperability, I mean, this is like, open protocols are great because, and like especially open protocols that let, people build this other layer of eCash on top of it, right? And then it doesn't matter what Lightning implementation those like 4 different mints are running, they can all manage to still pay your Lightning invoice equally, right? So you can get this nice diversity of clients and mint software, but they're all running the same protocols, right? Like all the mints are running the Cashew protocol, all the Lightning nodes are running the Lightning protocol, and you can get this really cool like cross usage that just works together pretty nicely. Because they all built to a common specification. So shout out to open protocols, I don't know. And just, it's cool to really see, I think, that distribution happening and decentralization, right? Because this is like real decentralized payments network, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I think, it does leave this opportunity for competition. So let's say you've got a bunch of mints, maybe they charge different fees to make Lightning payments, and so then they're in competition. So that'd be for like you as the user. You get kind of the best experience, I would think, right? You get to use all your money. It doesn't matter where it is. You can just use it as one balance. You get the opportunity to have that decentralization of funds. So there's like a little bit of like, having your money spread across a bunch of banks. So if one goes down, whatever, it's not a total loss, right? And then you have, in theory, these banks, if they became big enough, competing for your business. Because they want you to be, I'm assuming, charge some little transaction fee to do the exchange between eCash to Lightning. I expect that to be how I would expect people to use it. So there's just kind of I think it's a cool, I think it's a really cool thing to grow, and I want to see more of these things develop because I do think they're good for like the whole ecosystem.
Jeff, do you have any thoughts on this intersection?
Ever since BTC++ last year, which was BTC++ going nuts, right? I think like the multi-nut payments is the lowest hanging fruit that does most for usability, and I'm happy it's finally being worked on again. There was a little break and I guess different focuses, and now it's getting some traction again. So I hope we can see some like actually working wallets and products in October.
Yeah, and it's interesting to watch all these disparate projects working on their own scaling solutions. Obviously, Citria, part of the conversation this week with OpReturn and what they're trying to do with ZK rollups and creating an EVM to unlock all these financial use cases of Bitcoin on a second layer. Curious to get your thoughts about the competing sort of views on how to scale Bitcoin, particularly these two models. These ZK rollups versus a multi-second layer protocol that's interoperable, creating sort of modular use cases.
Yeah. I feel like I have to be like, shout out to, we're doing a conference in Istanbul right before Berlin where we're going to be talking about ZK and scaling stuff, because I think that's like a whole different, I guess I do kind of see that as a whole different topic. When hear people say scaling Bitcoin, I feel like a lot of people mean slightly different things by that, and maybe maybe they would say that they disagree, which I'm totally open to that conversation. But I feel like the Mint stuff and the eCash things is really focused on payments. Like, how do I take my Bitcoin and give it to someone else? And how do we do more of that for lower cost, right? And how do we do it more privately, more decentralized, like all those things? I think like more privately and more decentralized is really where like eCash and Lightning are focused on how do I get Bitcoin to someone else in these ways, and faster a lot. Like they really improve the speed compared to on-chain. The ZK stuff, I think they start going in more of a slightly different direction where it's like, how do I do more complicated programming on Bitcoin, more complicated programs, more complicated contracts of like who's involved in it. Like it's not a payment so much as it is like a logic of who gets the money at the end of the day kind of thing. It's not just I want to send value from point A to point B. It's like I want the value to get there only in these 3 conditions or whatever. And so scaling that kind of like programmability on Bitcoin just strikes me as like a slightly different use case, and you end up with slightly different tools that you want and slightly different designs of what you're proposing, because what you're attempting to accomplish is slightly different than I just want to get Bitcoin from point A to point B, period.
Do you think there's room for all these solutions?
That's a good question. I think people are building all the solutions. Is the market demand there for something? Like, I mean, I think we still have that conversation in the general like Bitcoin space of is it a good MOE? What is the M is? Medium. Yeah. A good. People talk about the medium of exchange stuff, which is like that's getting it from point A to point B. So a lot of people I think still talk about like, well, is Bitcoin even worth doing from point A to point B? Why don't you just hold it, right? And this is almost I think a third category of is Bitcoin worth doing complicated programming contracts with? I think it's one of those things where like I understand. For me, I'm very much like I think being able to send people Bitcoin is really important, and so that's why I like focusing on Lightning and working on those protocols personally. I think that the people doing more programmability stuff, I think they've seen use cases and uses that they think people will pay to use, and they're working on proving that out. I think to some extent.
Yeah, I think it's the fork in the road of the visions of 2 forms of DeFi. Do we want decentralized finance, or are we definancializing the world with better money? And I think the 2 solutions that we're talking about now are going down those 2 different paths.
Yeah.
Like how can we just recognize that Bitcoin is definancializing the economy? We don't need to go speculate and create a new hyper-financialized system. We just need better money. And how can we build tools to make it easier for people to receive and send that money? And the other, DeFi, decentralized finance, is saying, no, like this hyper-financialized economy is good. We need to recreate what's already been built in this Bitcoin world.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe the ZK, and so this kind of, I joke about it every year, but I think maybe it is kind of true that like the reason I hold conferences is to find out what's going on there and like better understand it, so create conversations people can have like in public. So hopefully we'll be having some really great conversations about what's going on in Lightning and Medium Exchange world in Berlin in October. So, tickets are available. Check it out. We're very excited about it. But I think the ZK conference in Istanbul will be a good opportunity for me to really get a better understanding. And everyone I hope that comes and people that are building there, like they'll get to showcase what they're building, why they're building it, what they think why Bitcoin needs it, And I think it is an opportunity for them to really make their case on a stage about like as technologists and people that are building solutions and care about Bitcoin, like this is what we're doing and this is why we're doing it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Both those conversations, yeah.
I think they can probably complement each other. So having the one in Istanbul first, we see what you can bring to Berlin out of that conversation. And
yeah, exactly.
Well, outside of Bitcoin Plus Berlin, if anybody's traveling through town, interested in getting involved in Bitcoin events, where should we send them?
There's a meetup page called Bitcoin Lab Berlin, and this doesn't really mean anything other than that's the name of the meetup. But pretty much everything going on in town is on there. We have a Socratic BitDevs that's been going on for 6 years now, I think.
Yeah.
So every month there's a BitDevs, and we have several monthly meetups. So one of them is actually, and unless somebody proves the opposite, but it's the longest running Bitcoin meetup in the world.
Oh, wow.
It's been running since...
I think Tampa Bay may have some.
It's since summer 2011.
Oh, wait.
It's been running. And
they claim 2014, so if it's 2011, it's longer running.
I think like New Hampshire might be up there, but I don't think the meetup doesn't exist anymore, or at least the one that like was running since 2011.
I think that was like Pork Fest tangential.
Yeah,
I
maybe
think
something like that. So that's still going strong. That was happening at Room 77 for
Rest
the
in
longest
peace.
time, and then we moved locations and now have another great place. Also, that like a restaurant that runs their own node and accepts Bitcoin payments, and like it's a community kind of hotspot for. And then there's like different small events depending on the time, but it's always a good hop, especially during summer. Like from Easter to October, it's a good time. So BTC++ October, the weather's probably going to be nice, and then it only gets shitty in November. So it's it's still a good time to come and check it out. And there's always people there that are up for like a chat or. So yeah, especially since a bunch of people are also traveling through town the whole time, so you usually meet somebody. So come on over, say hi if you're in town.
What week is it in October?
It's going to be the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, so first week of October. I think it's right after Oktoberfest if you're planning a trip to Germany.
Oh yeah, I think
Oktoberfest
is it the
happens
last
the week
weekend
of
or is it over the weekend before?
I think, I don't know, but I think it's just right. I think Oktoberfest happens like just right before it,
Yeah.
and then
because
our conference.
Oktoberfest is usually over by October.
Yeah.
You're asking for a very low energy first day at the conference if you're telling people to go to
Okay, yeah.
Oktoberfest.
That's true, yeah.
I'm kidding. Go enjoy it. Lisa, Jeff. Lisa, thank you for throwing this conference, for
Yeah, of
having
course.
us. Jeff, looking forward to Berlin. I will not be able to make it, unfortunately. My wife is pregnant, and
Oh, wow, okay.
the child is due around then. But
Well, all the best to you then.
thank
Your
you.
wife.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Cool.
But I will be watching the live stream.
Yeah, let's go. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome.
Thanks,
All right.
Artie.
Thank you,
Thank you.
guys. Whew. I think we have Matt Corallo coming on. Matt Corallo, one of the most tenured TFTC guests. I think he's been on 6 or 7 times now at this point. One of the first guests ever. We crushed a 6-pack of IPAs back in 2017 talking about Bitcoin.
That was a minute ago.
Yeah.
Ago.
I don't think I've ever told you this, but I think you were the one who helped me learn the most about Bitcoin, just being at BitDevs in New York for many years between 2015 and
Well,
2017.
you can't blame me for that. You gotta blame our wonderful former host of BitDevs New York now, Jay.
Former.
Oh yeah, he moved to the Bay Area.
Oh, yes, I did
He's
hear
now
this.
running local host research. There's like a whole new Bitcoin development and research lab in the Bay Area that he's running now.
Shout out to Jay.
Yeah.
Incredible person, ran an incredible
Yes.
meetup. New York BitDevs
Guy,
has
guy knows how to run a community.
Yeah, he does.
He really does.
New York BitDevs has a special place in my heart.
No.
We've been belaboring the op return talk. If you want to get like 30 seconds in on it, I don't think we need to cover it anymore.
I
You
doubt
had a
there's
debate.
anything new I can say on it. I think there's not much new that anyone has said on it in 10 years.
Yeah, I
so.
think we've gotten the perspective of raise the limit pretty much nailed down today. I think we'll have Mechanic on later to get the keep the filters.
Yeah, it's been going for years.
Yeah. But let's talk about what
you want to join us? Join us. I don't know.
Hey. Good.
We haven't started yet. Really. I mean, we kind of started.
Sorry, I actually missed yesterday. I was like scheduled for you guys, and then I was talking to Bob, and time just flew.
It's all time flies.
Yeah.
We have a schedule
Yeah.
for
The schedule is
interviews
nonsense.
here, but it's not being followed well. But we're doing a good job of just pulling people
Yeah, that's
out of the
awesome.
hallway and
That's
into
awesome.
the live stream. But I was going to ask you, where it's LDK. What's the latest there?
Yeah, we think it's going to be a big year for LDK and for non-custodial Lightning in general. We're very optimistic about splicing and also mostly zero-fee commitment transactions. So being able to use the truck feature in the new Bitcoin Core release, the last release I believe it came out in, for Lightning is going to be a pretty big UX unlock. And so taking advantage of that, and then some other work that we haven't announced yet that we're pretty excited about. So when we hired Ben the Carman last week or so, he joined our team. So we're really excited for what we're going to ship this year.
Are you worried that he's
He's
too focused on Op Return bot right now?
It'll
his
you know,
attention's a little
the drama
divided.
the drama will subside a little bit, you know.
I kid. He's been known to get shoot off this stream many times, but
I know you're not used to hearing me say I'm excited about something, but
I know
for
I'm
once
not.
I am.
I mean, I'm not going to ask you what your probability of Bitcoin success is.
Yeah, that's the ultimate question.
But no, speaking of splicing, I had Dusty Damon on yesterday talking about it, and I think it's a really underappreciated concept or just tool in Bitcoin right now that, if implemented widely, would be incredibly beneficial to the network.
Yeah, I mean,
second layers.
it is fairly useful. You know, it's a big deal for non-custodial Lightning. For a custodial Lightning node, it's helpful, but like you can also just open another channel, right? If you're like a big routing node or whatever, you can just open another channel. Splicing allows you to route slightly larger payments, but there's not a lot of those in Lightning to begin with. But for a non-custodial Lightning node,
How would you define a slightly larger payment?
Well, it depends on which part of the network you're looking at.
Okay.
You know, the really large routing nodes, you know, you're talking about like a 1 Bitcoin payment, right? Like a really large, for Lightning, really large payment. Whereas for a non-custodial node, splicing makes a fairly large difference, right? So this is why you saw like Phoenix adopt it very early. And it really addresses a lot of important UX challenges that we've had with Lightning for a long time.
Jungli, any thoughts on this particularly?
I mean, whatever work you guys are doing on Lightning, a lot of the stuff is so complicated that if you're not living and breathing it day in, day out, it becomes even hard to follow. But whatever's being done, I mean, we all need Lightning to just work, especially the non-custodial one, you know. So whatever's been happening is kudos. I mean, seriously, it's very hard. You read up, you understand, you go, okay, this is cool. You go away for a month, come back. What was that going on there? I'm just honest there, you know.
Yeah, no, it is. There's a lot of depth to Lightning. That's
Yeah,
definitely
for
true,
sure.
and it's a huge amount of resources, like on the LDK team, but also you look at Phoenix, Core Lightning, LND. The amount of man hours that have gone into building these things is huge and continues to be huge. You know, as we add more and more features, it just becomes totally impractical for anyone to build a new Lightning implementation that supports all this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, a recurring theme of the discussion the last 2 days, particularly when Lightning comes up, is its role as this somewhat connective tissue of many different second layer solutions like eCash are coming to market. Curious to get your thoughts on that. We were talking about multi-nut payments right before you came on, and this idea of maybe onboarding a user to a custodial eCash mint to build up a balance that makes sense to create a Lightning channel with, and using the Lightning gateways that exist in these eCash protocols to facilitate that.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely means this is a problem that we've seen, especially outside of Bitcoin, actually, in the like crypto world. You look at like Ethereum payments UX, Ethereum transfer UX, it's trash. It's really, really bad because they have this fragmented marketplace. It's like, okay, I want to pay in USDC and I have USDC on this second layer roll up, but the merchant only takes the payment on this second layer roll up. So now I have to do this thing in my wallet that I don't understand, and like yada yada. It's really awful. And Lightning is actually addressing that in a big way for Bitcoin. Is like we can have a common language for here's how you make a payment, and all the wallets can support that. And, you know, it'd be nice if all wallets supported Lightning and not just on-chain, but, like, we can have a fairly common single thing. In spite of whatever technology you're using underneath, we can have one, just this is how you pay. And all the wallets support that, and payments just go through, and you don't have to think about it as a user. And it's a huge UX win. I mean, you really can't overstate how important that is for the Bitcoin transfer user experience.
Yeah, and tying this into like Bitcoin mining and the centralization issues that exist at the pool layer now. We talked to the hash pool guys yesterday, and I think this implementation of eCash and the ability to, as a miner, get eHash tokens as you're sending shares to the pool, and then immediately sell them for Bitcoin to somebody who wants to take the luck risk using the Lightning network.
So I actually had some follow-up questions, and it's very related to what you were asking as well, right? Because remember in P2 pool, we want to do the swap and stuff. But then the issue is, I think it's only C Lightning that still supports LTC as well, right? If you want to. And LND took it out, right? So
supports what, sorry?
Litecoin, right? So
or
to be able to
yeah,
run
yeah.
a Lightning node that does 2 chains, for example, right?
Yeah.
So if ETH hash comes along, that's a question for the mints too. They support multiple assets, right? How can we do that? I know Lightning doesn't want to do
if
that.
you want to do Lightning natively on top of the P2 pool share chain?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. The Litecoin stuff got taken out just because nobody used it. I
maintenance
mean, it
hell,
doesn't.
yeah.
It also just doesn't exist. Like, there's no nodes. There's
Yeah.
like one node left on the Litecoin network, so it just doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, yeah.
But yeah, on the P2 pool share chain, you're right. That's an interesting question. I mean, you don't need it to do these swaps, right? So, I mean, I guess maybe you want to explain briefly to people what we're even talking about.
Well, so this is all Matt's fault. I was trying to kind of figure out what I want to do with with Braidpool seeming very complicated to me. I was thinking, let's build something simpler, get something shipped so that we can get people to start contributing and get something out there. So I came up with this idea, which was like all federations and stuff, and Matt got onto me and was like, what is this nonsense? So I tried to explain it to him, but then he said, hey, listen to this idea instead. And Matt had been talking about this idea for a while. It's just that it took me ages to grok. So it's probably best you explain it. The payout mechanism.
So I mean, this was I don't know whose idea this really was, because it was really Bob trying to explain Braidpool to me and me misunderstanding what Bob was saying and concluding that he meant this other thing. And I like this other thing that I thought Bob was trying to explain to me, and Chung does too. So, but the idea was really just, so, I mean, you have this P2 pool thing, right, which is really it's a merged mine chain on top of Bitcoin, but it's really a pool for miners to do payout to split reward split. And you mine shares, and shares are in fact blocks in this merged mine blockchain. And
Blocks
then
are tokens.
And blocks create basically tokens in this merged mine blockchains, which are shares, which are shares that will get future payouts when the pool mines a block. And what I thought Bob's idea was for Braid was, okay, well, you take that design, which is great, and then you extend it by making the blocks go faster. So you use a technology called braids to make the blocks go faster, which is also good, which addresses some important issues with P2 pool where there was just too high variance. And then on top of that, you say, okay, well, we have these shares. What if we just let people trade these shares, like treat them like a currency? And you can say, okay, I want to sell you my share. I only have one share in this blockchain, in this pool, and it's maybe going to get a payout. Its payout's going to be super low. It's not worth trying to receive the payout on chain on Bitcoin for this. So instead, I'm going to go to somebody and I'm going to say, hey, market maker, I want to sell you my share, and we're going to do an atomic swap on Lightning. You're going to pay me Bitcoin. You're going to take some variance risk. So you're going to take some risk. I'm probably going to pay you for the service. But there can be an open marketplace for this. Many market participants, market makers can participate and make this market and compete. And this can allow people to mine on a smaller level on this kind of P2 pool design while still getting paid out in Bitcoin by these market makers.
Yeah, this has been a long running problem that many in the mining space have attempted to solve. Not only the like P2 pool and Braid specifically, but the idea of like hash rate futures or payout futures. And
I mean, those instruments, at the end of the day, you need some financial engineering wizards to come on board, right?
It's a two-sided market problem where historically you have like Biduta's OTC desk where it's very chunky. They're finding one large investor with one miner to sell a block of hash, where in these models, whether it's P2 pool, Braid pool, or hash pool, you have this many-to-many opportunity because you can get the granularity of the shares and then trade them on an open market.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I like with this mechanism in P2 pool is that there is a market, right? Even if it's not a futures market. You're just buying and sharing, buying shares to get Bitcoin at a discount, right? So because the other side is taking a risk.
Well, it would technically be a futures market, right?
It could easily be evolved.
Future delivery of Bitcoin, kind of,
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the good thing is it leaves that out of our work at the moment, right? We just do the engineering first, then someone else can come along and do the financial engineering.
Yeah. And someone will do. I mean, at some price, someone will always do this, right? Like,
it's not even like complex financial engineering. It's just literally creating an order book for people.
And it's the same thing that all the pools already do with PPS, right? It's just you're basically offering PPS as a service, and you get to decide what fee rate you charge. And there's an open marketplace now, so you disintermediate this, like the pool that you use, who's doing all this other technical work that you have, all this counterparty risk in and whatever. So you're picking that. There's like a lot of centralization pressure around that. Like there's just a lot of economy of scale. You have to build a trusted brand and yada yada. Whereas now it's like, okay, well, I'm just mining on this open network, and who offers me the best FPPS rate right now? I can just go to whoever's offering the best rate on like an instantaneous market basis. So it totally disintermediates that part of the pool, which I think is kind of cool.
Absolutely. There's not one centralized entity controlling this stuff.
It's
right?
not kind of cool. It's like revolutionary for the dynamics of the mining pool layer. I think it's desperately needed.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go build it. Let's go build it.
Yeah.
I've got a bone to pick with you.
Yeah.
You ninja launched the threat of a POW change on my podcast last year.
Yeah.
Has your feelings about that evolved at all?
I am still very disappointed in the mining ecosystem and like the lack of accepting that this is a major problem for Bitcoin, but I have seen a lot of movement since that, kind of in the last year and a half or however long it's been. I have seen a good bit of movement on the pool side and on some miners starting to say, like, this is a problem. We really want to use Stratum V2. We want these kinds of cooler technologies. And I do appreciate that these things move slowly. Like I obviously accept that things aren't going to move quickly. Having pools redo a lot of their architecture is not going to move quickly. And so the fact that there is some movement happening in the background right now that, hopefully will come to the surface and become a larger part of the mining ecosystem in the future, I'm really happy about. But, obviously if that doesn't, then it's still this is like a failure of Bitcoin, right? If it doesn't happen. So I'm hoping it does. I'm hoping miners adopt. Hoping P2 Pool V2 gets built. Some miners adopt that. Some miners adopt Stratum V2. Depending on what their business needs are. I think they're complementary technologies. I don't think they really compete because they're just different pools, and different miners are going to have different needs.
And we're stealing a lot of the work from Stratum reference implementation anyway, right?
Right.
Yeah, so we're just using as much components as we can. Why write code when somebody else has written it?
Yeah, right. It's always fascinating. I think timing is extremely important in Bitcoin, and I think the timing is ripe due to the combination of the technologies that exist. Lightning's at a certain stage of maturation. eCash is out, and we're thought about how to tokenize these shares and get them into people's hands. Like, you just need a market that is extremely liquid for the miners that may not be able to meet a threshold of payouts in a timely manner for them.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is very exciting in terms of, I feel like, Bitcoin is always a slow burn on the engineering side, but it does seem like there's a lot that's kind of coming to fruition all at once right now. Again, like you mentioned, maturation of Lightning, but also a lot of these mining technologies like SRI is getting to a point where it's like, okay, this is real. You can totally use this. Pools can totally integrate this. It, needs some tweaking here or there, but we'll find bugs as it gets integrated, obviously, but it works. It's there. It's an option. It's a real option. And then stuff like P2 Pool V2 getting off the ground, it does seem like there's a lot of technology coming out, like this sort of bull market we've been in, this sideways bull market, has not been super negative for technology. I'm used to the bull markets being like, nothing ever gets built in the bull markets. You wait till the bear markets, but this time it seems like there's still builders.
By definition, this is not a bull market.
Right. By definition, this is not actually a bull market. Although we hit 100K today, we're
the price is right over your head, Young Lee. We're at 101. 369.
101, yeah, there you go.
101, awesome.
Yeah.
But I mean, just to add to what Matt is saying, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that has been built that we are now able to use, which was not true 5 years ago, like Rust Bitcoin, right? BDK, LDK, all this stuff just exists. It's just some awesome work that has been pushed out over a long grind over the last few years that makes building new stuff, experimenting with it, easier, I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
No, and I going back to timing too, I think now more than ever, particularly at the mining pool layer, it's important to get these distributed more decentralized models out there as nation states start to get in the mining game. I think Bhutan came out. Everybody's been celebrating them for years, and they came out and said you need an official government license to mine Bitcoin within their kingdom.
Bhutan is very controlled for sure. Yeah.
And obviously, the Trump family is starting a mining company.
Oh, aren't they now?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
American Bitcoin. What's it called?
Okay. All right. Hey,
Yeah.
I mean,
Is that news from today?
better? Honestly,
No,
better
it's-
that
it's
than
a
they
bit
issue
old.
some coins,
Yeah.
some token. I
Oh, they're
prefer
gonna
they
it
do
all.
some mining.
They're going to
but
do it all.
Yeah, maybe they'll be a little focused on mining for
they're
a
having
minute.
fun with their crypto.
Yeah,
They'll be
right.
Tether
They're
plus
having
plus.
fun with their crypto.
Marks and I were actually joking earlier. You opened for Trump in Nashville last year, and it was a very stark dichotomy of speeches.
Slightly. That scheduling was a little interesting. I did not ask for that slot. They gave me that slot. I did ask for a main stage slot. I was like, I think this is important. I want to do it on the main stage, and they were gracious enough to make room for me because that was tough last year. But they were like, no, we're gonna put you right before Trump. It's like, okay, hey, look, well, I'll give the talk I want to give. I don't know that you're gonna, it's gonna come through with the audience, but
That's what the replay's for on YouTube.
Yeah, that's fair.
Get
That's
to the
fair.
people who actually
Yeah.
want to listen to it.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, this has been great. Any final parting thoughts on things people should be focused on or work that you're doing that could use help with and people should be paying attention to?
For sure. We need hands-on. I mean, I've got a project plan on my GitHub repo. Please come take a look. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be done.
What's your link? What's your name
it's,
on it?
Look for P2Pool V2 on GitHub, and you'll find it. Yeah.
Don't sleep on non-custodial lightning.
There's a lot of people sleeping on it.
A lot of
There's
people have given up on it. Don't sleep on it.
Who's doing it the
it's
best?
coming back.
Phoenix
We
Zeus.
right now Phoenix, but at the end of the year, it's going to be a new project by Ben the Carman.
Is this an announcement of an announcement?
This is an announcement of an announcement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I know.
Don't
I
get
was
your
told I
hopes up.
wasn't supposed to do that.
Don't get your hopes up, people.
Our PR guy was like, "We can't announce an announcement," but now here I am doing it. So
But look, Matt's optimistic.
yeah, I'm optimistic for once. So
This
there's something there.
This is the TFTC news desk. We get you the alpha that you didn't know you need. An announcement of an announcement.
Right.
Matt Chung-Lee, thank you guys so
Thanks
much.
a lot. Thanks, buddy.
Let's take a little break. I need to get water. Thank you guys. No, you got to talk
From
right
front.
into them. And we're back. Bitcoin Plus Plus Day 2, Mempool Edition with Bitcoin Mechanic.
Hello. And this is
Cool, your first name?
Jason Hughes.
With Jason, yes. Okay. I didn't know. I noticed you have a NIM on there too. I didn't know if you wanted to just roll with that. But, whew. I caught the first debate last night. It was a really debate panel discussion about op returns and everything that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
You're obviously very on the front lines of this discussion going on. Let's hear from your perspective. We've had a lot of perspectives from the Let's Raise the Limit part of the argument today. Not much on let's not do that.
Well, that's disappointing in itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's just rolling out the red carpet, let's be honest, for people that want to do Ethereum things, namely Ethereum on Bitcoin. And it's got this sort of lame technical excuse that op return is a bit better than creating some UTXO bloat. And this is the edge case of this whole Citria thing. It's very, very unlikely to cause any sort of significant damage if you just leave things as they are. Being wrapped up into this think of the children kind of argument that's completely implausible, coming from people that watched the UTXO set go from 4 gigabyte to 12 gigabyte in 2
It's
years
like over 12 now,
without
yeah.
any concern. And any attempt to do anything about that was, Core weren't calling it censorship and stuff. Peter Todd was, but like he's not Core exactly. Core were just like, look, this is too controversial, we're not going to touch it. And I bought that. I was like, fair enough. Core can't be merging stuff that's like super controversial. And then this one though, where like we wanted a new filter, right? We wanted to upgrade a filter. And then what's going on now is they want to get rid of an existing one with this very, very this wanting explanation of, oh, it will stop a bit of UTXO bloat and filters don't really work anyway, so just let us get rid of them and please don't complain too much.
I mean, solution in search of a problem.
Right, and really it's pretty obvious what's going on and where the motivation for this change comes from. And it just doesn't fit. It violates all the ideology of what's going on here. I don't have to participate in scammers storing stuff on chain. I don't have to do, or not even scammers, like people with the most wonderful use case for storing arbitrary data on Bitcoin, whatever. Like if Julian Assange wants to put WikiLeaks stuff on Bitcoin, I'm going to be like, can you please not do that, right? Even if it's the best thing ever. Just so you know, it's not about the content. That just adds insult to injury. When it's all NFTs and scams and all that, I'm like, well, that's kind of a
just makes it
distraction.
worse.
Yeah, it's an insult to injury, but it's not the problem. It's just
Right.
Bitcoin's money. If you keep using it for other stuff, then it degrades it. And I saw you actually quoted me saying something to that effect yesterday.
Yeah. There's been and it's hard too. Like as an outside, not an outside observer, I'm a Bitcoin user, invest in companies in the space, and it is tough too. Cause like, how do we delineate between what one person may deem to be a not optimal use of block space versus what is allowed with consensus rules?
I think part of the problem is there's a difference between what can already be done and exploits that are happening, like the inscription things. Like these things are happening, and that's through inaction that these things are happening. Well, if we explicitly remove this limit, that is an action we are taking to encourage this behavior. Now, I want Bitcoin to be Bitcoin. We shouldn't be encouraging it not to be Bitcoin. We should be going the opposite direction on that, it seems. There's one thing to not act. It's one thing to not do something. Like when they didn't merge Luke's PR to filter the inscriptions, that was inaction. You need to have some level of courage and ability to do so to fight something like that, and I understand why it didn't happen. But this is the opposite. This is just throwing the door open and actively encouraging it, which is going to make matters 1,000 times worse. Anybody that says otherwise just they can't see the forest for the trees. They're looking right here and not looking down the road 10 feet.
Yeah, the context matters, and it keeps getting put down into this tiny framing of like, well, isn't it strictly better if they need 90 bytes of op return? Isn't that strictly better than them bloating the UTXO set? Yes, that's correct. But you have to ignore the political context and the ramifications and all that stuff and be so naive to pretend it's just about that one thing.
Yeah, that was the one question I didn't get to ask last night after the panel discussion that popped into my mind, and I asked it earlier today, but interested to get your thoughts on this. Like, they're like, I don't know if I'm going to characterize this right, but it seems like by releasing the limit, they're maybe making assumptions that some of the projects that would benefit from this are actually going to find product market fit. And I think the wave of inscriptions and the JPEGs, I think it's clear to me at least that it went on like a pretty big hype cycle, then died down pretty significantly in terms of like the value of the tokens.
That's what a lot of that stuff does. I mean, that's every scam coin that's been out since you could clone Bitcoin. I mean, pretty much everything has gone up a little bit down. I mean, it's just like it's got some hype behind it and it disappears. I mean, how many altcoins have been made? Since
probably in the millions now.
Yeah, and how many do you know about? I guess is the question. Everybody knows about Bitcoin, and let's keep it that way.
And it's just how much Bitcoin is a database, they say, but it's not just a coincidence that 99.9% of the stuff in that database is people doing transactions, like monetary transactions. That's not a coincidence of like, oh, people just found that more useful. That's a reflection of how it was designed to actually permit that. If blocks were 5 gigabytes in size, it would be really different. It would be used for other kinds of things. People would be trying to make like YouTube substitutes and stuff and be pretending it was decentralized, even though you could only really run a node if you were Google in that kind of network anyway, making it pointless. But that was the Craig Wright BSV thing, right? We don't care about any nodes except mining nodes, and piss off if you're not one of them, which was the worst part about all of yesterday for me. When I said, despite being where I am in this whole war, I don't want to see a bunch of people move away from Bitcoin Core because it's not traditional FOSS. Like, if we have a bunch of different competing implementations, you're just going to see network downtime, and that's going to make us lose all our credibility. And the response wasn't, yeah, that's a concern. It was, we don't give a shit because they're not mining nodes, which is exactly what Craig Wright used to say. The nodes don't matter unless they're mining nodes. Otherwise, they're irrelevant and piss off. And that exact same disregard for what you can do with a node that isn't just mining and constructing templates is relevant to how the network gets used and how it the direction in which things go. So yeah, I mean, I just find that disgraceful. There's no other word for it.
Has the last 2 days been productive at all in terms of meeting people in person?
Productive.
Getting a better perspective of the other side of the argument.
I think getting one-on-one and face-to-face with certain people on the topic does help get the perspective across in a different way. There's only so much you can do on Twitter. There's only so much you can do in a GitHub pull request post. But when you get somebody face-to-face, you can actually talk to them. And most of the people that I've talked to that either didn't understand or were slightly on the wrong side, they understand it better now. And even if they then decide not to go in the direction that I would like them to, I would rather them have the information and be able to make that choice. And that's part of this whole debate, is kind of taking away that choice.
Yeah. And like, is filtering the optimal solution for getting this out? I mean, this is thought that's been in my mind last week. Like, does something more drastic. I saw Warren Tagomi was suggesting on Twitter that you should just basically increase the cost per VByte of UTXOs below a certain threshold.
Did you see this?
I did not, so I don't know if I could speak to it.
Warren has always he's his own guy, and he has some interesting ideas, but I saw it, but I haven't thought about the implications of it yet. I think filtering is a great solution. It's got historical precedent, right? And the nodes run the network, which is the elegant part of it. If you're using filters to do it, rather than they operate at the mempool level. That is just the resignation that's going on, which is if miners want to do it, they get to do it. And this is so defeatist and such an inversion of the employee owner aspect of Bitcoin. The nodes are always supposed to be the owners and the boss of the network, and that's established with, it's not just a consensus.
Yeah, Saifedean's described miners as the slaves of the network before.
Well, I wouldn't call them slaves, I'd just call them employees. Yeah. I don't see anything wrong with that.
They get paid well.
Yeah.
My favorite analogy for it was winter cools from years ago about them being security guards. And the block size was them saying, we're going to be a security guard for another product, and it's up to you to pivot. And we're saying, look, we're just going to hire other security if you do that. Like, this is our thing, this is our company. And, I mean, you have that being at the moment, I mean, there's all sorts of reminiscence, like throwbacks to that era of the dynamic just flipping upside down on its head. And people being like, spammers want to put it in the chain, miners want to get paid to do that. I'm like, yes, and now they're trying to force someone to be a middleman to facilitate that against their own interest. And I asked repeatedly, what incentive do I have as a node to relay a JPEG from a scammer to a mining pool? Can someone please explain what that incentive is? And there's like 50 terrible reasons they give, like your fee estimation is going to suck.
They're not real reasons.
No, they're not. So at the end of the day, I invoke property rights. It's my mempool, and you can keep telling me that the spam can end up in the chain anyway, no matter what I do. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to be the guy that's, putting a safety belt in a car and being like, well, there's no point because car accidents still happen and people still die, so it's pointless. That argument doesn't work in any other context.
Well, and the
that
security
bad
guard
things
thing
happen, so just give up trying to ever not be a part of it. There's no incentive for me to be a part of it. So the default is, if you want to transmit crap around the network, I don't want to be a part of it. All it's going to do is make my transaction fees more expensive anyway. So why would I participate in this? It only hurts me.
No, and you're right, and there's no good answer. There's answers that people are trying to gaslight into reality. I mean, that's politics. That's kind of how that side of it goes, and we're kidding ourselves if we say this isn't at least partly a political thing. But on the technical side, I mean, you got to think the miners are the gatekeepers of the blockchain, not the gatekeepers of the mempool or your mempool. They are there to facilitate getting transactions into blocks for Bitcoin transactions, for me to send money from me to you. Like that should end up in a block because I should have paid a miner to do that, and that is what Bitcoin is for. If the miners want what they are mining and being paid to do that in the form of the subsidy or in the form of the fee that I give them, if they want that to be worth something, then there has to be demand for what they have in the form of that subsidy or Bitcoin. And when Bitcoin isn't money anymore, what is that value? If Bitcoin, all it is data storage, and you no longer have a need for me to send Bitcoin from me to you because we either can't use it or don't want to at this point, what value is Bitcoin after that? And I think that's, again, looking a mile down the road instead of 10 inches down the road.
Yeah, we had Antoine Poisson on earlier this morning, and he was describing the way he's viewing this, which is like, this is going to happen. It seems pretty obvious to me as a protocol developer that these app developers do not care about messing up the main chain, and they're going to do it anyway, so let's provide them a way to do it more efficiently.
Well, so, I mean, I don't know if you watched Luke and I's quick talk about the policy history stuff this morning, and I guess people that are watching this can rewind and see that at some point. But we kind of described, like, there's reasons that these things exist. There's a reason that the consensus layer is much less strict than the policy layer, because we trust that miners are going to work in the interest of the network. They are the gatekeepers. That is their job. And if something happens to where we need to react quickly to a problem, the miners are the first line of defense, not the first line of let everything happen, not the first line of, well, we have to worry about what the miners want. Like, no, the miners are there to facilitate Bitcoin. And when we talk about policies like filtering spam and things, that's their job. Their job is to make sure that Bitcoin is usable as Bitcoin, not as anything else. If somebody's able to use it for something else within those boundaries without causing a problem, I mean, that is what it is. Maybe we can detect it, maybe we can't, and maybe it doesn't hurt anything, maybe it does. But this obviously isn't it. And swinging the door wide open and firing some of the security guards that are in place just doesn't make any sense. There's one thing to have inaction and things happen and that are difficult to deal with. It's another to make them happen. And we're currently trying to do the latter with what the changes are.
I've been seeing it like a newfound appreciation for crypto, because it was like biblical analogy. You have the money changers in the temple. We basically made a second awful temple, and we're like, you guys can just be there. And that was crypto, and it kept the Bitcoin temple fine, right? People are going to cringe at this analogy because it's biblical. So what's going on in core at the moment is the money changers came into our temple, and now we walk in one day and they're like cutting a new hole in the side of it to be like, yeah, this is a new door for the money changers. We're like, what are you doing that for? We don't want these people here. We're supposed to be chasing them out. And ironically, the whole Bitcoin knots concept is Jesus with the knotted whip, right, chasing them out. So that's a beautiful fact that Knots has become like the tool to fight back against this stuff, given what it's named after.
Well, I always like the biblical analogy of the Tower of Babel in crypto, where you just have like many competing languages where nobody can understand anything, and I think that could maybe apply to this situation too, where you're introducing.
I think what's even more interesting with the Knots side of things is Knots isn't there to tell you what to do. The whole point of the configurability of Knots is if you want this stuff, you could have already set that, and in an even looser way than Core is going now, if that's what the users wanted. What is the problem with having a same default for mining? And if you can convince a miner, okay, well, I mean, that's what happens. People can be bribed. That's that small proportion of bad actors that let things in that shouldn't be in that are Bitcoin doesn't change that the majority of miners and nodes and everything are acting in Bitcoin's best interest. We don't want to change that dynamic by making Bitcoin something it's not and inviting Bitcoin to be something that it's not. It's the invitation that's the problem. It's not the technical issue that's the problem. Bitcoin as a technical project could probably potentially survive an onslaught of arbitrary data. It has in the form of the inscriptions. This is a little different. I won't get into the weeds of that, but it could, as a technical thing, this may not be as huge of a problem, but from the perspective of it like actually causing problems for the rest of the network, that's a problem, and basically sending the signal like, hey, all of this stuff that everybody kind of objected to is now welcome. We are welcoming whatever you want to do to Bitcoin, and just go ahead. We don't care. That's the wrong message. That's the wrong message.
It was fascinating. Even last night on the panel discussion, I think Jameson asked like, who wants to see JPEGs on the blockchain, and Peter Todd raised his hand. I think it was sarcastically, but it's just like nobody wants it. That's like the weird spot we're in.
I did ask him straight up, like during, I think it was that debate or one of the debates, like if there were a solution to it, would he adopt it? And he said yes. That just baffles me even more. That like, okay, we have an okay solution to this already in place. Like we do nothing and it's okay. We do this, it definitely gets worse. Like objectively worse. There's no way to spin this in a way that says this is going to make things better for anybody. It makes things better for the people who don't really use Bitcoin. That's not Bitcoiners by definition. We're not doing this for Bitcoin. We're not doing this for Bitcoiners. We're doing this for everything else. Why is the reference implementation of Bitcoin focusing on everything but Bitcoin?
Yeah, and there's also a problem of miner income. Like, miners need to be not slaves, but they do need to be our employees. And if your employees are doing side gigs and get money from someone that isn't you, they're less incentivized to do what it is you want, and you're less able to get rid of them because they carry on occupying the same territory by someone else. And this comes in all over the place. There's ultimately just the flaw that miners do actually need to care about Bitcoin, and sometimes that will result in them earning less money than they otherwise might. And everyone's allergic to that being true, but it's for fact. If you have a situation with miners now where they're not allowed, in some circumstances, to mine, they're not allowed to create their own templates and get unpredictable payouts and stuff. They have to use FPPS and products like the way Foundry wrap things up, because otherwise they have to pay twice the amount of tax. That's how it works in Canada. There's two taxes: a sales tax and something else.
Yeah.
If you mine Bitcoin, because you're acting as some sort of financial middleman as well, and you have to pay tax to being that kind of service provider. Government is basically saying, we'll give you a 15% cut, actually a 50% discount on your tax, because it's 15% instead of 30, if you don't actually mine Bitcoin yourself and get someone else to make templates for you. Are you going to sit here and be like, well, they earn more money, so it's fine, and Bitcoin can't ever have any sort of issues if people do stuff like this? That's not good if they're doing it. That's miners being deputized by the state. And it's no spammers coming along and giving them a side gig in that effect too. Any ability they have to earn money that isn't doing what Bitcoiners want them to do works against our interest. And if it ever becomes dominant, like maybe 4 or 5 halvings from now, when like actually, let's just say worst case scenario, it's all just arbitrary data in the chain and there's barely any subsidy. Miners are being paid by arbitrary data storage seekers who are trying to take advantage of the fact that there's this ghost town network of people who run nodes and actually store this absolute crap that is just going to completely diminish, and then the whole thing keels over when it's like, well, we don't want the block space because only 10 people store this stuff now.
Right.
It's just like every shitcoin.
Well, the
there's just
question-
no network anymore.
The question about miners is like let's look at the short-sighted version of this. Let's say tomorrow somebody went to a miner and paid them $100 million to mine a block that breaks Bitcoin, like grinds the network to a halt. It's dead for weeks or days because of this, and we need to upgrade everything. Would everyone consider that a bad thing that the miner did that?
No, they're economically incentivized to do it, so they
I
did
think
it. Not
I
a
think
problem.
realistically most Bitcoiners would think that's a problem, but that's the other side of this.
Well,
If you-
most Bitcoiners thought OFAC compliance was a problem, right?
Well, true.
The reason Mara would have done OFAC compliant is because their lawyers would have said, look, this will, it might lose us a couple of transactions, but
It's
it will
a little
save you
different.
millions of dollars in legal fees. It's some compliance we can do in advance that might save us money. So they're financially incentivized to work against Bitcoin. We
Right.
didn't care. We were like, stop doing that.
But they're still mining, and Bitcoin is still functioning. In this scenario, let's say they mine a block, they get a one-time payment from some bad actor that is the sum of all payments of all bad actors over time, and Bitcoin dies. I feel like that would be a bad thing if that were to happen, and most Bitcoiners would say the same. Now, how is that not a bad thing when that just happens over an extended period of time, which is what we're cultivating now?
Because boiled frog syndrome.
There's the thing. A lot of people just don't recognize how detrimental this is to Bitcoin, and it's the same problem. They're either getting the money now or they're getting it later, but they're still bad actors for what they're doing. I think everybody can agree that if a miner killed Bitcoin tomorrow in some way with some unknown issue, that they pulled it off as a miner, every Bitcoiner would think that's a problem. But not everybody realizes that that is the problem we are facing by embracing this change and this arbitrary data inclusion stuff. That's what it does. And that's proven to be what it's done everywhere else.
Yeah, and going back to what I said earlier, it doesn't seem like there's really a strong, staying product market fit. It's like waves, and there's people trying, and it seems like there's a diminishing marginal return on the shitcoinery on top of Bitcoin. If you want to think of a way like a state actor could, just thinking adversarially here, disrupt the network, it's just like use printed money to just keep doing
Yeah, I mean,
this throughout
there's
time.
definitely ways to cause havoc. I mean, we've seen some of them over the years. I mean, I've been around a long time in Bitcoin. I mean, I don't know if many people have talked about it already, but I used to run the Eligius mining pool with Luke back in like 2011. So, I mean, I've been around a while. I've seen a lot of the problems happen and be fixed quickly in the ways that just would not happen today. It's a totally different landscape on the developer side, and the mining side, there's just not, people just don't want to fix things. They want to break things. That's literally what this does. And I don't know how to get that point across anymore.
Well, they just keep gaslighting us and saying it's already broken, so let us break it. That is the argument.
I mean, well, kinda. It's an argument. I don't think it's a very good one to just keep harping on the same thing. I'd like to get a way to get it across to people.
No, to Steelman is like bring it back to like Warren's. Like that's what like again, like the op return limit is the focus now. But like what I've been trying to think of the last week, like is there something beyond that?
Sure.
Releasing the limit that needs to happen to disincentivize this activity and make it somewhat economically infeasible.
Part of the problem is like what's going to end up happening is let's say this gets merged. Not a lot of people are going to immediately use it because this is a solution in search of a problem. That this is not something that needs to happen because there's already ways that the people that are cramming arbitrary data in are doing so at a discounted rate that anybody can use right now because of the inaction of developers now. If we change this, the narrative is going to flip to, see, we did this. It's not that bad. But that's because we never fixed the original problems. And now our action is exaggerating the inaction to push a narrative that this is a good thing. Whereas once that is embraced and sends the signal and that signal gets across to the people and that are bad actors, it's going to be a problem for Bitcoiners and Bitcoin. I don't know how else to make that clear. And I'm happy to chat with whoever about it.
Well, on that point, like, what do you both think is the best course of action, or what would you like to see happen moving forward?
I would like to see Core stop doing what they're trying to do. I would like them to say that your mempool is part of your sovereign territory, and it is what makes you a Bitcoiner, and it's fine to have that kind of, we call them first-class Bitcoin citizens, right? Like, if you're using a third-party node,
you can put up a "stay off my lawn" sign.
I don't even want all that. I just want them to apply the same standard they did to Luke's PR. This is too controversial. Close it.
Yeah, that would be appropriate.
That would be, just be consistent. Be consistent in it. This is obviously a problem. Not everybody agrees to it. The community as a whole of users, as they learn what this does to the system, they reject it pretty readily. Like everyone that this has been explained to, that I know of, is probably leaning towards, I wouldn't do this. And there's different levels of understanding of that, and you have to get them to the point where they can make that decision. That's not been done. And it doesn't seem like the people pushing this care if that's done or not. You forget that like Bitcoin is based on the users. It's not the miners. It's not the exchanges. It's not the exchanges are kind of users, but it's not like any individual entity that controls this. That's great. That's why it's Bitcoin. We need to stick with what the users want. And if the users are divided on this and the controversial thing is, well, we're not going to do it as is precedent, stick with the precedent. Why can't we at least do that? I'm not even asking for them to make statements that saying the mempool is sovereign or anything. Just don't break things further.
And they did the PR 2 years ago and it got kicked out, right? Like, come back in 2 years if you want. There isn't actually a massive urgent need for it. So appeals to UTXO set bloat, again, it's like a kilobyte a year. If stuff keeps going wrong with Citria and they keep having to go into their failure mode. But here's the thing, if they get it through, it will be everyone else that wants to use it too. So, I mean, if it's under 150 bytes, OP_RETURN is a bit cheaper than fake pub keyouts, and it doesn't get to use the witness discount to the point where it becomes financially advantageous. The JPEGers are never going to use OP_RETURN. Probably. Actually, you have some reasons on why they actually
probably
definitely
would. That's a whole other talk.
Yeah, that's horrible. That's awful.
That's a whole other talk. But I mean, right now, the current people that are stuffing large amounts of data into the chain would have no real incentive to use OP_RETURN. It's 4 times more expensive beyond about 150, 160 bytes. So, okay, thanks, developers. I'm not going to touch this. Which, again, goes back to my point. They're going to use that as proof that this isn't harmful in the extreme short term. And, again, like you said, boiling frog syndrome, we need to get ahead of this. We can see around this corner immediately. Like, it's obvious what this does. And it's obvious what its intention is. Why aren't we using that knowledge of being able to see around one of the very few corners in this particular space that we can see around, and then being like, oh, hang on, maybe we shouldn't do that. I don't know where the heads are of some of the people. I don't know how to get them there. I feel like I have pretty sound arguments that make sense, but here we are.
Yeah. Want to be cognizant of your time? I know you.
I know. I'm looking at
check
it, so
in.
I'm going to have to leave in just a moment.
Okay. Yeah, it's so discombobulating almost because I've had plenty of conversations with many developers throughout the years, but still, I think I learned particularly championing Taproot and SegWit and seeing the unforeseen consequences that getting both those soft forks merged led to. Now I'm like just not as comfortable.
It seems like a lot of people. How long have you been in Bitcoin? Let's say
12 years now.
Okay, so you've been around a while. Did you keep track of like a lot of the policy changes and things back in the day, and kind of like how quickly the miners and things reacted to some of these issues that popped up, like in, let's call it like 2013, 2014, somewhere in there?
Probably a little early for me to be cognizant of that.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, but that was the thing. Like we had issues with attacks on the network way back in the day. And again, I'm gonna kind of reference you back to Luke and I's little panel this morning about a lot of that because we did touch on some of it. But what happened would be there would be a problem. Somebody would be using Bitcoin in a way that it shouldn't be used. It's not Bitcoin. It's a problem for Bitcoiners. Miners and users would see this. There would immediately be a discussion in one of the dev channels, like, all right, what is this? What are we doing about it? And something would be done about it. Like, that was immediate. Like, one of the attacks, I think we got like 85% miner adoption in like 8 hours to thwart with policy. Policy alone, not consensus, not a fork, not anything, just filters that already are in place and work. And that's the point. The reason they want to get rid of this is because the filter works. They're saying the filter doesn't work, so we need this, but We need to get rid of the
This
filter.
is the contradiction of it, because what they really want is the assistance of the P2P network. And part of this is Citria's terrible design, where they can't afford to wait a few hours for a block from
Merge
like
mine.
Mara, because Mara like has an unlucky streak and it takes them 6 hours to find a block. They don't get their equivalent of a justice transaction in time, and it breaks their thing. So they need our help and assistance for it. And all we're doing is saying, you don't have our consent. And Cora just gaslighting everyone into saying, well, the fact that you don't consent
There's nothing you
isn't
can do about it anyway.
like, it doesn't matter because they can get around the fact that you don't consent, so just consent. And I'm like, they're telling us expressly that they need our help with
Right.
this. And I'm saying I'm not going to give it, and then I'm being told, well,
You
your
have to anyway.
resistance is futile.
Resistance
you must
is futile.
Like,
That is great. Yeah, we
the-
gotta.
it's such a self-contradictory message because it's, I mean, how every time I talk about it, I start going crazier and crazier with it, because it doesn't. You're telling us that you need the help of the P2P network,
I've got to
which
roll in a
is what
second.
Bitcoin is, right?
I got to roll in a second. Let me leave with one tidbit. There's better ways to do these things. There's better ways to do pinning things to Bitcoin, to where Bitcoin is the security layer and your project is protected by the security layer of Bitcoin. That's been around for over a decade. It's called merge mining. You can convince, if your product is useful, you can get miners to merge mine your chain, your product, in whatever way that needs to function. You don't need to conform that to Bitcoin. You can get miners, if this is able to be brought on board, if it's something that's worthwhile, you can convince miners to do this because they have an incentive to do so, to A, keep it off of Bitcoin, and B, gain whatever the benefit of mining your chain is, whether that's a token or some swap or whatever. And there's an incentive to do that. It doesn't end up on Bitcoin. People who want to run that also run nodes for that project, and everybody's happy. Why have we forgotten that this is a thing?
Yeah. The smaller op return.
I've got to go, guys.
Yeah. See you, Jace.
Panic.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you for joining us, Jason.
Thank you. Have a good one, guys.
The smaller op return in knots, the 42 bytes, is enough to run a whole side chain.
Exactly.
And you can do anything with that.
Do it.
You can run all of Ethereum on that as a side chain in Bitcoin if you want, and not default will allow it.
Is this how Rootstock's doing it?
What's that?
Is that how Rootstock's doing it?
I don't know.
Are they merge mine? I believe they are.
I can't remember what Rootstock. I can't remember anything
They
about it.
created
to
like
be
an
honest.
Ethereum. I think it's a merge mine.
It's Ethereum on Bitcoin again, right?
Yeah.
And no one cares. There's no controversy about that. It's the fact that they want to like get their tentacles inside Bitcoin and start making all these little. They're making themselves comfortable, and I'm not comfortable with them being here. And it's them or us. Like,
Yeah.
this is, I've been talking about it so much on the cultural level too. Like, it starts at the cultural level, and you have like Bitcoin Magazine conference. You have this as a developer conference. It's just shitcoiners everywhere, and like, I'm sorry, like, if you put up with that, it infests everything very quickly. Just go to crypto, go over there and have fun. And I don't want to be associated with any of this stuff. We worked really hard drawing a line in the sand between Bitcoin and crypto. That was an amazing thing we did, and now we're just bringing all that into Bitcoin. And like, you're getting told by people like Pete Rizzo and stuff that this is great because the shitcoins will all die, and then Bitcoin will be even bigger as a result. And all these people will get scammed, and then they'll realize Bitcoin's great, and they'll buy it. No, they won't. Like, they'll get scammed, and then they'll leave the whole space.
Yeah,
That's actually what happens.
We had a conversation earlier today with Nifty about. It seems like there's a fork in the road with two different versions of DeFi and Bitcoin's place in it. DeFi, in one sense, being the definancialization. Like, we have better money, therefore we don't need hyper-financialized DeFi, decentralized financial protocols to do things. And so the DeFi that's definancializing the economy is something like Lightning, eCash, Arc, basically making it easy to send, receive, hold Bitcoin in a peer-to-peer and more private fashion. And then you have the decentralized finance crew, which is like, no, the hyper-financialized world in which we live in, we need to replicate that on first crypto, but now like we can do it on Bitcoin, so do it there. And I think it's just like a literal fork in the road of where we're going. I tend to believe we're going towards the definancialization of the world over DeFi, and over the last 3 years, the whole ordinals inscription things has been extremely frustrating because it does feel like people are pissing in the mempool, and it's I don't know, it's hard. And then again, I think this is where the extent of where I feel comfortable commenting on like consensus and policy goes, because like both sides are giving good arguments in my mind in terms of how it could disrupt the network on both ends, right?
Yeah, miners are Bitcoiners. Or what Jason was saying was back when it was kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
You were a Bitcoiner, you were a miner. So the P2P layer and what ended up in blocks were like, of course, respectful and congruent with one another. But now it's just miners want stuff, so we must tie ourselves in knots to facilitate it to our own detriment. And if we were to refuse to go along with that, we wouldn't suffer at all.
Yeah.
There's zero. I've been running knots for years. I filter out inscriptions. Nothing bad has ever happened as a result of that. And like the energy around that helped motivate Mara's slipstream, I think. But that's not usable in so many cases. It's a pain in the butt for spammers to have to go out of band and pay miners, to do this stuff. And as I said, they want the help of the P2P layer, and that is being just handed to them by the corruption that has manifested itself inside Bitcoin Core, because they're telling all of the appropriate lies they need to tell to make it seem like a non-issue, whilst trying to pretend it isn't. There's no valid controversy about it at all, and saying, look, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. I'm saying, if it doesn't matter, then why do you need to do it? Because, like, it always contradicts itself. But there's like 5 or 6 self-contradictions that make the whole thing. I mean, so many people were like, when Peter Todd said this yesterday, that should have been the end of the debate, because that's not true. And if there was any technically feasible way to filter out inscriptions, there is. It's in Knots. We've been using it for years, and it works. So that's the end of the debate. If you're going to claim these tools don't exist when they're staring us right in the face and they've worked for 15 years, like Jason said, I guess it's all just politics. And it seems to me like they've really decided to come together and go, we are just going to push this narrative, and people are going to get too confused to be able to see through it.
Do you think there's a miscommunication like going back to like filtering doesn't work? Do you think Peter Todd says that, believes like these transactions are getting included in blocks, therefore it doesn't work, and you're making the argument, well, my node's filtering them and propagating transactions, and that's working for me? That's what I'm, again, listening to all these conversations and trying to take it in. Like, are we agreeing on the same definitions of things?
Yeah, well, work, they always want to go with 100% success rate, which is never a thing. It's an approximate tool that does a reasonable job. Really good, actually. Like I said, almost everything in the blockchain is financial activity. That's because of careful design and filters, and that goes south quickly and it self-reinforces its own destruction if 1 or 2 of those dies, because you attract in people that want to use it for non-monetary usage. They become a bigger contingent of the Bitcoin as a whole. Development starts to reflect that use case, which attracts more people doing it that way. And like, it's now just a thing to talk about the monetary use case of Bitcoin and the non-monetary use case of Bitcoin. Like, that's just a given. There is no non-monetary use case of Bitcoin that is of any interest. Well, they might be worthwhile to the people doing it, and miners might earn money facilitating it, but it doesn't help Bitcoin. It can only hurt it.
It was an interesting example. Like, what are your thoughts on like open timestamps?
I don't have a problem with it, really. Like, if you want to get into the philosophy, like, this is where like the philosophical argument goes too far.
It's where I think like the spectrum of subjective nature comes in.
Because, well, I mean, I don't know. Peter Todd, I don't know how he plans exactly to proceed with it, because there isn't any specific mention of how it gets itself into Bitcoin's blockchain. I don't know if he plans to do it with op returns forever or with the op false hack forever, but hashes can fit inside that 42-byte limit set by default in Knots, and there's never been any sort of civil wars around that stuff. I don't really care about it to the same extent, and spam is never an ideological discussion, despite what Lop said yesterday about us being crazy ideologues. This is a practical matter. If there's like weird guys putting the odd op return in Bitcoin every now and again, it doesn't make sense to filter that, because it doesn't happen enough for us to bother even looking at it. But when you get a Goliath come along that's like, I have Ethereum and I want to dump it on top of Bitcoin, they have a way they're going to work. They're a slow, giant cruise ship that isn't going to be able to maneuver that fast. And you're like, all right, it might make sense to counter this. and then you treat that as a problem. And if anyone says, well, where do you draw the line? I don't know. You can't draw the line with spam versus financial activity. It's a subjective thing, and no one ever pretended otherwise. And spam filters never got rid of 100% of spam in any protocol. But we never abandon them because it's just stupid. They always go back to the ideological positions of how do you define spam? Is that objectively definable? No, it isn't. And can you ever completely get rid of it? No, of course you can't. So, but these are, again, we're not the ideological nutcases here. We're just saying, look, if block space is mostly being used up by junk, we need to do something about it. That's not ideologically insanity. That's just, it's not working, man. Like,
yeah. No, it's been fascinating anthropologically to observe, particularly how the spammers, scammers, whatever you want to refer to them as, like position it. They're like, I get value out of this. And it's like, do you really? Or are you just looking to extract value from greater fools? And it seems pretty clear to me that that's been the case with ordinals and inscriptions specifically.
Yeah, undeniably.
Yeah.
As I said, though, that's just insult to injury.
Yeah. So what do you foresee happening here?
I see Core continuing on with this hubris and this ivory tower attitude that, if you don't know what a signed integer is or whatever Gloria said, like, just shut up and get out of the conversation and stop creating a hassle for us and all this. I see that carrying on. The reaction would have to be significantly bigger than it has been, the blowback, for it to actually cause a change of course. But it's almost like, I think it just comes down to hubris now and power dynamics a lot, actually. Like, people don't want to feel like their hand has been forced. And if they back down from it now, I think they're even going to make the argument that, well, that sets a precedent that anyone can make controversy around anything we ever try and do, and then we can't do it. They set that precedent themselves when they didn't want to turn off bare multisig by default or add the Luke's inscription filters. They just said, oh, look, and then it becomes a case of selective enforcement of all of the moderation policies and all that. Like, I got banned off the GitHub and all that stuff, but I'm back now. It's not really a big deal. But the point is, I was kicked off for things that other people did too that they weren't kicked off for, and then it just becomes a reflection of what Core want rather than having some neutral moderation policy, right? So I said to Gloria, the fact that Core have said, okay, this is a pain in the butt, all this like noise in all of our technical forums for discussing this stuff. We have these moderation policies, we're going to start enforcing them. And Matt Corallo said, like, this is great, this is going to make our life so much better. The timing of it is too convenient because these kinds of controversies have happened before and no one cared to sort of invoke these policies that can prevent, that can, on the one hand, make the discussion tolerable, but on the other hand, just completely silence opposition. So, I mean, I'm not saying there's a solution to that problem. They need to be able to work in relative peace to do the job they do. And if there are like trolls coming out of the woodwork and yelling at them all the time and making their life horrible, I feel for them. There's no perfect solution to that. But this is too convenient. I'm sorry. Like me and a bunch of other people that were on that GitHub thread complaining about what it did, we articulated what it was that we thought was wrong, and we did a good job of doing so, and it wasn't as obnoxious as what the spammers did on our pull requests, not by a long degree. So it just seems like a selective enforcement, and that's what you do with these Ayn Rand socialist kind of setups that you get. You just make everything illegal, and then you make exceptions for people that play the right game and, satisfy you in other ways, right? So it's you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. But if anyone falls out of favor with the in-group, there's always a policy you can find to shut them up, right? You said this, he said that, you're not allowed to do that. Okay, like, I get it. But it's starting to look like there's a clique inside there that are very comfortable with people trying to do some interesting things on Bitcoin that are not to anyone's benefit but them. And that rolling out the red carpet for them, knocking a hole in the side of the temple door is just, I don't know. I guess I will come back to just saying it's hubris because they're not really hiding it. Like, this should be a thing where they're saying to Citria, look, we're not going to do this. It might make your life a little bit easier, but the Bitcoin community are pretty divided on this, and they don't want to see this happen. So your product, I'm very sorry to say, is going to have to operate a slightly different way and spend a tiny little bit more money. Like, how is that not the outcome of this? It should be, but it's probably not going to be.
Well, in fairness of Antoine's positioning of the Citria thing specifically earlier, like the way he described it was, I went to MIT Bitcoin or blockchain, whatever their conference is.
Something up I want to show you.
They said they were doing it this way. I said, oh God, that's going to bloat the chain. Like, this would probably be more optimal. So it wasn't necessarily like Citria saying, we need this, could you make this change? That's the way.
No, yeah, it's supposed to be a proactive move on the part of... I'm looking for the mailing list post, sorry, where Antoine said there are 3 reasons filters exist, to do this, this, and this, and it's just not true. So they're trying to rewrite it, but I don't have the list there. I would like to... The reason he didn't list is because you have control over what is on your computer. That's why they fundamentally exist. Like, it's just there's a footpath through your backyard that people walk through to get from A to B, and they will still be able to do it even if you fence it off. Like, but it's still my yard, right? And Shinobi's going to say that's a bad analogy. I know. Bitcoin is not literally a backyard. I get it. Analogies aren't perfect. But anyway, yeah, your previous point that you said, sorry, it slips my mind what your last point was.
The position, it wasn't necessarily Citria coming and saying we need this change. It was like Antoine understanding how they were doing it and saying, oh God, this would be more optimal if this change existed.
Yeah, and I don't know how the thing happened, but things come together in organic ways, and ultimately the consensus of people within Core is that the spam filters are annoying. They treat them as a kind of technical debt, and that's why they're getting rid of the option to configure it, because they're like, any user would be stupid to ever decrease this limit, so we're not even allowing them the option to do it anymore, which is, again, just more hubris. It's people, and Peter Todd in his Libra Relay says that this thing that I've made gets rid of the paternalistic mempool policies inside Bitcoin Core. And I find that hilarious, because he's saying to you, you're not allowed to control what goes in your mempool. That's not a configuration option available to Bitcoiners anymore. And he's calling us paternalistic. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think, and is the argument against optionality that it's, if you have too many users with too many options configured in different ways, you're going to create disruptions at the P2P layer?
Well, the argument is that it will hurt you if there are transactions ending up in blocks that you never saw in your mempool.
Yeah, you have to go validate them after their mind.
Yeah, but that's not the thing they're presenting it to be. Like, compact blocks, they don't contain all of the transactions. And that's the concern here, because if you can't recreate the block when you receive it at your node because there were unfamiliar transactions in it, then it takes maybe 10 milliseconds longer or something. But actually, that's not even how it works. If I have a spam filter and I filter out a bunch of junk you send me and it ends up in a block, it still caches everything. So I still know those transactions exist. I just didn't relay them. So I get the compact block. I can recreate it just as fast as anyone else. I just didn't participate in that shit. So to be fair, that isn't their only argument, but the others are all just as bad. Fee estimators, the one they always roll out is your fee estimation will suck. But that's not a thing either. Fee estimation that works solely off the premise that there must be a homogeneous mempool. You have the same mempool he does, therefore we know exactly what the next block will look like. There are fee estimators that attempt to work that way, but they're broken by design, and that's not how Bitcoin Core works. So if you're worried about fee estimation in things that aren't Bitcoin Core, that use a broken method, all right, but this is Bitcoin Core we're talking about, and Bitcoin Core doesn't fee estimate that way. It looks at everything that came through its mempool, and it judges by the past blockchain how long it took for that stuff to get in the blockchain. And it doesn't matter how much spam you have in there. And in fact, if you filter, your fee estimation gets better, assuming there's one miner on the network that runs similar filters to you. Otherwise, you end up paying more than necessary, which is a very interesting thing that never gets pointed out. If there's a miner that filters, you need to match their filtration policy, because then you're not going to end up accidentally overpaying for stuff that looks like it's filling up the next block, but not all miners would actually include. There's block space available to you that you don't realize.
That's interesting. I never thought about that.
An
It's like-
ocean exists.
Yeah, ocean exists, yeah.
It's almost 1%. It's
Yeah.
not there yet, but it's growing.
Yeah. God, this is. You think it's good that we're having these discussions right now?
It's
Even though
fun.
it's
yeah.
controversial and.
It's not my first war, man. It is, yeah. It's not my first Bitcoin war, anyway.
Yeah. And how would you compare this from a gravity perspective to something like SegWit and the fork wars back then?
You always look back at the old ones with rose-tinted glasses, right?
Mhm.
That felt so easy because it was a consensus war. So they just kept forking and giving us free money. At the time, it felt stressful, but I look back at it now and I'm like, man, like, that was a fun time. Like, it wasn't fun, the fact that Roger Ver owned Bitcoin.com and Blockchain.com and the Bitcoin handle on Twitter and RBTC and all that stuff and kept crying about censorship. I mean, that was really annoying, and I spent all day, every day fighting him. Not him, but, I'm not going to call them sock puppets. Let's say there were real big blockers, and there still are. There's Bitcoin Cash people are out there, like, and every time I get annoyed with Bitcoin Core, they're like, yeah, he's going to be a Bitcoin Cash guy any minute. And I'm like, the reason, like, it's so funny because the reasons I was against the big blockers is because all I care about is nodes and making them be the most important thing. And like cheap transactions can't come at the expense of making it easy to run a node. And now it's just spam being at the expense of nodes. So I'm still fighting the same battle. It's always nodes first, otherwise we're just crypto. Like that's all it comes down to for me.
Yeah.
So it's always the same war.
Yeah.
Who runs this? Nodes or miners? Like it's got to be nodes.
Yeah.
Or devs? No, still nodes.
Yeah. It's fascinating because I mean, just the many conversations I've had with people on both sides of this argument over the last 2 days, it seems very clear to me everybody has what I would like to believe are good intentions. Like they think this is the best thing for Bitcoin.
Yep.
And it's just having these discussions is very important in my mind.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is acting with malicious intentions. I do think some people are, not knowledgeably acting with good intentions, without good intentions, if that makes sense. But path to hell is paved with good intentions. Someone's actually got to do the right thing here. And that, I understand that it's confusing. And I've been talking about it for the last 2 years. It suddenly got really dramatic like 10 or 11 days ago when this PR happened, but it's still really hard to put this succinctly, what's going on. But occasionally I'll wake up and be like, right, it really is just one sentence. It's just they want to get rid of a filter that's existed and done a very good job on the premise that it isn't doing anything anyway in order to facilitate a bunch of Ethereum use cases on top of Bitcoin. And they're not really concerned about how much controversy they kick up doing it. So that seems to be a reasonable summary of the situation, and I don't know how you can look at that and think that's, a good turn of events. Like, they can come back to the drawing board and be like, all right, guys, like, you don't like this, what shall we do? Like, there needs to be some hubris here.
That's what it seems like may need to happen is, all right, let's take another pause on this. And
I don't want to see 5% of the network switch to knots in a week. That's insane.
Yeah.
Like, that's, people are like, I want to do it because I prefer it, but I don't trust it. People are saying that. Knots is trustworthy, and I've been running it for years. But I've also made the point that the FOSS mentality of like, look guys, if you don't like core, just run something else. That doesn't work in Bitcoin the same way it does with everything else like Linux. Because if you run your own modified version of Ubuntu, it's not a consensus system where everyone else in the Debian land or Debian forks all needs to agree every 10 minutes that everything is identical. That's a requirement of Bitcoin, that if we fail it, because some other implementation of Bitcoin went down and like 30% of the network just went offline for like an hour, we can't be taken seriously as money in that scenario anymore. We lose that, like, that reputation we
Legitimacy,
built.
yeah.
Like, you can't be doing that. So that means, for better or for worse, Bitcoin Core is Bitcoin. The decisions they make are there's no spec, right? Like Lightning, you have Core Lightning, and you have LND, and you have Async. and you have different implementations of the protocol, and if they break, it doesn't really matter that much. It's not a consensus thing. It's just you and me with our channel.
Yeah.
But oh, great, we got Luke.
We've got Luke joining the stream as well.
Man, I've been here for ages.
Yeah,
I
we're-
keep thinking it's about to wind down.
We've been going for like 45 minutes now. But Luke, welcome to the live stream.
Thanks.
You gotta hold the mic. You gotta do that.
I have to
You
admit,
gotta say stuff too.
I learned something last night. I always assumed something different, but I didn't realize you were putting the Bible verses into the Coinbase, and you made a distinction between you believe there is an objective definition of spam, and when people say you were putting Bible verses on the Bitcoin, you said no. Well, I was actually doing it in the Coinbase, which is allowed by the network.
Yeah, it's completely different when it's something that's there by design versus obfuscating the data to make it look like something it isn't there, supposed to be.
So I asked Mechanic this. I'll ask you this. Has the last 2 days been productive at all in terms of having conversations with people to try to get somewhere in the middle on this discussion?
Guess time will tell.
It feels like the conference itself felt like an ambush because it's just so many scammers. But Thames didn't feel that way, by the way. Thames was awesome. But on the online world, I woke up to a lot of support today. So, I feel like the wider echo. You can argue it's all echo chambers, but the Twitterverse is at least a wider echo chamber than this conference, which is probably 80 or 90 people or something, but with a very strong slant towards let's do fun things on Bitcoin. There are other use cases and we must facilitate them, and it's do not resist.
And there's also ways to do the use cases without harming Bitcoin. They just choose to do it the most harmful way, which tells you they're not really interested in Bitcoin itself. They're just interested in scamming people, really.
Jason was on with us earlier saying merge mine sidechains is one way to do that. In your opinion, what are other ways that people could be doing this to...
I mean, merge mining's been around for well over a decade. It's a proven technology. And the only reason that these scammers are not using merge mining is because they want to force it on people who don't want to opt in. If they're okay with just people opting in, they could do it in an opt-in way.
That's the... there's a lot of discussion about subjectivity of the definition of a good use case for Bitcoin. And I think that's what you were leaning into last night. It's like, no, there is objective use cases, and I think...
Yeah, and it's not to say Bitcoin can't do more use cases, but you got to do it in a way that respects other people that are using Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't have to be limited to a single blockchain. You could have a sidechain, merge mine sidechain that is still part of Bitcoin. And then leave it up to people whether or not they want to adopt that.
Yeah. And what do you think the most optimal resolution is from here based off of everything that's gone on in the last 2 weeks?
To which problem?
The op return one.
I mean, I guess Bitcoin Core could try to save face. It obviously won't fix the bugs that they've had for 2 years either, though. I guess one good thing that's come out of all this is that NOT's usage has grown and there's a little more diversity. It's not just everyone using Bitcoin Core on the network anymore.
I was telling Mechanic, it seems like having conversations with people on both sides of the argument over the last 2 days. I think we've done 8 hours of conversations at this point. It's become clear to me, it seems like everybody on both sides has really good intentions. Just like, how do you solve this particular issue?
Yeah. Hard to see good intentions in the whole unlimited op return thing.
And another thing, would there have to be some sort of bigger change or another type of change as opposed to this op return limit thing, whether you increase it or decrease it, to actually prevent what many would deem to be spam from getting into the chain?
Yeah, the op return thing would be just opening the floodgates to more spam than there already is. To actually get rid of the spam that's currently posing a problem to Bitcoin, they would have to fix the bugs that they introduced with Taproot.
What bugs are those particularly?
when Taproot was added, it added a new way to provide a script, and they didn't apply the existing spam filters to that area. And so that's why the inscriptions are able to use the Taproot area to bypass all the limits.
Yeah.
And that's witness data too, right? So it gets a 75% discount, assuming there's a large enough amount of it. So.
Wow. And that's another thing I wonder. What are the unforeseen consequences of removing the op return limit? Or they're unforeseen, so you can't know. But like,
what are the unknown unknowns?
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Are there? Or maybe the better way to frame it is like, are there unknown unknowns?
Always. I mean, the use case doesn't exist because the filters prevented those use cases from manifesting. Once they exist, once the possibility is there, once the tool exists, the job that requires that tool, or the use case that requires that tool, will be built. And once it's there, anyone that tells us it was inevitable, so we might as well have facilitated it. Yeah, again, I just can't find the good intentions there. Like, we're breaking down walls, saying they're not doing anything, and then...
I mean, the known issues are bad enough. If we want to talk about the unknown unknowns, there was a lot of studying of SegWit and Taproot long before it activated, and we thought that we had a good solution to solve various problems, and then we learned years later that there were unknowns there, and that's stuff that's been studied by lots of developers over several months. This op return thing, nobody's even considering the unknown unknowns at this point.
So do you think the best move here is just build on precedent and not do anything? Just say, hey, this is too controversial right now. Let's come back to it later, maybe?
That would be at least a bare minimum principled action. If they don't want to get involved in controversial stuff, they shouldn't get involved in controversial stuff. It doesn't make sense to say no to the people that are trying to fix the bugs and then say yes to the attackers in exactly the same situation. Both were controversial.
Yeah, the selective enforcement, we spoke about that a bit already. That was what doesn't... It just basically, that just comes down to, do core want to do it or not?
Yeah.
Yeah. We've already talked so much about this. I'm trying to think of like what new to ask Luke, but I mean, can we bring us back to Ocean? Like, how have things been at Ocean? Like,
it's been great. We've grown a lot. Yeah. And Tether announced they're going to mine with us, and they're enormous. And they went into the details of it, and were like, we think miners need to be using Datum because it fits with the principles of, miner-side template creation, fits with, it's congruent with Bitcoin's decentralized ethos and all that. And it's great. It's music to my ears hearing a miner actually say that stuff, rather than have to be like, well, why? Why would I make my own templates? Can't you just do it? Like, it's just, we're like, well, we'll give you a 50% fee discount if you do. And they're like, all right, that was an important motivator for it. But yeah, it's been growing. We've grown a lot faster than the difficulty has gone up. So slowly but surely the network is moving over. And maybe we announce a SOC compliance. That's been a big thing, preventing a lot of miners from working with us, because it's just one of these bureaucratic requirements for publicly traded guys. We're not SOC compliant yet, but we're basically there. We're at like the final stages of it, and that's gonna mean a lot of people can move over to Ocean, and it should be a harmless bit of regulatory box ticking that was required to make some suits happy and comfortable.
The suits need the SOC too.
Yeah, the suits do need it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it's strictly the suits need it, but like they don't want to have to hire people internally to do whatever audits that would be necessary without box checking.
Well,
Maybe it's the same thing.
You made the point that with us it wasn't really that necessary, because we don't take if you're a miner bigger than like 40 petahash or something, every single block Ocean finds, you get all of the money you're owed every single time. So we never touch your money. And then it becomes like, well, do you need your ISP to be SOC 2? And do you need your do you need your power company to be SOC 2? Like, Ocean doesn't really do that much. It just coordinates reward splits, which is all a pool should do. So But anyway, we're getting it, and hopefully we'll see another jump up when that happens. I don't know. Maybe we see another couple exahash. Maybe we ramp all the way up to 30 suddenly, and then we'll be having a great time. We'll be finding 15, 16 blocks a day, which would be incredible.
There was a lot of people saying when you guys originally launched Ocean that due to the option to filter and allowing miners to construct their own block templates, that it wouldn't be as profitable. But it seems like that's not the case. I believe you guys came out with some data earlier this year.
Well, that's because there's a whole bunch of factors in it, and people are cherry picking the most irrelevant things and ignoring the most significant things. And there's 8 orders of magnitude difference or something. So if you use Tides, which is our payout model, versus FPPS, it's double-digit % more with Ocean or something. I don't know how typical. Bob's first year, he got 30% more on Ocean than 3 of the FPPS pools he was comparing to. But some of that is not stuff that you'd expect to always be the case. And it seems but we're still always 5 or 6% better, in kind of bad scenarios, and sometimes 10% better than others. That's huge. But people were bashing us about spam filtration. 99% of the miner income in a block is subsidy. Then you have 1% extra, which is transaction fees. And then if you start being selective about those, it might make about 1% difference to that 1%. So I calculated it. Last time I did the napkin math, it was a guy with an exahash is worst case losing $20 a day. And this is a guy who's spending, $40K on electricity. I don't know how much what's the electricity cost of running an exahash? It's a staggering cost. It's going to be a 5-figure amount per day, and we're talking about $20. It's the fact that you'd hyper focus on that and ignore the wider context of how FPPS is just draining everything, made it all just feel it's in service of an ideology that says spam filtration is censorship, and this is obviously never true, and it was historically never true, and we've not been. This whole conversation has been under the impression that we treat arbitrary data as a bad thing. To be fair, yesterday, the debate, everyone did agree that arbitrary data was bad. They're just saying there's nothing you can do about it. At least we've moved to that point in the discussion than the original one, which is either how do you know it's arbitrary data, how do you define that, and how do you get to say it's bad but monetary use is good? That there used to be that level of how do you get to say this is bad? At least they're all agreeing it's bad. So when Lop said who thinks JPEGs in Bitcoin is good and no one agreed, at least we admit it's bad now.
And Peter Todd raised his hand.
Yeah, but he's just being a troll.
Well, back to the point of FPPS pools over at Thames yesterday, there was an interesting discussion at the end of the day, basically that as the subsidy gets cut in half, maybe 2 or 3 halvings into the future, the forcing function of the economics of how FPPS pools work may lead to their ultimate disintegration because it just doesn't make economic sense at that scale. So which is encouraging to me because it seems like there's a natural forcing function just in the way Bitcoin is distributed to market that should lead the market back towards PPLNS models or something more granular like a hash pool or something like that. You agree with that?
Probably. I'm not one to try to predict the future too much, but
I gotta bounce.
Okay.
Thanks for having me, and
You're
thanks for having all of us.
Thanks for coming. Luke.
You got BitAxe up next.
I've got these. We're going to continue the mining conversation with BitAxe Luke. Thank you for joining us, sir. Thank you, guys.
Did Scott change his name to BitAxe? Is that his actual name now?
Yeah.
Hey, BitAxe. So it is your name,
He responded. He responded.
Whew. All right. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Let's go diving deep. Diving deep. What's up, Alex? How are you? Whew. I mean, we've been live streaming, talking to the live stream right now. I've been live streaming for 2 days, so we got probably 8 hours of content. We're gonna put this on the podcast feed. Yeah. Yeah, we're. We've got Scott 9000.
Yo, Marty 9000. What's up, man?
Whew, it's been a long day. Been a good day. Good couple days.
Should we take a quick break?
No, we're good. We had a break right before that one, so we're good.
You guys were talking for like an hour.
I know. It's
How do you do this?
important stuff, you know? You put a mic in front of your face for 8 years and you figure out how to do it, you know?
You're a seasoned professional.
Yeah, I guess
you got
a
this.
podcast, as some people would say.
Dude.
How have you been? What's your thoughts on the week? You were at Thames and now Bitcoin Plus Plus. How's your week in Austin been?
Fantastic. This is my first ever time to Austin.
Really?
Yeah. I've never been. This is like the first time I've like been in Texas proper. I've been to like the airport and Houston and Dallas, I guess, and driven across that like top part.
Mm-hmm. The Panhandle?
Yeah. Yeah. I went to Carhenge. Have you ever seen that?
No.
In the 60s, this like crazy art group called like Alien something, they like buried all these Cadillacs in the ground, like standing up like this to form like a Stonehenge thing made out of cars.
That sounds pretty cool.
That's the only
I've
thing
never
I've
made
been
my
to.
way north of Dallas. I don't think I've been north of Dallas.
Okay. I freaking love these conferences. Like, I absolutely love it. It's so much fun. There's so many cool people to talk to. People are like, well, what's your favorite conference? It's like the one I'm at or the one I just went to, you know? Like, they're always so cool. So I'm loving it. The new Bitcoin Park Austin is fantastic. Rod's empire is expanding, and for good reason, because that dude's got something cool going on.
Yeah, Thames was great. And I think both conferences, obviously Texas Energy Mining, Bitcoin Plus Plus about mempool mining, very pertinent to what you're doing. And excited to speak with you now because I've had a lot of conversations over the last 2 days about mining.
Yeah.
But specifically like hash pools, what VNPRC, I always want to say VPN, VNPRC, and
Yeah.
Average Gary are working on.
Super cool.
To make it so you can send hash rate to a pool, get eCash tokens in return.
Such a good idea.
Well, I think specifically for what you're working on, like it's
Yeah.
optimal for the use case of somebody running a BitX.
It really is. I think it helps bootstrap small pools, of which I think we need more of. We need a lot more of. We can't have an actual thousands of pools. That won't work. They won't get paid out enough. But what we can do is spring up 1,000 new pool types and let the best ones win. So we need these experiments. We need. That's one of the things the 256 Foundation is working on, is sort of a Hydra Pool as a platform that people can try new payout methods like hash pool, stuff like that. So we can have this kind of rapid development stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, hash pool is great for BitX, for heat reuse, small miners. Anyone that's not necessarily in it for like they're not running a mining business. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So let's jump into, for anybody tuning into the live stream, may be unaware of what BitX is. Let's introduce it to people.
Okay.
The open source nature of the project,
Yeah.
not only the hardware, but the firmware, the software, everything.
Okay.
What is the stack looking like these days?
The BitX is the first ever open source ASIC Bitcoin miner, which is insane because we've had ASIC Bitcoin miners for over a decade, and the BitX is the first one that's ever open source. Open source is obviously important. It's a fundamental part of Bitcoin. It's like one of the main reasons why I think we're all even here talking about this is because Satoshi put it in like the first sentence of the first ever public post that is open source. So yeah, BitX is a small miner. It's something you can buy and run in your house, but also sort of maybe more important to the revolution is that it's a reference design. It's open source, the firmware, the hardware, and you can take it and modify it and do something new with it. And people are doing that. We have the Nerd QAX. A couple guys took and built this. They're putting 4 chips on there. Like the BitX only has 1 chip right now. They're doing 4 chips, 6, 8, 10. Like we're going big. And in this case, it's really cool because they are respecting the BitX's open source license, which says that if you take the BitX and you modify it, you are obligated to release your changes under the same license, meaning just you have to open source your derivative project as well. So NerdQX and the crew behind that is like all on board for the open source revolution in Bitcoin mining, which I think is starting to have some legs.
It's definitely getting some legs.
Yeah, I'm happy to see it. This is what I'm here for.
I mean, just talk about the growth of the project over the last year. I think the first time you came on Rabbit Hole Recap had to be like a year, maybe even longer.
Yeah.
Ago we were talking about it. And it's like holding up some hash boards, like this is what I can do. Now it's,
right?
It's like almost like a cultural phenomenon within Bitcoin.
I never would have guessed, but I'm super stoked, and it makes sense because it's a lower barrier to entry for anyone interested in mining, and it turns out there's a lot of people who are interested in it. It's permissionless, it's decentralized. Like if you don't like me, it doesn't matter. You can still build them and make them and sell them. You can get involved. You can. You can get them all different places, all around the world. People are manufacturing and selling these all around the world. I just talked to a crew from South Korea that they're like manufacturing BitAxes and like spreading them there. And it would be very hard for a small project that was proprietary and centrally located for us to get coverage and sales in South Korea on the other side of the world. So it has that. I think what's happening is that exponential growth due to like sort of removing the barriers to entry.
Yeah, and I think the timing's perfect because we've had this concept of ASIC commodification in Bitcoin mining for some time, but it does seem like the ASICs are getting to a point where the progression from one generation to the other isn't going to have the same order of magnitude jump forward that it has historically.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right.
And this makes it easy. And on top of that, large-scale mining, the economics, the margins of that application are continuing to get more razor thin by the year. And these form factors that BitAxe is really leading the way with really enable people to get modular and get creative with their setups to the point where you can do some really cool applications, heat reuse being one of them.
Right. That's a huge one. Tyler Stevens, the heat punk movement, they're sort of championing heat reuse, which I'm certain that's going to be a majority of the hash rate in the not too distant future.
Well, let's put the stat out there. Tyler gave it at the Nashville Energy and Mining Conference in the beginning of the year. I believe it was if you convert 2% of the HVAC, if you convince 2% of people running HVAC systems in their house to incorporate Bitcoin mining for heat reuse, that would double the network hash rate at the time.
Yeah, and I think he said it's like 2 more zettahash,
yeah.
Right? So we're like almost at 1 zettahash right now. It would be 2 more.
Yeah, it would tripled. Yeah.
Yeah. Just absurd numbers. Obviously, there's a lot of water heaters in the world. Mm-hmm. Like most houses have one. And so it's a big market, and it's not like you just convert that overnight, but it does show the like sheer magnitude of possibility here, which I think is limitless. And 256 Foundation, which I'm also a part of, and the BitAxe movement, we're working very closely with the heat punks because, they don't have the hardware yet to make Bitcoin-fired water heaters. Like, it doesn't really exist. I mean, the majority of the hardware on the market right now it's in that like S19 shoebox. It's meant for putting on a shelf and plugging into the grid. Mm-hmm. And that's not a water heater. So things are going to have to change for this future that I think is going to be a significant part of the network hash rate.
Yeah, the form factors are going to be extremely important. And
yeah.
Let's talk about how you guys make it so people can create these unique form factors.
So right now, if you want to build your own miner, like your own form factor miner, you would need to get ASIC chips. And you would need to connect it up into a miner system in this new form factor with different power requirements, different control requirements. But the problem, the reason why very few people have started this is that you cannot buy chips. And no one's giving you a data sheet on how to use them. It's all totally secret. So what I've learned for the BitAxe so far is from like years at this point of reverse engineering and hacking like how it works. We still don't fully know how it works. And especially if you're going to go to market with a product, like a retail product, like a hot water heater, like you need to know how this chip works. You're kind of asking for trouble if you don't. So the current paradigm absolutely limits what you can create with these things, like the new kind of products, the new applications you can go after with these things. So the BitAxe is kind of taking that first step, and I am fortunate enough to be funded by open source granting agencies, so I don't have to like make a marketable product. We're just kind of getting this information out there. But we're starting to see, which is really cool, is other ASIC manufacturers who I think would love to take a bite out of Bitmain's market share they're starting to want to play ball, right?
In what way?
They're talking to me.
They're just simply calling me. Saying,
Like,
hey, I
they don't-
notice you.
They don't just totally ignore me. I have gotten sort of preemptive calls from ASIC manufacturers that are like, hey, like, let's talk about this. Do you want to make a BitX with our chip? Which is like 6 months ago, maybe a year ago, I absolutely never would have guessed that this would happen. But I think it's because what you're saying, like BitX is now a household name, and
It's a cultural phenomenon. I love my BitX on our bookshelf in the studio.
That's so cool.
I
I'm
stare
so
at
awesome
it.
when you have that,
I
like-
stare at it for 20 seconds a day and say, "You're going to mine a block." I point it at Solo C
collapsing
capable,
wave functions.
collapsing wave functions.
Just put your intentions right into it.
We actually have Andrew Polstra walking by. Maybe we should come ask him if that's actually possible. But
it's possible. We don't need to ask it for sure.
We are going to manifest a block from the TFTC BitX on the bookshelf.
Remember the telehash the time before last that
Yeah,
we
in
had?
Nashville.
Like that was all of us sitting on stage thinking about this miner, or it was a node, but like thinking about this node, and everyone watching the live stream thinking about it. And we solved a block against all odds. Of course, that didn't happen the other day, but
Hey,
it's
that would
not
be
an exact
extremely likely.
science.
If that would happen, I'd actually be scared of the security of the mining layer if you could just like,
Yeah,
everybody's just
right.
like, all right, we're going to manifest blocks now.
Yeah, right.
But getting back to a more serious
Sure,
conversation.
okay.
I think what excites me most about BitX, early days, cultural phenomena, definitely caught the eyes and the attention of many Bitcoiners out there, people buying them, people thinking about how to design new form factors to implement them. Let's think 5, 10, 15 years down the road, what is the sort of optimal path of the BitX project and the impact it has on the Bitcoin mining layer in your mind?
So for the BitX project, I would like to see more awesome home miners that can reach a larger target audience. Think like no coiners, grandma, anyone who's even remotely interested in running a miner at home. More reliable cooling, just like a plug and play experience. I think the BitX is fundamentally a small home miner, just to go after that market and do it right. But we also have this other sort of goal here, the like manifesto, right, is that Bitcoin mining needs to go back to open source. Started off as open source with Satoshi and CPU mining and GPU mining, went closed source with the advent of ASICs. We're going to bring it back to open source. And that kind of is kickstarted by open sourcing the BitX design. And by providing that open source, I hope to get other people fired up. That was the title of my talk here today, was Build Your Own Damn BitX, and it was to try and, to rope in some of the smart folks here at this developer conference to like, hey, you want to work on some hardware? Want to work on some firmware? Like, let's just do this. It's a fun thing to do. So we get more people in on it, and that, the effect that has, I think, is larger than making a rad home miner in the BitX, because that will benefit large pubco miners. I've talked about this before with the 256 Foundation, but when large pubco miners have access to open source firmware, there's crazy cool stuff they can do. I think if you talk to a lot of big pubco miners now, the people that are doing the operations, like no one likes the current situation. Like Bitmain firmware kind of sucks, and there's not much you can do about it.
It sucks.
Okay,
And
I was trying to
MicroBT
be
for that
nice.
matter,
Yeah,
like-
it's really bad. I mean, you're kind of locked into it. It's this adversarial relationship where they don't want to let you change
shitty
any other
UI.
firmware. Yeah, it doesn't allow for overclocking, underclocking. Like all these guys doing demand response and load following stuff, they're kind of just screwed. Like they have to hack something in there. So once we have a firmware, and we're actively working on this, once we have an open source firmware that people like miners, pubcos, can start building on top of and building their custom applications to try things out, to like, implement their secret sauce, they're not going to switch back. They're going to demand open source because their entire business depends on it.
Let's contextualize this for anybody listening. Is like, what is an example of some secret sauce or an application that can be unlocked via open source firmware?
Heard of Choya Mining?
Yes.
They're in West Texas, right?
Yes.
They run an older fleet of miners, and their sort of use case, their business proposal, as far as I understand it, is that they follow the, I think he says, the load curve really closely. So they're going to turn these things off when the energy price goes too high, and they can do it quickly because they're kind of small. But imagine if you could operationalize that by writing some software to do it. Maybe do some predictive stuff. Like you could really dial into this. This is things that other industries are doing for sure already. We're kind of in the Stone Age with the miners that we have now, that you essentially have to unplug them. And it takes a long time to ramp up and down, and it's this binary, they're either on or off. We know we can ramp Bitcoin miners' load profile like fairly linearly across the whole range. We take advantage of that. That's the secret sauce. That's what I'm talking about. That's the application, that these miners in their specific regions, this is how they've figured out how to make money, and they can do it better through custom software.
Yeah, this would increase profit margins.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, in an industry that is, I often describe Bitcoin mining as the most ruthlessly competitive market in the world.
And this is like, that's that competitive edge, right? You're like, oh, I got some firmware that I wrote. We had our in-house team write some firmware that, looks at the weather and just like predicts something and ramps up or down in response. Like there's no limit to all these ideas.
It's going to be cloudy today. Sun's not going to shine. Solar prices are going to go up, so we should probably turn off.
Yeah, let's be a little bit less reactionary and get ahead of these pricing events.
Yeah. Where can people get involved with BitX?
BitX.org is my website. I've got links to a number of cool things. We have a Discord chat called the Open Source Miners United. It's got like 8,000 people in it. It's growing very fast, but that's a good place to go and talk with people in the various different aspects of the project. We have links to the GitHub repos that we have where you can actually get the source. Don't have to ask me for permission. You can just dive in. If you are so inclined, you can submit pull requests like changes, fixes, that kind of stuff. You can fork it, make your own thing. So yeah, bitx.org is the spot. We also have the 256 Foundation, which is kind of just ramping up, and this is a group to help fund developers who are working on open source mining.
And it would be remiss of me not to mention how cool one of the fundraising aspects of the 256 Foundation is. You can donate hash rate.
Yes.
So you can literally point some of your miners' hash rate to a pool that will send the payouts to the 256 Foundation.
Yep.
This is fascinating.
It's an exciting fundraising opportunity. I mean, you can send us Bitcoin too if you want, but if you got this hash rate, you got a little send some percentage over our way, and we'll make good use of it.
I mean, it'd actually be funny to see if like Pubco miners in a particularly profitable year, like around Q3, they're like, all right, we're gonna have a ton of profits. We need to do some tax loss harvesting. Let's point some hash at 256 to get a taxable write-off on the donations that we're getting.
Like, I'm not an accountant. I don't know how that actually works, but it is a 501c3 registered charity, so.
Think about it. Pubco's out there.
Yeah.
Looking for interesting tax strategy, literally low lift.
Yeah, I mean, you can
and
also
it's good marketing too.
Like, it is good marketing, right? Because we're gonna solo mine a block or take your hash rate, and also there's some messaging out there that we're gonna destroy the Pubco miners. No, not at all. Like, what we're working on is, like I was saying before, I think is very beneficial to large Pubco miners. Like, I would assume you're gonna benefit from this. My favorite sort of analogy here is AWS, Amazon's like web hosting business that just like prints money. They're like one of the most profitable parts of Amazon. They wrote sort of applications on top of Linux, right? They put their secret sauce, whatever things they think they can sell, whatever services they can sell are just custom applications that they wrote on top of Linux, which is open source software. They didn't have to ask for permission. They just built on open technologies, and it's like a cash cow, right? That same thing I think could happen for Bitcoin miners.
It literally is the only part of their business that makes them profitable. I'm pretty sure, like,
really,
the online store is just a loss leader for AWS.
It's ridiculous.
At least that was at some point.
The whole internet works like this. Like, back in the day, Microsoft made a web server, and it was proprietary, and I'm guessing it has like 0.0 market share now.
Yeah. I'm happy you exist and that the BitX
Thanks, man.
project exists. Thank you for doing
My
what
pleasure.
You're doing. Thank you for joining me here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but
right on.
Thanks,
Thanks,
fun,
Marty.
Scott. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Woo.
Yeah.
If you have anybody out there who wants to come on, send them this way.
Yeah.
We can get Marks back up here too.
Okay.
Or we can just keep riffing.
I'm down to keep riffing.
All right, let's keep
Yeah,
riffing.
It's a nice seat right here.
I'm trying to be cognizant of people's time. I know there's a lot of talks people want to get to, but
Oh, dude, I can talk about this all day.
what is the most exciting thing going on within BitAxe right now? Like you mentioned, NerdAxe was a cool fork, but
Yeah.
what's the coolest application you've seen?
So my goal for 2025 is to get off of Bitmain chips. For those who don't know, BitAxe, we just reuse Bitmain chips. It's not a willing partnership. We are not an authorized buyer of those chips. We unsolder them from Antminers, and this is no way to scale. It's kind of funny. I've talked with some manufacturers, and they go to like in China or whatever, like professional circuit board assembly lines, and they're like, I want to build, like 10,000 of these, and they're like looking at the parts list and like, okay, cool. What's this? Oh, what's this like? This chip here, and they're like, oh yeah, that one you just got to unsolder it, from this thing over here. And it's like, no, get out of here. Like no electronics are made like that. So this year, dropping Bitmain, we're gonna have willing partners. We're gonna start with the discontinued Intel chips. Those are nice because they are free. Intel made millions of them, and they're out there, and they're free. They're sort of like lower efficiency, but I think there's a market for very cheap BitAxes that have sort of low efficiency. Would be nice. We're going to do Auradine chips. I've been talking with the folks at Auradine, and we're going to do Block chips. I've been talking with the folks at
proto
Block.
team?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So 3 new BitAxes not on Bitmain chips this year. I mean, I'm already working on it. It's really exciting. And it's a dream come true for me because I have data sheets for these chips. Data sheets are like large, long manuals for how to use the chips, like descriptions of like how to connect it, how to send it work, how to get responses, things like that. Stuff that I've basically only guessed how it works with Bitmain chips. It's really cool.
So it makes your job considerably easier.
It makes my job considerably easier, and I don't have that sort of like uneasy feeling that I don't quite understand how the chip works. Because we've never seen any documentation for Bitmain chips.
Yeah. This is there a distributed marketing team for BitAxe? I made some BitAxe propaganda when the
which was really awesome. I think you're in our distributed marketing team. That stuff is cool.
Yeah, I want to make BitAxe propaganda with AI.
Let's do it.
It's very aesthetic. It's very cypherpunk aesthetic too.
Yeah, it is, right?
Yeah.
It's that sort of like post-apocalyptic sort of like we're in this cyberpunk future and we're using the like retro like works progress administration graphics kind of.
How global is BitAxe right now? Where is the
100% global?
Where's the furthest place of the earth that you've heard of BitAxe being run?
There are several folks running them in China.
Really?
Yeah, which is apparently not legal.
Behind the Great Firewall.
Yeah, they're running them there, so that's pretty far away. I talked with the crew that are building them and running them in South Korea. We have. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone from Russia running them, but they gotta be.
Yeah,
they gotta be. We have India, Africa. I went to the African Bitcoin conference in December. We actually took a Starlink on a safari out into the African bush in Kenya, and Eric Hirschman from Gridless brought his Starlink, and we connected it up to the inverter in the Land Cruiser and mined Bitcoin from the middle of nowhere out there. So, but yeah, there's a strong contingent in I think Ethiopia, Kenya, a couple other African countries were big into it and starting local manufacture. That's really important because sending stuff like this around the world, there's always tariffs and local restrictions. This is a kind of cool story. There was a guy who contacted me. He ordered a big order of BitAxes. He's in Turkey. He ordered a bunch of BitAxes, and they got like confiscated by customs. It was like somehow they figured out what they were. Maybe they just Googled the like name on the front and like confiscated them, and like we're demanding some huge, tariff import fee. Yeah, and he was like, no. So now he's manufacturing them.
Really?
Yep.
How does one get into manufacturing BitAxes?
I did a little talk today on make your own damn bid axe, but the gist of it is it's not that hard. It's not that hard. It's I have all the design files. I have everything you need to build a bid axe listed on the website. You can have a shop manufacture the blank circuit boards for you. You can buy all the components. They're like normal components that could be used in anything. You buy those all, solder it on. I have soldered hundreds of boards together in a toaster oven.
In a toaster oven?
In a toaster oven. Yeah, it's
How
kind
does
of
that
wild.
work? You just turn the toaster oven on? And
You get the blank circuit board. It's got nothing on it. You also get a stencil. The shop that makes the circuit board also makes a stencil. You put the stencil on there. You get solder paste. It's just a paste. And you kind of squeegee it, and the stencil applies the solder paste on the board. Then you get tweezers. You put the parts, you just set them on top of this paste. You take the whole thing and just put it in the toaster oven.
it's like a kiln.
Yeah, so there's like a temperature profile you have to follow, but it's only 2 set points. You do 140 C for 2 minutes. You do 200 C for 30 seconds. It's done.
Yeah.
Like it works really well.
An
You see this, you're like,
at-home
this is so
bid axe.
sketchy. Like there's like breadcrumbs down the bottom of your thing, and you got this in there, and like, we also use leaded solder, so don't use it for food again. But
Yeah. I'm really bullish on this trend. Like, at what point do you think the aggregate hash rate of people running BitAxe machines surpasses, if at all, big box miners? Do we need to get to
I do not think ever surpassing it. I don't think that could happen. Like, I guess as a thought experiment, let's say a BitAxe is 1 terahash. They're actually like 1.2, but say it's 1 terahash. So an exahash is 1,000,000 terahash. So we're at like 8 something and change network hash rate, exahash. So we need 8 million for 1% of the network hash rate. That's a lot of machines. That's a lot of machines. But that's all right. We don't need to have 100% to affect the market. Once you have all these sort of like home miners who don't, they don't care about the hash price. They're not going to unplug for anything. It will start to affect the market. But then also, like I said before, the other goal of the BitAxe project is to spawn 1 million new projects, different things, and streamline the production of those.
What is that lower threshold of aggregate hash rate that you think is necessary to make a material difference, or at least to keep the rest of the mining network in check?
I don't know. I feel like you could figure that out.
I feel like if you get to 1 to 2%, if you get to like 1.5 to 3 blocks a day, I think that's enough. People making really important transactions. If you're worried about censorship, being able to wait a day makes sense to me.
It does have a compounding effect too. Like if those people are all lottery mining and you see, 3 people a day hitting the jackpot, you're going to want to get one. So it sells more, and that reduces the time.
That's why I bought mine. That's why I have 3. I'm staring at all. I have 1 at home.
Really?
2 in the studio. I'm like staring at them like mine.
And you got it because that solo block like last summer?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It could be me.
It could be you.
I could manifest this. I could collapse some quantum waves.
Your chances are not good, but it is
Not
important
good
to
at all.
remember every single block is solved by a single chip, just like the one
It's
on
just
your
got to find
BitAxe.
that one hash under the difficulty target,
When the BitAxe solved a block, all the articles were like, against great odds, a BitAxe solves a block. Every block is solved against great odds.
Yeah.
Because it's just a chip.
Yeah.
It might be in a huge, billion-dollar farm, but it's still just that one chip that solved the block against all odds.
Yeah. It's a beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful thing.
It is. We've got Peter Todd.
Peter Todd, there he is. This guy's a legend.
I hear like JPEGs on the blockchain. Is this true? You want to join? Yeah.
Are we all doing this?
We can do it. Yeah, hang
Okay.
out. We're talking about.
All right. Sure, I'm good. I know Peter Todd is my biggest fan. He's like the #1 BitAxe spokesman.
Remy, who are you again?
Here, I was saying, this is typically how our interactions work. It's the second day, the last day of a conference, it's the last panel. Baltic Honey Badger, we do unpopular opinions every year that we're there. Now here, there's no topic for our final discussion on the live desk here. But
Well, I could give a very unpopular opinion at this table, which is this better be good because I'm missing Matt Crowlow's talk on Meevil.
oh shit. The
like this conference is a rare one where I actually want to go see the presentations.
why do you want to see Meevil?
Because I want to go fight Meevil, or maybe I want to move to the dark side and be Meevil.
How so? Is this like MEV sniping?
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Bitcoin?
Well, I mean,
Is
I
it
was actually just there, and basically he left on talking about how in Ethereum, if you want to run an Ethereum mining pool, it's like a tens of millions of dollars investment to be competitive. And part of it is because a big chunk of the income you make is actually doing arbitrage between centralized exchange and decentralized exchange, which is like crazy to think like miners are doing transaction selection to make money on arbitrage, and like that has to come into it. It's like crazy level of financialization.
Well, is that entering Bitcoin? Is that what he's discussing?
Well, I'm missing the talk, but I've heard him talk about this before, and certainly it is a risk to this stuff getting into Bitcoin. So far, it hasn't, but there are risks here.
Is it a bad thing?
Well, do you want to live in a world where to be a Bitcoin miner, you got to go spend like $20 million hiring people to do transaction selection?
No, we were just talking about being able to buy a $200 device to plug in.
Well, I'm going to buy my $200 BitAxe and then go hire a high-frequency trading firm.
Let's do it.
Well,
it's permissionless, man. You can do what you want. You can just do things.
Yeah, I can just do things like start a high-frequency trading firm to find a block once in a blue moon on my BitAxe.
Well, on this note, like how
not a bad idea.
When it comes to the MEV, I imagine Matt's talking about like the centralization of the mining pool layer.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that particular layer of Bitcoin? Famously,
I mean, obviously, how big like Ant Pool is and Foundry and all these accusations other pools are really just getting their templates from there. I mean, that's clearly bad. It's not clearly a death sentence yet, because so far starting up new pools isn't that hard. But to give a good example, like Ocean is a massive missed opportunity here. If Ocean actually wanted decentralized mining, they wouldn't be pissing around with Datum. They'd go open source their pool code, so anyone could just start up a new pool.
I asked Luke, he said they're working on it.
Well, he's said that a lot, and I don't think they're making much progress on that. Also, it's code. You can just put it on fucking GitHub.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing actually stopping them from doing this.
Yeah, you get in this I'm gonna want to have it fully commented.
Yeah,
and when
we're
it's
working
perfect,
on it. That's just an excuse.
That's what I said. Just publish it now.
Yep.
You got to swallow a little of your pride. It's not perfect.
we've talked to Ocean, we've talked to Hash Pool, we've talked to P2P Pool the last 2 days. Out of those three, what is most appealing to you? I personally
Wait, you said Ocean, P2P Pool, and
P2Pool and
P2Pool.
hash pools using
Hash Pool. So I honestly don't know that much about like Hash Pool and the current P2 Pool. I mean, I assume you mean P2 Pool V2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I honestly don't know that much about them. I did actually just come out of the Braid Pool talk not that long ago, and I've been following Braid Pool for a while, and it looks very exciting. But obviously, there's a lot more code development to be done before it actually works. But I think it has potential. I think for all these solutions, block withholding is a massive problem. I mean, it's not clear if it's even fixable. So I don't know what's going to happen there.
Do you think that block withholding has been happening with the FPPS pools and why there's been this consolidation?
It's hard to know. I mean, block withholding is inherently an attack that's just hard to go prove. If you're running a totally centralized pool where you do all the block template creation, there are tricks you can use to make people reveal that they've been block withholding in some cases. But a catch with that is you can only do this as a centralized pool.
Is this like sending them dummy work that you know?
Exactly.
But you could always argue like, oh, we're changing the extranauts or something like that, right? Like it's hard to know exactly what the
but it's not relevant for a centralized pool. It's like they might be to kick them off.
That's true.
Well,
yeah.
I think whether it's Braid Pool, P2 Pool, Hash Pools, I think it's obvious.
So I got to point out, early P2 Pool, I don't know what P2 Pool V2 does. If I remember correctly, if you found a block, you got an extra reward for being the person who found the block, which does disincentivize block withholding. Because if I'm don't quote me on the numbers here, but I think it was something like you get like 1% of the block reward. So the block reward for everyone else is like, say, 99%. And 1% of a block reward is pretty good. It's a strong disincentive to withhold blocks. Now, maybe that's not strong enough if this is like a censorship thing where someone's actively trying to go kill off the decentralized pools. But it's better than nothing.
Is it correct to say that the crux of the problem is consistent payouts, and the solutions that are being worked on are trying to unlock liquidity for individual miners earlier?
I mean, the crux of the problem is, yes, consistent payouts matter, but that's more of like, why do pools exist? The crux of the problem for block withholding is more, pools must exist because of this variance issue. So now what do you do about it? And I got to point out, like, let's say hypothetically braid pool exists. And let's say hypothetically on the braid pool level itself, somehow you solve block withholding. I'm not saying this is possible, I'm just saying let's say hypothetically it was possible. Braid pool itself, there's limits to how much variance it can reduce, because variance reduction is kind of a data issue. So even then you would get share withholding attacks on people creating sort of meta pools around braid pool for very low hash power miners, like the people running BitAxes. Now, of course, like always, if you have a bit access on braid pool, you can mine in sort of lottery mode, where you might get a payout of like $1,000 like once a year on average, but people are still going to want to get paid more regularly than that.
We're thinking about actually adding a withhold blocks checkbox to the BitX dashboard. It's kind of funny. It's easy to do, man.
Well, that's the solution for braid pool, right? Is it creates this merge mine side chain that produces tokens that you can trade to get liquidity.
The problem is there are limits to how low value those tokens can be. You know, braid pool can push that variance reduction in one direction, but it can't get it to zero, right? Like, good examples. Like, I run a BitAxe for 5 minutes. I earn the equivalent of like a millionth of a penny or whatever it works out to be. Obviously, there is no way on earth we can have consensus over me getting paid out. That has to work in some kind of hierarchical system.
You heard about the hash pool idea?
I think
every
so.
share you get back a eHash token.
Yeah.
And so
which is a trusted, like, centralized system.
Sure, but we're distributing that, and you could then sell that token to people who actually have a chance of solving it.
It's not unlike some braid pools ideas, where, for instance, you could go and take your sub payout reward and then sell it to someone else with a transaction within the braid pool itself, which is interesting too, because then you're actually adding another transaction layer to Bitcoin.
Yeah, and that's always, I've talked to Eric Voskuil about this, Bob about this, like how I feel like the figuring out the token structure of the merge mine side pool or side chain is still like the problem to solve there, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think that part of it seems like a relatively small problem compared to all the work you got to do, like actually implementing a braid pool. Or like, the braid pool is based on a totally different consensus algorithm. You know, that's obviously going to be a ton of work to actually implement.
Yeah, that's why,
that seems like a lot.
Hash pool, you do have the centralization trade-off of the mint being somewhat of a central entity. But
not somewhat. It is a central entity.
Yeah, it is. You could have diverse sort of competition.
In much the same way you can have diverse pools.
That's true. But I think
which gets back to, I think, my point about Ocean. It's that the thing that will actually fix this problem the most in practice is not things like datum, it's not things like hash pool, it's just at least making sure that the next time a pool goes bad, someone can quickly go and get the software to make a new pool and spin it up. If Ocean only made their GitHub repos public, this would solve things much more than anything Luke has ever done.
That's huge, and it removes the target off their back too.
Yeah, to an extent. In my understanding, Ocean was supposed to be somewhat of a charitable operation by was it Jack Dorsey or whatever. I mean, why? You know, if I were him, this is what I would have insisted on day zero. No, you will make your GitHub repo public. End of story. And this will be the thing you actually run. So if anyone else wants to copy you, they can. And obviously, that would mean you'd get a copy of Ocean spinning up immediately, and maybe all the hash power would go there.
But it's non-trivial. It's non-trivial, right? It's not like they release their software and all of a sudden there's a competitor that just slays them, right? There's a lot of extra work.
Well, I mean, I have a suspicion Luke's worry is that this will happen, and he doesn't want to lose that control. Like, there's no good, like, if your goal is really to go and make Bitcoin a more decentralized place, there is no rationale to go keeping your source code for your fancy pool that actually works private. you always want someone else to have the ability to go spin up a new one.
Oh, absolutely.
And
I just think
Ocean
that the
just
risk-
doesn't do that.
The risk of someone setting up something, using their code exactly and setting up a better Ocean, it's
That's not a
non-trivial.
risk. It's a good thing. Unless you don't actually have the goal of making Bitcoin a more decentralized place.
Yeah.
And I think that's the real answer there. It's Luke is being selfish here.
So on a scale of spectrum of fully decentralized to where we were in 2015 with Ghash, like where would you put the centralization of the Bitcoin mining pool layer?
Well, so you got to remember, a big part of decentralization is distribution of hash power. And because hashing is a much more marginal business, that's inherently become more decentralized because more people have to go chase smaller opportunities for cheap power. Now, back in the day, you made so much money hashing, you could just go and buy a warehouse anywhere, throw a bunch of equipment there, pay
that's
market
done.
rates for electricity,
It'd be profitable.
and
That's
you'd make money hand over fist. That inherently resulted in fairly large mining pools popping up in a bunch of places that had low shipping times to the ASIC manufacturers, and of course the ASIC manufacturers themselves building equipment in mining themselves. Now, in a world that's stable, it would be very unexpected for an ASIC manufacturer to do this, because what's the chance they simultaneously can make things and have cheap power? All right? You would expect them to be beaten out by the guys having disused solar panels and like stranded hydro in the
I mean,
middle
that's
of
where
nowhere.
we're headed, right? It's these razor-thin margins.
Well, it's where we are, I
Oh,
would
yeah.
argue. Like we're much closer to that than we used to be. You go talk to like big miners that are scaling up. A lot of them are not actually making a profit. They're playing
fiat-
financial
yeah,
games
they're fiat
by
mining.
getting debt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty clear.
Incorporating MicroStrategy strategies to their
Yeah.
Then you
Yeah.
have-
Whereas the ones that are actually making the profit are doing things like just mining on like flare gas, mining on solar that's stranded, hydro that's stranded, all that stuff, and all of those things are good because they're inherently decentralized.
Yeah.
Stone Ridge, Ross's annual letter last year, explicitly alluded to we have this portfolio of stranded gas wells, and we're going to try and create these synergies with our Bitcoin mining expertise. They just bought Crusoe's mining operation, so you can see it heading in that direction.
Or even like Bhutan, the story being they apparently had a bunch of hydro that they couldn't get rid of and bought a bunch of Bitcoin miners.
Yeah.
And ironically, in some ways, that's the most centralized thing. It's a government literally mining. But it's not a big government.
It's not a big government. I would also throw out that we do not have any mining hardware that is optimized for flare gas or hydroelectric. It's all like dirty hacks to get that to work.
I mean, the Watts miners, I know from experience, work very well in the oil field. Those things are tanks.
I would say they work very well compared to Bitmain,
Yes.
but they're not optimized for this.
No.
I talked with Gridless.
Well,
They got a
what would
bunch
you
of
do to
Watts-
optimize them? What would you change?
Gridless has this problem where they're doing biogas. And they have to ramp up and down the miners fairly frequently, and that like physically breaks them.
Yeah, because the generator's ramping up and down.
The generator's ramping up and down. They can't like stall it, and so they have to ramp this thing up and down. And the like thermal cycling on it like breaks the heat sinks off and like cracks the chips. And
funny you say that. I mean, I was just talking a few months ago to a miner operating in where it was at the time was covered in snow, and they at the time power was very expensive. But they were still running their hashing operation at a reduced level just to keep it hot enough that they weren't thermal cycling it.
Yeah, they don't like to work when they're too cold.
Yep.
So eating a loss in the winter months.
Yeah, they were.
during
Yeah,
heat
well,
to Miami
that
is a
where it
little loss of
was not a place where snow was common. But that particular day was like negative 15 Celsius, and they were running heaters basically. Like they were using their miners as electric heaters just to make sure that the boxes themselves stayed above a certain temperature range, so they weren't thermal cycling them. Because they had, their financial model basically saying, well, if you let it thermal cycle past this is how many things on average are going to break. This is what the value is, and they had it all worked out in a spreadsheet.
I mean, this is one of these like special sauces, like I was talking about. Like, if you figure out how to solve that and you can incorporate that into your miner firmware and/or hardware, like you can make money.
Or you can just figure out how to make miners that don't break so easily.
Yeah, that
That's
would
what,
be great.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We
Yeah.
can do this,
Yeah.
right? It's just we have
Yeah.
a very narrow focus from the current manufacturers, of which there's just really one.
Well, it's what, like 95% of chips roughly is like one source, basically?
I saw 80%.
Yeah.
It's a little bit.
I've
ambiguous,
heard a
but
bunch of different claims.
It's
but
up there. Yeah,
it's high.
MicroBT in 21 and 22, I do think took a material bite out of Bitmain's market share, but I think that has since gone back in Bitmain's favor.
I've heard the Intel chips that were available briefly were very good for certain types of things because they were just optimized in certain ways that other things weren't. But of course, then Intel stopped, so that kind of ruined it.
They didn't stop until they made millions of chips, which
Yes.
still exist, by
Yes.
the way. And we,
I know people who are still actively working on using them, but
I am.
there's no. Well, there you go. I know even more people now.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
what I've heard
look
is
for
there's
your,
no likely way that Intel is going to restart production.
Yeah, I believe it. I think Block bought a lot of their IP, anyways.
Yeah.
It's fine. We were just talking about this earlier, but home miners are probably more sensitive to like machine price than they are to efficiency.
Yeah.
So we'll make a BitX with those. There's actually millions of brand new chips, sitting in like anti-static bags in a warehouse somewhere. It's cool.
Having you on the list, I did want to talk about open timestamps. It's a project. It's been around for a while. I've been a big
We've been here for a long time.
Here,
Been
you
around
sit
for-
here. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
You're gonna jump.
I'm gonna jump.
It's been around for
Thanks
a
for
very
having
long
me, man.
time, and it seems like
Well, the current iteration of open timestamps that's been around since 2016, and then open timestamps, the projects I started in 2012.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's been around for a while. It seemed like I've had Carlos on from Simple Proof.
Yeah.
I think the way they're implementing it is incredible. And so I think open timestamps has been this thing that's just been sitting in the brush for over a decade now. And it seems like people are finally figuring out how to optimize it and leverage it.
Well, I mean, there's been gradual increase for a very long time. But I mean, Simple Proof is one example. Just to give an example, recently is the group Bellingcat just added it to their archival tools that you use to archive all kinds of things like war crimes data and so on. And it's just over time, more and more people realize it exists. Actually, a really funny example of this was, remember earlier, January 1st of this year, how the IRS briefly had their claim that they were going to apply certain types of capital gains rules to crypto, and a lot of people actually time-stamped their declarations that they were going to treat their crypto in such and such a way. And this became kind of almost a meme. It's like, yeah, do this, write up your document, get it time-stamped before the deadline. And I get some insight into the logs of the calendars I run, and I could go see that likely there is on the order like 50,000 people doing this.
That's pretty material. It's more than I would have expected.
Yeah, that was more than I expected.
And so for anybody who's unaware of open timestamps, what it does and the current state of the protocol, how would you pitch it?
Well, open timestamps proves data existed in the past. Why is that useful? Because bad guys don't have time machines. That's all it does. And it does this so efficiently, it can be offered for free because it uses Merkle trees to scale. So like the entire world's data could be timestamped in one Bitcoin transaction.
Yeah, and have minimal effect on block space.
Oh, I mean, trivial. Like, per day, all of the open timestamps calendars out there that actually do timestamping, they got to go make like less than, I don't know, a dozen or two transactions per day. It's not much. I mean, it's the kind, it's this type of thing. Like, I run two of these calendars, and they're for redundancy. So at least one works. And I fund those transaction fees purely out of donations. And so far, I've had enough donations, keep them running.
Yeah, and so having talked to Carlos about this, again, building on that example, you could literally timestamp any digital piece of data that you wanted to.
Well, I mean, and also I got to point out, the way it works is I have no idea what people are doing with it, right? Because, your open timestamps client, it hashes things locally, then sends me not even actually the digest, it hashes it with a random number, so I can't even know what could possibly be that data. And also, if you're doing a lot of data, people will then do aggregation themselves. So let's suppose you need to timestamp 1,000 documents at once. You're actually going to timestamp the 1,000 by creating a Merkle tree on your end, then giving me one 32-byte digest that then eventually I get timestamped with everything else. So there's many layers of the scaling.
And that's like the root of the tree that you can then reference.
Well, it's like for
everything within
every
the tree.
document, there will be a path up these trees.
Yeah.
And in reality, like there's multiple levels of trees for various reasons.
Yeah. It's always made sense to me, just being able to hash this data very...
It is a centralized service because if you want to get your timestamp proof back immediately, of course, you can't wait for a Bitcoin transaction. So what you're actually getting is a promise by these calendars saying in the future, we're going to timestamp this. Mm-hmm. Of course, if you then wait for it to confirm and record all that data all the way up to Bitcoin block, then you don't have to ever trust me again.
Yeah.
But
no, it's like going back to the point, like, you don't know what's happening. Like, you can selectively reveal. So you think of, like, you're a board of directors or you're a company and somebody makes a claim against you about a certain piece of data, and you can be like, well, actually, we're timestamping this the whole time. And
now, I do gotta point out, this only works if the data was something where you didn't have a reason to fake it at the right time. And like, good example of this is, I mean, let's suppose I come up with a video of you apparently murdering someone with an axe.
very easy these days with AI.
Yeah. That video is born evidence. It is clearly you doing something bad at the time. Does a timestamp add value to this? Not really. Because I could have just faked it and then timestamped it. Now, maybe if this is like a claim of surveillance footage that was automatically collected, maybe that adds some evidence. But maybe I just faked it to begin with. On the other hand, if we're talking about something like a tweet that by itself didn't mean anything at the time and then later turns out to be valuable, then yeah, timestamp can mean something. A good example of this actually is the Hunter Biden emails. So the emails themselves are incriminating. But how do you authenticate the email? Well, there happened to be a digital signature from Google on the email. Of course, the challenge is how do you know the digital signature was actually from Google, right? Because that isn't timestamped. But what I was able to go show is actually I have a timestamped email from Greg Maxwell, actually, with the same, with a digital signature signed by the same pub key, and that said it was from Gmail. And I had that timestamped like 2016. What's the chance? Like, did I even know who Hunter Biden was in 2016? No. None of this would, like, no one would have ever thought to do this. That's very strong evidence that, yes, Google was in fact using that pub key. Thus, back in 2016, they really did sign this email well prior to any of this becoming publicly known or relevant.
Yeah, we have a high degree of confidence that it's legit.
Yeah.
I remember writing about that in the newsletter because, again, it's like applications like that or use cases like that. It's like, this is
and you got to be
valuable.
careful because you got to be able to show things logically that actually we added value, but often enough it works. And of course, the beauty of timestamping with open timestamps is it's so cheap. Why not do it? Like, all you got to do is run a bit of software, and the software is free. You know, you use a little bit of network bandwidth, and that's it. Like, why aren't you timestamping your data?
Well, I think this is like a big thing here in the United States, like Doge, like Elon was talking about, like having better sort of data management systems.
Well, I mean, this is kind of the thesis, I think, of Simple Proof. They think there's going to be big market, government and government-related entities just to go timestamp their data and go prove that, yeah, you know, we didn't at least tamper with it in that way. And it's so cheap to do. What's the argument against it?
Yeah. I mean, we had the first example was it Georgia, one of the counties in Georgia verified their election results.
And, you know, and I got to point out, that's pretty weak proof. I mean, maybe they faked it on the beginning, but it's still, why didn't you go at least prove that? You know, what was your argument against it? And I think going forward more and more often, that question will be asked. Why didn't you do this? Like, what were you trying to hide?
Yeah. Slowly but surely. Starting in 2012, beginning to catch on even more.
Yeah, it's a pity this didn't happen pre-AI. I mean, one of my big regrets is I timestamped the Internet Archive. Like, I wrote software that downloaded the metadata, got it timestamped and all this. And that was all well and good. The Internet Archive actually reached out to me, and I saw them in person in San Francisco and talked to a bunch of their high-up guys. And it was all pro timestamping. They thought it was a great idea. But one fucker in the room just said, no, we're not going to do this as Bitcoin. We cannot legitimize Bitcoin.
Really?
Yep. And that was enough to stop the whole project.
What was his great with Bitcoin specifically? Boiling the oceans?
You know, Bitcoin, I know, is being environmental. I mean, who the hell knows? It's like, I didn't talk to the guy much, but, you know, there's a certain type of person who just thought Bitcoin's inherently evil, and we just cannot do anything related to it.
And there's been problems with the Internet Archive recently, hasn't there?
Well, I mean, a big one being, of course, AI got invented, and now all the stuff, you kind of got to wonder. Whereas had they at least timestamped everything, we would have a couple more years where you could say, yeah, you know, this stuff is legit. I mean, and it's an archive. Why wouldn't you do this?
Yeah.
But
it seems like a fundamental aspect of an archive is
yeah.
timestamping when something was made.
Yeah, it's just a sad missed opportunity. And as far as I know, they still have no timestamps on any of their stuff, except, of course, the things I was able to timestamp myself.
Well, we have many people from Internet Archive that watch this live stream, so if you're out there listening, let's reapproach this, please. Before we wrap it up, thoughts on the week here in Austin? Obviously, op return, a big topic.
What a stupid topic.
Scoffing.
Like, I mean, it's such a crazy thing, too, because ordinals were not popular. Ordinals was this kind of kooky idea that was kind of a coin collector thing. No one really cared. Then they created inscriptions, and no one would have cared except Luke Jr. and co. made a big deal of it, giving them free advertising. If they had just said, whatever, we're in it, we don't care, I bet we wouldn't be having this discussion. But because they made a big deal of it, they created this whole false, like, maybe not false is the right word, but sort of like hyped up narrative on Bitcoin, you know, social communications. And suddenly a bunch of people were able to go sell a bunch of stuff that they wouldn't have been able to sell because they didn't have, you know, they needed that narrative. They needed, this is a fight. Don't give them the fight, none of this would have happened.
Streisand effect in real time.
Yep.
Do you think there's been any productive conversations these last 2 days in terms of?
I mean, technically I could say, yeah, obviously the Oxford debate we had was technically productive because according to the votes, we changed people's minds in favor of lifting the op return limit. But, you know, how productive is this stuff really when you waste all this time of all these people? I mean, maybe the more productive thing is we made the conference more interesting, sold a few more tickets. You know, like, it's a stupid discussion.
It's really stupid.
Yeah. And I think this gets back to my criticism of Ocean. If they actually cared about decentralization, there's a very different way they'd do it. They'd create a good pool, they'd release the code, they'd tell people how to spin up a new pool if necessary. Like, everything they're doing is just they're going about it the wrong way. And it's sad because the technology seems reasonable enough. I mean, the pool seems to work. I mean, I've done a little bit of mining on it myself with, you know, BitX type equipment, but it's just a big lost opportunity.
Yeah.
Why are you getting into these fights when you don't have to? Focus on what actually matters.
Maybe they'll take this feedback to heart, open source the pool, you know?
Well, I've known Luke for a long time. It ain't going to happen.
What do you think about the overall state of Bitcoin? Obviously, we got...
Well, I think there's a bunch of legit stuff to go talk about with mempools. The MEV talk I missed.
My bad.
That's those are real issues, and how we deal with them will be an important topic. I think they're tricky issues because they really depend on how people use Bitcoin. And I will say, and I'll say this very broadly, L2 systems in general are a solution to this because they allow you to do transactions that are not related to transactions on chain. Like
you alluded to this yesterday on the panel discussion.
Oh, maybe I did.
Yeah.
I forget. But, I mean, just point being is that if you can do transactions that are not related to transactions on chain, this kind of MEV stuff goes away because it doesn't matter what miners mine.
And so what would a solution on the second layer look like? Something...
Well, there's a lot of possibilities. Just to give one of many examples, RGB, client-side validated system, they're working on adding Lightning support. So if you can trade Lightning right there, or sorry, if you can trade tokens with Lightning type technology, right there you can go start move money around, like say a USDT token that's just not related to Bitcoin blocks, and that helps circumvent some of these possible MEV sources. Now, I can't say that this will solve everything, but at least this kind of solution helps. And this is something that Bitcoin has done a lot better than sort of the Ethereum world, precisely because our L2s actually work. Their L2s, it's kind of dubious and not so popular.
Yeah, how would you compare RGB to Taproot Assets? Is Taproot Assets introduced potential for MEV or?
Well, Taproot Assets is a pretty close copy of RGB. I mean, so close, I know the RGB guys aren't very happy about this. Taproot Assets, I think, makes some weird technical decisions, which seem to be related to potentially like political considerations. But, by and large, they're basically the same thing. Taproot Assets, Lightning design is essentially the same thing as RGB proposes.
Fascinating. It's been a fun 2 days. Thank you for ending this with me. I know you had to miss the Meevil talk. Sorry about that. Lisa made the schedule, wasn't me.
Hey, apparently it's getting video recorded, so I guess in theory I could go and watch it later.
Well, thank you for taking some time.
Yeah,
thank you for what you do. Appreciate you.
See you next conference.
We'll see you. Yeah, we'll probably see you in Riga. We'll talk about some unpopular opinions. That's it for the live stream. I'm gassed, Logan. That was a fun day. Fun 2 days. Marks, you want to come in and give some closing thoughts with me?
I'm good.
He's gassed. We're all gassed here. Yeah. We've been going for 6 hours now, almost 5 hours. Can't even tell time. Thank you guys for joining. Conference is still going. Go shift over to the live stream. I believe Bitcoin Magazine has it up and running, so go check it out.